Chapter 1. Desperate Assault. I'm sorry, ma'am, but I'm afraid there's no hope for him. Those words were spoken to Izuku Midoriya 10 years ago. That day his mother had taken him to the doctor to be evaluated regarding her concern for his quirk, or rather lack of one. The event would be something that he would never forget, and he would always remember how the conversation went down. This can't be. There has to be some mistake. Inko, his mother, questioned worriedly. Pardon me if this question seems a bit intrusive, but regarding quirks, you are fourth generation, correct? The doctor asked. Inko shook her head in conformation before responding. Why, of course. My quirk allows me to pull small objects to myself, and my husband's quirk allows him to breathe fire. At his age, he should have displayed either yours or his father's quirk. Furthermore, research has shown that the presence or absence of a joint in the pinky toe indicates whether an individual will manifest a quirk. Those who do possess a quirk lack the extra joint, as they represent the next stage of evolution. However, those that possess two joints are typically quirkless. If you direct your attention to this X-ray, here you can see that Izuku has two joints. I'm sorry, ma'am, but it's more than likely that your son will not manifest a quirk. Those words had crushed him. He always had the desire to become a hero. However, to have to try and become one without a quirk made his dream seem unattainable. His quirklessness also gave birth to the bane of his existence. Its name was Katsuki Bakugo. Even before Katsuki had obtained his quirk, he had always been sure of himself. However, once he started to manifest his quirk, his ego went from being massive to practically unbearable. But for whatever reason unknown to Izuku, Katsuki would single him out. He would never fail to give him hourly reminders of how weak, worthless, and pathetic he was. Even through his nickname Deku, he would be reminded that in Katsuki's eyes, along with the eyes of others, that he was useless. The torment just didn't stop at the verbal abuse. He would receive frequent beatings from his Katsuki and his cronies. Izuku would do his best to fight back, and in some cases surprise his tormentors along with himself, dodging a blow and landing some solid hits. However, the numbers would eventually overwhelm him, and he would go home beaten and bruised. His mother would often look horrified as he came home from his bouts with Katsuki, but he would feed her lies so as to not worry her. 10 years after being told that he would most likely not manifest a quirk, his situation had remained stagnant. He still had the dream to be a hero, but it seemed like his dream would remain just that. He was in his final year of junior high, and he still didn't have a quirk. Granted, Izuku had been training his body to be stronger and faster to suffice for his lack of a quirk, and his grades were stellar, but he couldn't shake the feeling that as hard as he had worked, it wouldn't be enough. He pushed that thought to the back of his mind. If he wanted to become a hero, he couldn't afford to be pessimistic. The sound of his teacher's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. You guys are all third years now, so it's time we seriously start thinking about your careers. Bahu, am I kidding? You all want to be heroes, right? The class answered his question by giving a display of their quirks. Yes, you all have wonderful quirks, but you know the school prohibits the usage of them. The teacher responded, trying to calm the class down. Sensei, don't lump me in with these chumps. Their crappy quirks could never compare to mine, a smug voice called out. Everyone turned their attention to the source of the voice and found that it was none other than Katsuki Bakugo. The class started to berate Katsuki for his rude comment, and he in turn responded by dismissing them as extras. Anxious to defuse the situation, the teacher asked the sandy-haired teen. Bakugo, you mentioned that you were applying for the hero course at U.A, correct? Everyone within the class started to voice their disbelief of what they just heard. I heard that the acceptance rates for that school were extremely low. You must have a lot of confidence in yourself if you applied there. I mean, your quirk is pretty strong. I'm not surprised. Are you sure you have what it takes? You might as well apply for another school. Getting into there is impossible. Katsuki relished in the criticism and praise he was receiving in that moment. The praise served to inflate his ego, whereas the criticism served as more fuel to go about proving his doubters wrong. He jumped on his desk and exclaimed, I already aced the mock exams, so getting in will be a piece of cake. Soon I'll become the #1 hero, and not to mention become filthy stinkin' rich. Midoriya, you said that you were also applying for the hero course at U.A, right? Suddenly, all the eyes in the classroom fixed themselves on Izuku. He had never wanted to have a shrinking quirk more than at that moment. The question posed by the teacher was met with laughter and ridicule. You know good grades alone can't get you into U.A? What makes you think you can pass the entrance exam? Just because you're a bit stronger and faster than some, doesn't mean you can keep up with quirks. Katsuki started to approach Izuku with a cruel smile on his face. 10 years of being bullied gave Izuku foresight on what was coming. Katsuki slammed his fist on Izuku's desk, a predatory glint in his eyes. Come on, Deku. It's one thing to have a crappy quirk, then another to be quirkless. What, do you actually think you can hang with me? Izuku thought about this question. Despite being quirkless, he still had a dream to become a hero. Allowing those sleepless nights spent studying and those exhausting days spent training to go in vain because of self-doubt wasn't an option for him. He had put in too much time and effort to let his blood, sweat, and tears go to waste. He still had doubts and acknowledged them, but he would damned if he allowed them to hinder his progress towards being a hero. He took a deep breath before giving his response. Kachan, I have worked hard in pursuit of trying to be a hero. Like you, my goal is to try and become the best. If you're someone I have to surpass to reach the top, then so be it. Silence filled the classroom after Izuku said those words. Even though he meant every word that he said, it didn't make him any less terrified saying it. Truthfully, he was surprised that he hadn't stuttered in his response. As Izuku looked up to meet Katsuki's eyes, his face turned white. A massive vein was bulging in Katsuki's forehead, and the scowl that was framed caused his face to be littered with wrinkles. Izuku could hear him gritting his teeth in anger at what he said to him. Explosions were popping off in his hands, and he looked ready to attack at any second. Any chance you want to repeat that, you damn nerd? Katsuki asked through clenched teeth. Izuku knew better than to further antagonize him, so he kept his mouth shut. Eventually, the teacher had Katsuki return to his seat, but for the rest of the class Izuku could feel his red eyes bore holes in the back of his head. He knew Katsuki would try and confront him at the end of class, so once the bell rang for dismissal, he scrambled to try and get out the door. However, Katsuki was a bit faster and managed to block the doorway before he could leave. You think I would just forget how you disrespected me earlier, Deku? Izuku knew that there wasn't a way for him to escape, so his only option would be to stand his ground and fight. He slid into a fighting stance to get ready to defend himself. Katsuki's eyes went bloodshot at seeing Izuku stand up to him. He was quirkless, therefore supposed to be underneath his foot. Although Izuku was bashful, he didn't outright cower in front of him like his classmates or teachers. And the fact that he didn't infuriated him. Did quirkless Izuku really think he was better than him? No longer being able to hold back the anger, Katsuki rushed in and threw a massive right hook at Izuku. However, it was too wide and Izuku was able to counter with a straight to the nose. Katsuki gripped his nose in pain as a warm stream of blood poured from his nostrils. Taking advantage of the situation, Izuku tried to zip around him to escape. However, one of Katsuki's cronies grabbed the back of his collar before he could make the getaway. The lackey proceeded to put Izuku in a full Nelson, but he managed to escape his grip by using the back of his head to deliver a devastating headbutt. A scream of pain pierced the classroom as Izuku tried to escape again. Katsuki, having somewhat recovered, saw Izuku attempting to flee and tackled him to the ground. Bakugo then started to strike the green-haired teen repeatedly while on top of him, Izuku barely managing to put up a guard. Izuku's guard eventually broke due to the ferocious blows, and as a result his face became bloodied and bruised. After getting a couple more punches in, Katsuki held his palm over Izuku's face and released a small explosion. Izuku finally fell unconscious, his face shaded black with streaks of red running down. Katsuki didn't anticipate the fight taking as much out of him as it did, and as a result he was exhausted. Heavy breaths escaped his lips as he attempted to recover from the fight. The lackey that attempted to stop Izuku earlier offered Katsuki a hand, seeing his friend in that state. Katsuki responded by punching him square in the jaw. What the hell was that for? I don't need your damn hand. Also, I don't ever remember asking your ass to interfere in my fight. He was about to escape. Plus, he got you good in the nose. I just thought you needed help. It sounds like you're doubting my abilities, and whether you thought I needed help or not is irrelevant. In the end, you didn't even do anything. Next time you interfere like that, I'll do more than just punch you." A teacher, having heard all the commotion, made their way to the classroom and saw a bleeding Katsuki sitting atop an Izuku that was starting to regain consciousness. The two boys found themselves in the principal's office, and it was obvious to both that he was nothing short of livid. The principal slammed his hands on the desk, demanding an explanation as to why the fight occurred. Katsuki gave his testimony first, saying that earlier in class Izuku had said something which angered him, and he simply wanted to confront Izuku about what was said. He claimed that Izuku started getting ready to attack him before he could say anything, so he had to defend himself. The principal could sense that he was leaving out some information. He slowly massaged his temples and gave a deep sigh. "Bakugu, I'm sure you are aware that the use of quirks in school is prohibited. And to use your quirk to attack another student like that puts you on grounds for expulsion. So I hope for your sake that you are telling me the truth." While Katsuki's face remained unchanged, the principal could see the emotion in his eyes change. While he was giving his side of the story, they shone with confidence. However, now they were filled with worry. The principal made a mental note of it and directed his attention towards Izuku. "Now that Bakugu has finished providing his perspective of the altercation, would you like to share yours, Midoriya?" Izuku swallowed the lump in his throat. This was the first time he found himself in the principal's office, and the thought of getting in trouble terrified him. However, if he told the truth, it would result in Katsuki getting expelled. Even though Katsuki treated him harshly, he did not want to be the reason for him failing to reach his dream of becoming a hero. Despite being a prick, Katsuki was undoubtedly a hard worker with drive and ambition, and Izuku knew the pain of being told that his hard work would inevitably be fruitless. He did not want Katsuki to endure the same tribulation, so he fed the teacher the same story that was told to him earlier. Katsuki's eyes widened in surprise, whereas the principal's narrowed in deep thought. After a period of silence, the principal said, "This type of behavior is unlike you, Midoriya. With that being said, you should have known better than to provoke Bakugu into engaging in a fight with you. Since this is a first-time offense, I'm going to let you off easy with a week-long lunch detention." That punishment didn't affect Izuku that much, considering he ate by himself anyways. The principal continued to speak. "Bakugu, I apologize for assuming you were the culprit in starting the fight. As of now, you are free to go." Katsuki quickly gathered his things and made his way to and out the door with haste. "Now that Katsuki isn't here, there is no need for you to lie anymore." The principal spoke. What do yo dash? Do you take me for an idiot, Midoriya? I know without a shadow of a doubt that it was indeed Bakugu that started the altercation. His attitude has proved to be a huge problem for both the staff and students. Not to mention that since you started here, you haven't given me any issues at all. So I'm going to ask you again, what happened? It was like I said before. I dash. Midoriya, listen, I understand that you don't want to get Bakugu in trouble. However, he hurt you, and he hurt you bad. I have a feeling that this hasn't been the first time either, correct? The look in Izuku's eyes promptly gave him the answer. All you need to do is tell me. If you do, I can make sure that he won't harm you again. I just need your cooperation. You're a fine kid, and I would hate for you to suffer through Bakugu's torment if there was something I could do to intervene. Izuku kept his eyes to the floor, not bothering to meet his principal's gaze. He already made his decision. After it became clear that Izuku wasn't going to talk, the principal shot him a disappointed look before dismissing him. Midoriya, be sure to remember that next Monday, that lunch detention starts for you. Izuku looked back and nodded in confirmation before continuing towards the door. As he opened it, the sound of his principal's voice rang out once more. "Oh, and Midoriya, if you ever change your mind, please come back and let me know." The walk home for Izuku had been rather uneventful. After the situation with the principal, he was rather anxious to get home and see his mother. He had made his decision, but he was questioning whether it was the right thing to do. Truth be told, if he did get Katsuki expelled, it would definitely have improved his life. Mentally and physically, he was sure he would be better off. Not to mention the attitude and aggression that Katsuki displayed was unbefitting of a hero anyways. Additionally, with his absence, his cronies would stop picking on him. Then finally, if he was expelled, his classmates would get to see the image Izuku projected of himself and not Katsuki's. That in turn would possibly lead him to making a couple of friends. So just why did he cover for Katsuki? Izuku told himself that it was for the reason he thought of earlier. He really didn't want to be responsible for crushing Katsuki's dream, but to say that was the only reason was a lie. He became embarrassed as he acknowledged the secondary reason, which was him hoping that holding back from expelling Katsuki would get him to like him. It was a childish reason. Him being the optimist he was, had hoped that Katsuki would start to view him as a friend after that deed. However, the more Izuku thought about it, the more he realized the low probability of the plan actually working. As Izuku was kicking himself for being so naive, he began to make his way through a tunnel under an overpass. As he exited the tunnel, he heard a wet squelching sound behind him. As he turned around, his face shifted from confusion to horror as he saw a giant, green, wet glob lunge at him and surround itself around his body. Izuku struggled as hard as he could, but it was to no avail. He slowly felt himself suffocating as tears started to stream down his face from the fear and pain. As he was about to lose consciousness, he heard the words, "Texas Smash." The green glob of slime was suddenly blown off him, and he then got a good look at who was responsible. In his view was a man with 2 strands of hair protruding from the top of his head, with a huge smile plastered onto his face. Izuku knew then that it was the #1 hero, All Might, that saved his life. Whether it was from the shock, fear, or exhaustion, Izuku eventually fell to the ground, his vision fading to black. Hey. A disoriented Izuku eventually woke up to the sight of All Might repeatedly patting his face. Once his eyes opened, All Might gave a huge sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. For a second I thought we lost you there." Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as he began to grasp who was standing in front of him. "I apologize that you got caught up in this incident," All Might began. "However, your involvement was not in vain, as you have helped me successfully contain the villain." All Might finished, holding up the bottle the villain was contained in for Izuku to see. Izuku was starstruck seeing his idol. Since childhood, he had adored All Might. It was evident in all the miscellaneous All Might paraphernalia he had in his room. It was especially evident in conversation. Izuku knew practically everything about All Might, from his accomplishments, team-ups, nemesis, etc. Izuku fumbled around in his backpack, trying to find his notebook so that All Might could sign it. His eyes lit up seeing that All Might had already put his John Hancock on one of the pages. "Thank you so much. This item will be treasured for generations to come," Izuku exclaimed, the giddiness in his voice evident. "No problem, young man. Now I must take this fellow to the authorities. You can catch me again on TV," All Might exclaimed, getting ready to leave. "Wait, is that it?" Izuku asked, looking disappointed. "I'm afraid that a prose battle is not only limited to enemies. A battle against time is a battle that can easily be lost if one is not vigilant." Izuku still had questions for All Might. Even though he had met his childhood hero, he still couldn't help but feel disappointed from his encounter with the slime villain. For 10 years, Izuku had been diligently training to improve his strength, speed, and his ability to defend himself. However, that 10 years of experience didn't amount to anything when facing the slime villain. He had been overtaken easily and quickly. If he struggled like this now, how would he fare against far stronger and more cunning villains? For the longest time, Izuku had pushed the doubts he and others had of him becoming a hero to the back of his mind, but after almost losing his life to the villain, he wasn't so sure of himself. "Thanks for your support," All Might yelled as he leapt up into the air. However, the pro hero failed to notice that the young boy had latched himself to his leg before he jumped. "Please release me, young man. I respect the dedication, but this is a bit much," All Might said to the boy that was hanging onto his leg. "I can't let go now, otherwise I'll die," Izuku screamed. "All right." All Might then felt a trickle of blood slip from his mouth while in the air. He mentally cursed to himself, knowing that he had to get somewhere private soon. To say that Katsuki Bakugu was confused would have been an understatement. He was sure that he was going to be expelled the moment the principal's threat left his lips. After the principal had dismissed him, he hovered around the door to listen to the rest of the conversation. Never did he anticipate that Izuku would cover for him. The only question left was exactly why he did. It couldn't have been out of fear, considering that he was more than capable of defending himself, and additionally, he showed no hesitation when needed to do so. Could it be that he was trying to blackmail him in some way? Katsuki quickly dismissed that idea, considering that he wasn't the type to blackmail, and if he was, he wouldn't have gained anything out of it. Not many things left Katsuki stumped, but in this instance he couldn't conceive any possible answer. The voice of one of his lackeys snapped him out of his thoughts. "You've been pretty quiet, Bakugo. Did the nerd get you in trouble? And if he did, what did you get hit with? Detention? Suspension?" The voice of the other lackey rang out. Bakugo continued walking, not bothering to look back. "The nerd didn't get me in trouble. I'm pretty damn fortunate, because my ass would have been expelled if he decided to spill. Deca didn't rat you out? Well, I'll be damned. I for sure thought you were toast. I wonder why he didn't say anything." The quirkless loser probably was afraid of the beating Bakugo would have given him if he said anything. Huh, you're probably right. As the two lackeys stayed engaged in conversation, Katsuki began to tune them out. Quite frankly, he couldn't care less that they were present. He would have preferred to just walk home by himself to reflect on what happened that day. Due to being so immersed in his thoughts, Katsuki failed to notice the giant brown blob that hovered in front of him. He heard screams and the sound of footsteps, and afterwards he immediately felt pain. Can someone without a quirk become a hero like you? Izuku looked to All Might with a desperate and pleading look in his eyes. He was desperate for a response, and he was pleading that the answer to his question would be a resounding yes. "Many have picked on me because I'm quirkless, and maybe that's why I think saving someone is the coolest thing you can do. I want to be like you, saving people with a fearless smile. I dash." Izuku suddenly screamed as All Might had been replaced with a man that looked extremely malnourished. "Who are you? You're not All Might. You're a fake. All Might has never been this thin and scrawny." Izuku squawked. "I am All Might dash." Izuku screamed as the man started to cough up blood. "No way, this can't possibly be you." "Relax, young man. I assure you I am All Might. You know how people suck in their gut at the pool? My situation is similar. What you're seeing is the real me, but don't write about it on the internet, okay?" All Might then lifted his shirt and revealed a nasty-looking scar. The sight of it made Izuku queasy, however he did his best to calm himself down for what All Might was about to tell him. 5 years ago, a foe did this to me. Because of that fight, my respiratory system was nearly destroyed and my stomach had to be removed. The after effects of those surgeries has caused me to wither away, and now I'm limited to about 3 hours of hero work a day. 5 years ago? Was that when you fought Toxic Chainsaw? Izuku asked. "Oh, you know your stuff, young man. But no, my battle with Toxic Chainsaw was not responsible for these injuries. Someone of Toxic Chainsaw's caliber could never do this to me. The battle that caused these injuries were never made public because I requested so. That way the smile of the symbol of peace could remain unwavering. And the smile that you see is not one of fearlessness, rather it's to stave off the overcoming pressure that I feel. As far as whether you can become a hero, a pro must have the desire to serve and protect. However, behind that desire there needs to be power. If there is no power, one can't adequately fulfill his role as a protector." Izuku had expected that response, but he nonetheless felt crushed. Even the #1 pro hero had told him that he couldn't become a hero without a quirk. He felt his eyes start to water at the realization that the years of hard work and dedication he put into his pursuit of becoming a hero were useless. All Might continued to speak. "If you have the desire to help others, why not strive to become a police officer? One of my closest friends is a detective, and I have nothing but the utmost respect for him. Young man, it's not wrong to dream, but you have to be realistic in your expectations." All Might then left, leaving an emotional Izuku on the roof. He knew that All Might didn't mean any harm with what he said, but it still stung. He had essentially dedicated his whole life to being a hero. He had trained, read everything to know regarding quirk usage laws. He had studied every quirk he'd seen, and he maintained a 3.9 GPA so that he could qualify to get into UA. To be told that still wasn't enough was frustrating. And for something that was beyond his control being the hindrance in his plans of becoming a hero made him all the more upset. After holding back the tears for so long, he slumped to his knees and sobbed bitterly. Izuku made his way back home feeling utterly disappointed and emotionally drained. He reflected on the words All Might had spoken to him earlier as he walked. All Might was right. It was time for him to be realistic. The incident with the sludge villain had proven to be more than enough evidence of the fact that without a quirk, Izuku was underqualified to be a hero. He still wanted to help people, So he set himself a new goal. He would try and become an officer, just as All Might suggested. Granted, the position didn't come with all the glamour nor respect the job of a hero did, but nevertheless, it was still an avenue for him to make a real change. Izuku continued on his way home until he noticed a crowd starting to gather. He made his way over to see what the source of the commotion was. However, what he saw made him widen his eyes in horror. The same villain that had tried to take over his body earlier was making a second attempt on another individual. Izuku then came to the realization that he was responsible for the villain escaping due to him distracting All Might. He heard murmurs amongst the crowd, some questioning the present hero's hesitance in helping the victim, while others were openly scrutinizing All Might for having not arrived. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt because he knew that he was to blame. He made his way past the crowd to get a good look of just who the sludge villain was trying to take over, and he saw an unmistakable set of sandy blonde hair and a pair of piercing red eyes. However, the eyes that usually held confidence were now filled with an overwhelming amount of fear. Izuku ran towards the villain despite the protest of the pro-heroes and civilians present. He didn't see Bakuga the bully, nor did he see Kachan, his childhood friend. What he saw was a citizen that was in peril, and without thinking he was rushing in to save that individual. He threw his backpack at the villain, desperate to try and inflict some type of damage upon him. It goes without saying that the attack proved to be futile. Having realized that, he closed in on the villain and started trying to pry Katsuki from the sludge. "DKU, are you crazy? Why the hell are you here?" the blonde teen exclaimed. "I don't know. My body just kinda started moving on its own. Also, it looked like you needed saving," Izuku said with a forced smile on his face. Katsuki then felt himself involuntarily relinquish his body towards the fiendish villain. The blob of slime, having been fed up with the kid, decided that enough was enough. He raised his arm, preparing to strike Izuku. He braced himself as he saw his impending end. He was cornered, and there was no way possible for him to escape. He hung his head as he awaited the finishing blow. However, the blow never landed. Both Katsuki and the villain's eyes widened as they witnessed Izuku seemingly dodge the killing strike at the last second. Not to mention that he had done so with relative ease. Angered, the villain took another swing at Izuku, attempting to decapitate him with the blow. Izuku again dodged at the last second, leaning his body backwards to avoid the hit. As Izuku rose back up, Katsuki noticed something strange. The bright green eyes that he normally had were now replaced by luminescent azure ones. Not to mention the look of panic that was held by Izuku prior had now been replaced by a stone-cold stare. The villain took a step back. The overwhelming pressure that was now being emitted from the boy had caused the air to become very thick. Losing all sense of rationale, the sludge villain threw a flurry of attacks at Izuku, hoping to hit him. The boy simply dodged all the attacks as he drew nearer to the brown pile of sludge. Growing desperate, the villain emitted a full-powered point-blank explosion once Izuku was in range. He couldn't help but smirk, knowing that the green-haired boy couldn't have possibly dodged that. However, the untouched frame of Izuku emerging from the smoke had proved him wrong. Izuku then leapt up towards the villain. The fiend tried to strike Izuku while he was in midair, but he easily dodged the blow, and he then landed a solid knee to the exposed eye of the slime criminal. The villain roared in agony, and as a result, the grasp he had on Katsuki's body slipped. Seizing the opportunity, Katsuki squirmed out of the villain's hold and scrambled away. He heard the villain yelp again as Izuku struck him in the eye again. Katsuki could only gawk in amazement and confusion on what he was witnessing. The quiet, timid Izuku he had known had been replaced with one that radiated confidence and composure. However, the personality change wasn't the only thing that surprised him. The fact that Izuku had a quirk was what really threw him for a loop. Has the damn nerd always had a quirk? Katsuki wondered. However, a bigger question started to plague his mind. Why do I feel that I've seen this before? A 10-year-old Izuku Midoriya was surrounded by Katsuki and his posse. Earlier that day at school, Izuku had stood up for a boy Katsuki was picking on and called him out for it. Not wanting to let the slight against him go unpunished, Katsuki decided to trail Izuku home and ambush him when he was most vulnerable. When the time came, Katsuki and his lackeys rushed Izuku, throwing a flurry of punches, elbows, and kicks at him. A couple of minutes later, Izuku was still standing, however blood was trickling down his face as a result of all the blows that had landed. "Backup extras. I want to be the one who delivers the knockout punch," Katsuki exclaimed. He grinned like a maniac as he went in to finish the fight. His eyes grew wide with anticipation as the punch was literally moments from impact. Katsuki's grin quickly disappeared as Izuku dodged and countered with a brutal uppercut to the stomach. The momentum from Katsuki's punch only furthered the impact, and he felt his breath leave him. He looked up and for a moment could have sworn he saw a glint of silver in the boy's eyes, but they quickly shifted back to their normal green, and Izuku collapsed to the ground. Katsuki held his stomach, as it was still tender from the punch he just received. "Bakugo, are you okay? That punch looked like it hurt," one of his lackeys asked. "The punch that worthless Deku threw barely tickled. It was only beginner's luck that he hit me," Katsuki exclaimed. However, behind the mask of bravado, Katsuki knew he was lying. Not only did the punch carry a lot of force, but the dodge that he pulled off was perfectly timed. To do something like that, one would need almost inhuman reflexes. However, this was just one incident. In all the other encounters he had with Izuku, he had never done anything of that magnitude. Plus, Izuku himself had told him that he was quirkless. Katsuki narrowed his eyes at the downed form of the green-haired boy. Eventually, he walked off incidentally, deciding not to give the matter further thought. The way Deku is fighting now is like how he did 4 years ago. So that means the damn nerd had a quirk all this time. Why the hell has he been hiding it? Katsuki was internalizing everything as Izuku continued to fight the sludge monster. At this point, the villain was throwing wild swings as he couldn't see out of either eye. The sludge villain swung downwards, but Izuku parried his arm and then delivered a precise chop to the limb, effectively removing it. The villain started to fume in anger at the display and made another futile swing to hit Izuku. As a result, the other limb the villain had was dismembered. Izuku's eyes flashed green, then back to azure briefly as he leapt into the air, intent on delivering a kick that would decapitate the villain. The villain was helpless as he knew the finishing blow was bound to strike in a matter of seconds. However, instead of decapitating the fiend, the kick had simply thudded against the slimy mass. The azure color in Izuku's eyes had disappeared, and a wave of exhaustion then struck the boy. Izuku fell to his knees as he gasped for breath. His muscles ached, and he couldn't find the energy in himself to even scream for help. The villain, forcing an eye open, had approached him with a wicked grin on his face. Having regained his limbs, he raised an arm, excited to finally put an end to the green-haired teen. The limb was caught by a man he had encountered earlier. The man with the unwavering smile, All Might, had made his way onto the scene. All Might reared his fist back and threw his signature Detroit Smash attack. The force of the punch scattered the villain's body to various areas in the vicinity and additionally had changed the weather as well. The crowd present cheered as All Might once again swooped in to do what he always did, save the day. Needless to say, the pro heroes that were present were furious that Izuku had recklessly rushed in to save Katsuki. However, most present didn't do a good job of masking the amazement they had of seeing his quirk in action. One hero in particular who had made her debut that day had approached Izuku to give him praise. "Despite acting like a dumbass, I have to say that I'm impressed with what I saw. With that quirk, you have real potential to become a great hero. To add on to what Mountain Lady is saying, it's evident you have a lot of potential, kid. However, in situations like these, please leave it to the pros. Had you had a weaker quirk, or had you been quirkless, the situation could have ended a lot worse. Even with the quirk you had, things were starting to get dicey," said Kimui Woods, another rising hero. "Not to mention, it would have been a shame if a boy as cute as you ended up dying," Mountain Lady said as she gave Izuku a teasing wink. Izuku blushed vehemently at the praise he was receiving, whereas Katsuki watched the situation from afar as he seethed in anger. Part of Katsuki was angry that the damn nerd was receiving a lot more attention than he was. He was the victim and had fought valiantly against the villain from taking over his body. All Izuku managed to do was get in a couple of blows and get in the way. So the fact that everybody was praising Izuku like he was the second coming of All Might infuriated him. However, Katsuki was also angry with himself. Once he got away from the villain, he never went to go help Izuku. It was because you were scared. Katsuki tried to deny this thought, but he couldn't. The fact that he almost died during the encounter made him scared. It made him feel vulnerable and contrasted everything people had said about him. He was told many times that he was special, but to be defeated by a no-name villain so easily was humiliating. Katsuki looked around to find that Izuku had already started walking off from the scene. He wasn't far ahead, so he started to jog to catch up to him. He had questions for the boy, and he would be damned if he didn't get answers for them that day. Hopefully, I don't get caught up in anything else. My mom is probably worried sick about me, Izuku thought as he made his way home. A lot had happened to him that day, and he needed time to process it. He had been sent to the principal's office, attacked by a villain, saved by All Might, fought a villain after awakening his quirk, saved by All Might again, and had been called cute by the pro-hero mountain lady. Izuku still couldn't fathom the fact that he had a quirk all this time, and the fact that pros had said it was a powerful quirk boggled his mind even further. All Might had said that in order to serve as a protector, one had to have not only the desire but the power to do so. Since Izuku had both, he still had a chance to make his dream of becoming a hero a reality. He smiled to himself as he held his notebook firmly to his chest. Even though his day had its ups and downs, in the end, everything had managed to work out. As he continued down the street, he heard a voice call out his dreaded nickname. DKU. Izuku turned around and saw the form of Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki had his head hung low, different from how it was normally hung with pride. I just wanted to let you know that you didn't save me. All Might did. Plus, I didn't need your damn help anyway. I could have escaped the sludge bastard anytime I wanted to, Katsuki exclaimed. Izuku sighed deeply at the statement. It seemed like a typical thing for him to say. Also, do you get your kicks and giggles playing me for a fool? Izuku hung his head in confusion at what Katsuki was asking him. Don't give me that clueless look. I know that you've been hiding your quirk from me. Did you enjoy using the opportunity to save me as a way to show how much better you are? Well, I hope so, because that'll make it all the more sweet when I get the chance to crush you. Izuku could only look disappointed at what Katsuki was suggesting. Did Katsuki really think that he was petty enough to bring personal vendettas in a situation that involved life and death? Anxious to clear the air, Izuku responded. Kachin, I rushed in to try and save you, not to show that I'm better than you, but because you needed the help. Had it been anyone else in your position, I would have rushed in the same way. Katsuki rolled his eyes at the response. He expected that answer from Izuku, however, just because he expected the answer, it didn't entitle him to believe it. Admit it, Deku. You just want to play savior, so that you can have something to laud over me with. Why else would you have avoided squealing on me earlier? Izuku's eyes grew as large as saucers. How did YUKN dash? After the principal dismissed me, I hovered around the door to listen in. Imagine my surprise when you decided to remain silent despite the chances the principal gave you to rat me out. While you may have everyone fooled with your self-righteous act, you aren't fooling me, Katsuki exclaimed. Izuku knew that if he tried to defend himself, it would be fruitless. However, he at least wanted to give it a shot. He took a deep breath to calm his nerves and responded, Kachan, you don't understand how difficult it was for me to make that decision. You quite frankly have made my life a living hell. For whatever reason, you decide to pick on me despite the fact that I just genuinely want to be friends with you. To be degraded on an everyday basis gets disheartening. What's worse is the fact that not only you do it, but you encourage others to do it as well. There's been times where I have contemplated ending it all, but realized how unfair it would be to my mom. Katsuki flinched at the last sentence that was spoken. He knew he treated Izuku harshly, but driving him to the point of suicidal thoughts? The behavior seemed unbefitting for a hero, and Katsuki knew this. He tried to rationalize that Izuku wouldn't have the will to take his own life. However, what if he did? Could he live with the guilt of knowing that he drove his former best friend to end his own life? Could he look the mother in the face and tell her that he was the reason for her son abandoning her? Izuku continued to speak as Katsuki was entrapped in his thoughts. You as well as myself know that the abuse isn't just limited mentally. Izuku rolled up his sleeve, which showed a variety of burn marks. These marks are a result of your harassment, and there's plenty more hidden away, as you are aware. In all honesty, you deserve to get expelled, not just for what you have done to me, but what you have done to others as well. Izuku was surprised to see a look of shame cross Katsuki's face. He had been expecting Katsuki to try and justify his actions, but instead the red-eyed teen had sat and listened. Kachin, even though you have messed up, I believe that you still have the potential to become a great hero. Katsuki raised his head and met Izuku's eyes. It was obvious that he was genuine in what he was saying. I believe that you will become a great hero not just because you have a strong quirk, but because you are the hardest worker I know. My decision to start training despite my quirk despite not being active yet was inspired by you. I know what it's like to be told that your hard work and dedication won't pay off. However, in my case it was because of a situation I couldn't control. As for you, Kachan, the decision to let your hard work go in vain rests squarely on your shoulders. I just wanted to give you a second chance before you made a decision that would permanently impact your life. Izuku refused to tell him the embarrassing secondary reason. An awkward silence ensued as Katsuki was processing everything that was said to him, and as Izuku was awaiting a response. After having some time to formulate a response, Katsuki spoke. "TCH whatever, your sappy story won't get me to prostrate myself before you if that's what you want." Izuku gave a deadpan expression at Katsuki's rebuttal. Maybe the idea to not get him expelled was stupid. As Katsuki started to walk off, he turned around and met Izuku's gaze. "But Deku, you may not be as worthless as I thought you were." The tone in his voice was neither malicious nor patronizing. Izuku could only gawk. Even though it wasn't the words, "I'm sorry," for Katsuki, it was pretty damn close. Katsuki noticed Izuku's stare and snapped. "Oi nerd, quit staring at me with that dopey look. Don't you have any manners? You know it's pretty damn creepy to just gaze at someone." Izuku blushed at the realization that he was indeed staring at him. Katsuki, on the other hand, kept speaking. "Now that you have a powerful quirk to go alongside that damn brain of yours, I'm sure that I'll be seeing you at U.A. However, don't let today go to your head. I will become the #1 hero, and I'll crush you like a bug if you get in my way." Izuku smiled. I wouldn't want to have it any other way, he thought. Katsuki, having said his piece, started on his way home with his bag slung over his shoulder. As Izuku turned around to leave, he was startled by a voice ringing out the words, "I am here." Izuku gasped as he saw All Might standing a few feet away from him. "All Might, why are you here? How did you get past all those reporters?" "I stand for justice, not sound bites, because I am All Might dash." Izuku shrieked as All Might once again started hacking up globs of blood. All Might now stood in front of him in his weakened form. "Kid, I've come to apologize about what I said to you earlier, and also I have a proposal for you. But first things first, you told me that you were quirkless, yet what you did to that villain says otherwise. Care to explain?" "Well, I thought I was quirkless. This was the first time I can recall something like that happening to me," Izuku stammered. "So it must have been a case of your quirk being dormant. While cases like this are rare, they do exist. Most who do have a dormant quirk often live the rest of their lives without knowing they have one. Regarding dormant quirks, it's often circumstantial on how they're triggered. For some, it's based on emotions, while for others, it's based on different substances such as food, medicine, so on and so forth. The fact that you were oblivious to having a quirk makes what you did all the more admirable." "Well, I wouldn't say that, since I was the one to cause the situation in the first place," responded Izuku with a sheepish look. "No, young man, the praise is warranted. Of all the people at the scene, the person to respond was you, a timid and quirkless boy. It was because of you that I was spurred into action. Most top heroes show signs of greatness, even as children. Many of them claim that their bodies could move before they could think. I don't need you to confirm to me that's what happened to you. I already know. Young man, what I said to you on the roof was wrong. You can become a hero." Izuku broke down and started to cry tears of joy. After the sludge villain event, many of the pros praised him, but Izuku knew that it was an admiration of his quirk and not necessarily his decision to try and rescue Katsuki. However, to be told by his idol that he merely didn't just have the quirk to become a hero, but also the spirit to become one, made him overwhelmed with emotion. For the longest time, everyone he knew had never believed that he could achieve his dream of being a hero. Even his own mother hadn't believed in him. The day he was diagnosed to be quirkless, he tearfully asked his mother if it was still possible for him to become a hero. Instead of telling him yes, she told him, "I'm sorry," as she held him close, trying to console him. Izuku didn't hold it against his mother, as she was still an overwhelmingly positive influence in his life, but those words didn't sting any less. Now it's time to get to the proposal. All Might said, getting the attention of a tearful Izuku. I want to make you my successor, and I believe you, young man, are worthy of inheriting my power. Wait, Wadash. Izuku was speechless by what All Might was proposing. All Might couldn't help but laugh upon seeing the expression on Izuku's face. What's with the long face? This is a legitimate proposal. Young man, I want you to accept my power, that is if you want to. What does he mean? Accept his power? Izuku pondered. All Might saw the confused look on Izuku's face and went on to explain what he meant. This concerns my quirk, kid. Many tabloids and blogs have speculated that my quirk is some type of physical enhancer. In interviews, I often dismiss the question, using jokes as a way to inadvertently change the subject. I do this so that the persona of All Might comes off as a natural-born hero. You see, kid, my power is anything but natural. My quirk was passed down to me like the Olympic torch. Passed? Down to you? Are you serious? Izuku questioned. Indeed I am, young man, and if you accept my proposal, I intend to pass it down to you. Wait, hold on a sec. Naturally, a concept of this magnitude would be above my comprehension. Even with the knowledge we have now, there is still so little we know about quirks and how they operate. Furthermore, if a theory such as what All Might is proposing is right, that changes the very foundation of what we believed quirks to be. Research has shown that a quirk is a power or characteristic that is exclusive to one individual. With that being said, if a quirk can be passed down, does that mean that All Might's quirk is an anomaly, or are there others that possess this characteristic? If so, which type of quirks could possess the characteristic of being transferable? This is all so bizarre. All Might's quirk is one of the 7 great mysteries of the world, and as far as I'm aware, I haven't heard a hypothesis like the one All Might proposed from any of the quirk researchers I know of. But he himself is saying that his quirk was passed down to him. Just how is this posse dash? Kid, relax. Take a breather. Do you really doubt me that much? The question snapped Izuku out of his muttering. I may have secrets, but I never lie. The ability I have that allows me to transfer my power is called One for All. One for All. It's a quirk that stockpiles power as it's passed on. Each time it's passed on, the quirk refines itself, explained All Might. But why me? Izuku asked. Young man, you should already know the answer to that question. I've been searching for a successor for a long time, and I believe you are worthy. Even though you had no knowledge that your quirk would activate in that fight, you still bravely rushed in to save that young man. I am positive that you'll be a fine successor, however the choice ultimately rests in your hands. So young man, what do you say? Izuku rose, rubbing his eyes with his jacket sleeve to wipe away the tears. His eyes were brimming with determination and had a look of resolve to match. Yes, I accept. All Might met his look of resolve with a smirk. A quick answer. Can't say I expected anything less. Once Izuku finally arrived home, his mother met him at the door. She wrapped him in a giant hug, and inevitably the tears started to fall. My baby, I saw what happened on the news. I was so scared when I saw you run off to confront that awful creature. I'm glad that you were able to save Bakugo, but please don't make it a habit to act so reckless. There's only so much my little old heart can take. Inko exclaimed as she firmly held her son. Izuku's eyes started to water as well, because he felt guilty making his mother so worried. He stood there, relishing in the warmth his mother provided. After finding his voice, he pulled back from the embrace and told his mother, I promise I won't make it a habit. I just couldn't stand there while Kachan was on the verge of dying. But Mom, I wish you could understand how I felt. After the fight, a bunch of the pros scolded me for rushing in the way I did, but one in particular told me I acted like a hero, and he made me feel like it. That feeling is something that I want to keep on experiencing, and now that I have a quirk, it's possible for me to. Inko smiled sadly at her son. From the time that he was little, it was no secret to her that he wanted to become a hero. After Izuku was pronounced quirkless by the doctor, a part of her felt a bit relieved at the news. She was aware of the dangers that came with being a hero, and truthfully, she wasn't entirely comfortable with the idea of her son becoming a hero. She knew that even after her son was pronounced quirkless, he still had the desire to be a hero, but she wasn't necessarily worried, because she figured that he would eventually grow out of that dream. Never did she anticipate that he would suddenly manifest a quirk and as a byproduct grab the attention of some pro-heroes. The path of peace was slowly becoming less of an option for him, and now it was looking that the path he was taking would be painted in crimson. Inko suspected that her son was probably ecstatic that he manifested a quirk, and that coupled with his heroic personality made his dream all the more attainable. She was happy at the thought of her son being content. It had been a long time since she had seen her son genuinely happy. However, the heroic personality that Inko admired was something she also feared because she knew that it had the capability of getting him hurt or worse. Inko, realizing her mind was starting to trail off, redirected her train of thought to another matter that was concerning her. Speaking of Bakugo, your principal called me today. He told me that you and him got into a fight. What was that about? Izuku gulped. He knew lying would only make the situation worse. However, he had no desire to cause his mom further distress. She was already freaked out enough about the slime villain incident, and telling his mom that the fight was a result of bullying would only cause her to worry more. In addition, he essentially promised Katsuki another chance to better himself, and he was resolved to keep his word. Kachin and I got into an argument earlier that day. He confronted me as I was about to leave for the day, and I attacked him because I was irritated. Inko frowned. What her son described sounded nothing like him. Izuku was a fairly patient boy and had always been a bit more on the passive side. The idea of him starting the fight was an alien idea to her. Izuku, you're not lying to me, are you? This sounds nothing like you. Izuku shook his head. I started the fight. I felt he had insulted me before, and I had no intentions of talking to him. It was a lapse of judgment on my part. I'm sorry I caused so much trouble. Are you covering for Bakugo? Izuku was on the verge of expressing his surprise, but reined it in as to not alert his mother. Lying to his mother was hard, but he had years of practice to know just what to do. He hung his head in mock confusion at the question his mother posed. The principal told me that he suspected that you were being bullied, and by Bakugo no less. Izuku, is that true? Is Bakugo bullying you? Izuku did his best to be as convincing as possible with his response. Mom, Kachan is not bullying me. Him and I are good friends. We've been good friends since we were kids, and I intend for it to stay that way. It was just today, him and I had a disagreement. It happens. Inko stroked her son's face. She felt the lumps of his bruises as she brushed her hand down his cheek. Izuku hissed in pain as she did so. Inko at one point was young too, and while it was true that sometimes friends got into fights, these types of injuries aren't ones a friend leaves, Inko thought. However, it seemed that Izuku was genuine in what he was saying, and she currently had no evidence to prove otherwise, so she went against her gut and chose to believe him. Inko let loose a deep sigh. Izuku, as you can imagine, I am not pleased in what I heard. You are going to receive a punishment, however, I won't decide what it will be tonight. I'm just glad you made it home safe and sound. Go ahead and wash up. I'm going to get started on dinner. Izuku nodded in confirmation and proceeded to the bathroom to take a shower. He felt awful lying to his mother like that, but he had made a promise and was intent on keeping it. Katsuki made his way to his front door. A lot had happened to him that day, and he hoped that his mother wouldn't give him too much of a problem. All he wanted to do was go to his room and sleep off the hell we went through. Alas, his hopes were dashed to pieces as soon as his mother caught sight of him as he stepped through the door. A couple of seconds later, screaming had filled the Bakugo household. "Goddamn kid, why the hell can't you stay out of trouble for one day?" yelled a lady with spiky blonde hair and red eyes. "You old hag. I almost die, and that's the first thing you ask?" shouted Katsuki. "Katsuki and Emitsuki, please let's just try to calm D-. Shut the hell up, Masaru," Mitsuki exclaimed. "Yeah, no one asked for your opinion, old man. Don't speak to your father that way, you damn brat. Don't tell me what to do, you damn relic." The glasses-wearing brunette slumped his shoulders in defeat. When his wife and son got into screaming matches like this, they could last hours. He had hoped to maintain a semblance of peace once Katsuki stepped through the door, but the angry glare his wife had told him that his efforts would be in vain. In situations like these, all he could do was wait them out. The heated dispute between mother and son finally ended with Katsuki announcing that he was going to his room and that he wanted to be left alone. He stomped up the stairs, and gave his door a hard slam once he was inside. Downstairs, his mother had screamed his ear off about his fight with Izuku and his encounter with the sludge villain. She vividly expressed her distaste at Katsuki starting a fight with Izuku of all people, and she scolded him on how he needed to do a better job watching what he says and controlling his temper. Katsuki found it ironic that his mother was the one giving him such counsel, but he decided not to voice the hypocrisy. What he wanted more than anything was to rest. As Katsuki laid sprawled out on his bed, his mind started to cycle through the events that transpired that day. Truth be told, his encounter with the sludge villain wasn't what was bothering him the most. He had been humiliated that he was saved by Izuku of all people, but at the end of the day, he had managed to come out the event unscathed for the most part. He would simply get stronger so as to not end up in a similar situation. What he couldn't get his mind off was his encounter with Izuku after the incident. Izuku had told him that he wanted to be friends with him, but in all honesty, he didn't care. A lot of people wanted to be friends with him, but Katsuki held the belief that the path to the top was built on resolve and talent, not handshakes and high fives. Katsuki was surprised to find out that Izuku thought highly of him not because of his quirk, but for who he was. He figured that the quirk-obsessed nerd praised him because of his power, but to find out that Izuku respected him because of his work ethic was a shocker. Many that hung around him only did so because of the quirk he had and hoped that once he became a pro, he would share the fruits of his labor with them. He knew this, and as a result, it made it difficult for him to trust people. However, what really had Katsuki hung up was the fact that Izuku had said he was the reason he contemplated suicide a couple of times. Katsuki initially wanted to say that he wasn't responsible for his weak resolve until he realized that he was. For the longest time, he had despised Izuku because he figured that Izuku thought that he was better than him. The birth of this notion came about 10 years ago. That day, Katsuki had fallen into a river, and to say the least, he had been embarrassed by it. In the eyes of himself and many in his age group, he seemed nigh invincible, so to see him get into an accident like that was almost surreal. The embarrassment Katsuki had was driven further when a 4-year-old, quirkless Izuku Midoriya trudged his way into the river and offered him a hand. Katsuki perceived the action as Izuku looking down on him, and from then on made it his mission to remind Izuku that he was under him in every aspect. Whenever Katsuki would receive a higher score on a test than Izuku, he would go out of his way to rub it in his face and then insinuate that he had low intelligence. When it came to sports, Katsuki would single out Izuku and then crush him to display his dominance. Then when it came to his fights with Izuku, even when the green-haired teen was down for the count, Katsuki would use his quirk to brand Izuku with marks to remind Izuku of the consequences of standing up to him. Despite the tears and the pleas, Katsuki would grip his skin firmly and burn him, unfazed by the screams of agony. He gave an involuntary shudder. Reflecting on what he had done made Katsuki realize just how horribly he treated Izuku. What made it worse was the fact that he realized he did it all for nothing. The misconception he had of Izuku was proven false the moment he confronted him after the sludge incident. For 10 long years, Katsuki had put Izuku through unwarranted torment, abuse, and had even driven him to suicidal thoughts based on a notion that wasn't true. Grasping the weight of what he'd done made him feel nauseous, and he started to feel clammy. His heart threatened to beat its way out of his chest, and he started to feel like he couldn't breathe. Katsuki trembled violently, and he could feel shivers running down his body. He sat up in an attempt to capture his breath, but at this point he was hyperventilating, unable to get his nerves under control. His mother knocked on the door to check on him and also to apologize for earlier. After not getting a response, Mitsuki opened the door to find that her son was shaking uncontrollably and beads of sweat were running down Katsuki's form. Mitsuki, realizing her son was having a panic attack, rushed over to his side and threw her arms around him. She stroked his hair and spoke to him in a soothing tone that she rarely used. His breathing slowly started to return to normal as she shushed him and assured him that everything would be fine. A headache made its way present as his panic attack started to cease. He buried his face into her chest, his face wet with not only sweat, but some tears as well. They held each other like this for a while. Having sensed that her son had calmed down a bit, she released her son from her embrace and asked him what caused him to have a reaction like that. The question only made Katsuki start to cry again. However, he forced himself to tell his mother the real reason the fight had started, how he had been bullying Izuku for the past 10 years, and how Izuku had contemplated suicide as a result. His mother's face remained unreadable as she listened. After Katsuki had finished speaking, a sharp smack resonated throughout the room. Shock was painted on his face at the realization that his mother had slapped him. While his mother was indeed hot-headed, she had never resorted to physical violence with him. So the fact that she had in that instance was a telling sign of just how angry she was with him. Expecting his mother to start yelling, she instead started to break down into tears. "God damn it, kid. What the hell am I going to do with you?" she asked in a broken voice. Katsuki could recall on one hand how many times he'd seen his mother cry, and the fact that he was responsible for this time made him feel horrible. It also made him realize that the consequences of his actions didn't just affect him, they also affected his loved ones. He could only look on in silence as his mother continued to weep. Eventually finding the strength to talk, she said, "Katsuki, you are pretty damn lucky that boy has a heart of gold. I don't think anyone else would have bothered to look for the potential in you after what you did. Hell, I don't even know if I would have, had I found out through the school what you've been doing." Katsuki felt crushed by the words his mother had spoken to him. Even his mother had doubts about whether or not he was a lost cause. Noticing that his gaze was drifting off, Mitsuki told her son, "Katsuki, look at me. The fact that you even told me about this situation lets me know that you at least see the need to change. But understand this, Katsuki, seeing the need to change and actually doing so are two separate things. You're a hard worker and I know that you are more than capable of changing, but you can't afford to put it off. You were essentially given a second opportunity, so don't be a dumbass and squander it." Mitsuki rose from her son's bed and started to leave. As she opened his door to exit, she said, "I will discuss what you told me with your father. Know that you will be punished. With that being said, I believe in you, Katsuki. It's just a matter of you believing in yourself." With those words, she left the room, leaving an emotional Katsuki to reflect on the words his mother had spoken to him. 2 days after the sludge villain incident, Izuku had met up with All Might at Takoba Municipal Beach to begin his training. At the moment, he was currently dragging a refrigerator with All Might sitting on top of it. Due to the training Izuku had done prior, he was able to make a little bit of progress, slowly but surely pulling the refrigerator. After having moved the refrigerator a couple of meters, Izuku fell on his knees, exhaustion starting to take over. "Could you tell me why I am dragging all this garbage across the beach?" Izuku questioned in between breaths. "It's to train your body. Fortunately, you don't have as much work to do as I originally anticipated. Originally, I was under the impression that you were skin and bones, but apparently you have a decent amount of muscle hidden away. It's just important that you are conditioned well enough so that you can use one for all. Otherwise, we run the risk of your limbs popping off," All Might explained. "Is that the only reason why I'm hauling all this trash around?" "Not quite. You see, young man, I wanted to use your training as an opportunity to restore this section of the beach to its former glory. If you didn't know, this part of the beach has been like this for years. Matter of fact, I did know that. I read that the currents were responsible for depositing most of the trash on the shore. The other problem is that people dump their garbage here even though they are not supposed to." "That is correct, and by picking up this trash, this will mark your start as a hero. You see, young man, community service is just as important as saving a civilian or defeating a villain. However, this message seems to have been lost amongst the newer generation of heroes. I hope to instill a value of community service within you so that you can be more well-rounded as a hero." "Okay, that makes sense. I'm glad you understand, young man. With that being said, I assume that you are applying to U.A, correct?" "I am, and I desperately hope to pass the entrance exam. That way I can go to the same school you did, All Might. Disregarding the fact that your idolization of me is borderline scary, I hope to see you pass as well. However, the entrance exam at U.A is no joke, which is why I created this," All Might said as he held up a folder that was brimming with papers. "What is that?" Izuku asked as he took the folder from All Might's hand. "That, young man, is my self-defined pass the test American Dream Plan. Within it, you'll find a training regimen to help you clean up the garbage, as well as dietary plans to help you build muscle. Wow, you even have a plan for how much I sleep. Indeed, young man. Truth be told, I made that plan with the idea that it would take the full 10 months for you to clean up the beach. Seeing the state that your body is in right now, I think if you work diligently, you can probably do it in 8. If that's the case, what will I do for the last 2 months? All Might rubbed his chin as he thought about the answer to the boy's question. After having some moments to think, an idea finally popped up in his head. We will use the 2 remaining months for you to train, with 1 for all. Additionally, since you just recently discovered the existence of your quirk, we will use that time for you to train with that quirk as well. Speaking of which, have you figured out a name for your power? I have. I've decided the name of my quirk to be Autonomous Movement. Izuku said with a smile on his face. What? Izuku questioned as All Might continued to stand there in silence. Oh, it's nothing important, young man. I just thought that the name of your quirk would be a bit cooler. What do you mean? What's not cool about it? To be honest, the name is rather generic. How's it generic? It accurately describes what my quirk does and has a pretty nice ring to it, if I say so myself. You are entitled to your opinion, All Might said as he chuckled. But enough chit-chat. The beach isn't going to clean itself. 8 hellish and grueling months later, Izuku had finally finished cleaning the beach. The muscles he had prior to the training were now bigger and had a lot more definition. His face had become a bit more slender and defined as well. He stood shirtless on a heap of trash, his head held to the sky as he screamed in victory. All Might, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but stare in amazement and pride at his student. Oh my goodness, All Might exclaimed as he puffed into his muscular form. Izuku, delirious with exhaustion, fell off the heap he was standing on, but All Might had caught him before he hit the ground. All Might beamed, seeing the progress his student had made, but his smile faded as he saw various burn marks on his pupil's body. He made a mental note of it and came to the decision to ask him about it later, as he did not want to ruin the joyous occasion. Well done, young man. I couldn't be more proud. I did it, All Might. I really did. Indeed, your progress is nothing short of astonishing. Your example is quite motivational. Take a look, All Might said, holding his phone for Izuku to see. What's this? This is you 8 months ago? Truly remarkable work, young man. There is no doubt that you are now a suitable vessel. It feels like I cheated, though, getting all this help from you. I've been so blessed. Izuku responded, his voice breaking as tears ran down his face. He needs to have some more confidence in himself. His success has been on his own merit. All Might thought to himself. You need to stop being such a crybaby, but now it's time for the long-awaited awards ceremony. All Might plucked off a strand of hair off his head as he started to speak. You know what they say about success. There is a difference between being born with it and working your butt off to try and attain it. With that being said, there is no doubt in my mind that you have earned this power fair and square. He clenched his fist as he heard All Might speak. This would be a means for him to progress towards his dream of becoming a hero. His objective was almost in his GR. Eat this, All Might said, holding a single strand of hair. Huh. Izuku thought he heard All Might wrong. He must have been going crazy, because he could have sworn he heard All Might tell him to eat the strand of hair he was holding. It really doesn't matter what you eat, as long as you get my DNA. I just chose hair because I figured it was the lesser of many evils. Izuku backed up. He thought that All Might would place a hand on him to transfer the power, or would have him recite a pledge or something of that nature. However, this was a little more than he bargained for. All Might suspected that Izuku would try and escape, so he grabbed him before he could run away and then tried to shove the piece of hair in his mouth. All Might, stop. Don't put your hair in my mouth, Izuku screamed out in panic. Young man, stop that screaming. Don't you realize what you're saying can be taken out of context? All Might's fear was confirmed as a couple of passers-by heard the commotion. Their faces went white with fear and concern. You don't think, one said. All Might diddles with kids? The other finished. I hope not. I have a 3-year-old at home who's obsessed with All Might. It would break her little heart to know that her favorite hero would love to take her to his van. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. A man who smiles like that all the time is bound to be a creep. After much resistance from Izuku, All Might had finally gotten him to ingest the strand of hair. However, from that day on, it was unknown to All Might why some parents would suddenly huddle their child close to their body whenever he would patrol. For the next couple of weeks, Izuku had worked on mastering the basics of mastering One for All. The first few times he tried to use it, he exerted way too much power, and that resulted in a few trips to All Might's personal doctor. Gradually, he started to learn how to better control the output of One for All. After getting a solid grasp of it, All Might introduced the concept of him spreading One for All across his body. The boy found that the technique was physically draining as he would strain his muscles to maintain the form as he used a higher percentage of his power. After some experimenting, Izuku found that using 5% was where he was most comfortable at. Both him and All Might had been immensely satisfied with the progress he made using the quirk. However, his progress with autonomous movement had been anything but stellar. He only had 1 month left until the entrance exam, and ever since his run-in with Sludge Villain, he hadn't been able to activate his quirk. Today was no different for Izuku as he stood on the beach with sweat pouring down his face as a result of him trying to access his quirk. All Might, seeing that his effort would prove to be futile, demanded Izuku to stop. Izuku slumped to the ground in defeat with a frustrated look on his face. Dang it. I only have a month left until the exam, and I still can't activate my quirk. What's wrong with me? Maybe I should just give up, Izuku said as his eyes started to water. Don't be so hard on yourself, young man. And giving up has never solved anything before. Try and think back to the Sludge Villain event. What do you remember happening before and after your quirk activated? All Might asked. Well, I remember that after I had failed to catch the young boy from the villain, I felt desperate. When the Sludge Villain raised his arm to finish me off, I knew I was cornered, but I felt my body move on its own to dodge. I had been aware of what happened, but my body had reacted so quick I didn't get a chance to process what happened. Before I knew it, I was attacking the villain. My body was already attacking the weak points the villain had before I even had a chance to analyze what they were. However, after my quirk had deactivated, I felt extremely fatigued. I'm not sure whether it was a drawback of my quirk or just a matter of being exhausted because it was the first time I used it. All Might carefully analyzed what Izuku had told him. I'm positive that the activation of his quirk is based on emotions. He has to feel cornered in order for him to use it. While his quirk is no doubt powerful, the way he has to activate it is a real hassle. It's important that the young man remembers the feeling of being cornered so that he doesn't just have to wait until an emergency to use it. But how can I recreate how he felt in the slime villain incident? Wait, I think I have an idea. Young man, I think I have figured out a solution to your dilemma. Next week, we will have a special training session. Consider it as a mid-term for your quirk training. Just how will it help me? Izuku asked. I can't give you the details. You will just have to wait and see, but as for right now, let's call it a day. Izuku nodded his head in confirmation, and then proceeded to grab his belongings. As Izuku was getting ready to head to school, he felt All Might's hand on his shoulder. Young man, is everything fine at home? The question had startled Izuku. To suggest that his mother was abusing him was unthinkable to him. Curious as to what prompted All Might to ask this question, Izuku responded, Yeah, why? As All Might studied Izuku's eyes, he saw that he was genuine in his answer, which meant there had to be something else that caused those burn marks. I asked, because I was curious about all those burn marks on your body. Izuku's heart sank and his mind started to race. When had All Might seen those burns? He had always made sure to wear long sleeves and hoodies when he was training with All Might. Then he remembered that the day he received All for One, he had been shirtless. That day he was so delirious with exhaustion, he didn't bother to realize the situation he was in. Not to mention when he had first started learning how to control the output of One for All, he had lost a shirt a couple of times as well. Izuku could only remain silent. Could you tell me where you got those burns? Izuku immediately tried to think of a decent lie, but nothing was coming to him. All Might, seeing the turmoil in his pupil, finally asked, Are you being bullied? Izuku wanted to lie, but he figured trying to lie to a man who dealt with criminals on an everyday basis probably wouldn't have been the wisest move. I was bullied, but I'm not anymore. But you can't tell anyone about this? Izuku stammered. Young man, have you told anyone about this? Izuku shook his head. Why haven't you? Do you not realize the extent of your injuries? I promised I wouldn't tell, Izuku said in a quiet voice. Why make a promise like that to someone who did this to you? Did he threaten you into doing so? The smile All Might held had faded, and it was now replaced with a deep frown. No, it's nothing like that. You see, I didn't tell anyone because I saw the potential in him to change. I didn't want everyone to write him off based on the mistakes he made. All Might's frown reverted back into a gentle smile. The reason you gave is something I can respect. The ability to see the best in others is something all heroes need. The fact that you have that ability at such an early age only further convinces me that I made the right choice in choosing you as my successor. Izuku smiled at the fact that All Might had seemingly understood his decision. However, while I respect your decision, I don't agree with it. Understand this. Actions good or bad have consequences. All your decision did was merely hide the individual from the repercussions. Young man, you must understand that whoever did this to you can't outrun them forever, and I fear by not having him face the consequences of his actions earlier, it will only result in more pain. Izuku looked down at his feet. He never thought of the possible problems that could have arisen protecting Katsuki from expulsion. I will respect your wish of not telling anyone. However, promise me this. If the individual continues to harass you, you will do what's necessary. I promise, Izuku responded. Good, then I'll see you next week. And young man, if you are hiding this from your family, please just tell them the truth. The truth might pain them, but I assure you they'd be pained even more if they found out that you didn't think they could handle it. Izuku took a deep breath. He felt nervous, but he knew that All Might was right. He had lied to his mother for too long, and she deserved to know the truth. He steeled his nerves and thought about what we would say to his mom as he walked to school. For Izuku's school that day had been typical. He sat in class and was absorbed in the lecture his teacher was providing. His eyes momentarily shifted over to where Katsuki sat. Ever since the sludge villain incident, he had seemed lost. His hot-headedness hadn't faded, but his confidence in himself seemed to pale in comparison to what it used to be. Not to mention, it seemed that Katsuki would go out of his way to avoid him. Izuku figured he must have been humiliated that he was saved by him, but he didn't anticipate that it would affect him this much. Katsuki wasn't the type to let his failures hinder his progress, so to see him so despondent was weird. Izuku had tried to confront him about it, but he would just brush him off. He wasn't rude when he did, but it was obvious to Izuku that he had no interest in talking. Izuku recalled what Katsuki had told him the day of the sludge villain incident. I'll become the #1 hero, and I'll crush you like a bug if you get in my way. The fire that Katsuki had that day was now almost non-existent. What was the reason? Izuku could only wish that he knew the answer. After class had finished, he saw Katsuki gather his things and leave the class promptly, even as some of his peers were trying to talk to him. He couldn't reflect on it too much longer, because there was another pressing matter he needed to attend to. Once Izuku got home and stepped through the door, he heard his mother call out, "How was school today, sweetie?" "Not bad. We just reviewed the concepts I told you about yesterday." "That's good to hear. I don't want to hold you up from you getting started on your homework, so I won't bodash." "Mom, there's something I need to tell you." Inko looked worriedly at her son. His tone was serious, and a look of nervousness had adorned his face. "Remember how you asked me if I was being bullied by Kachan?" She nodded in confirmation. She remembered the call she had received 9 months ago from her son's principal. The principal had told her that he suspected her son was being bullied, but Izuku had assured her that wasn't the case. She started to fear where this conversation was heading. "I lied to you." Inko felt her heart break. She had done her best to act as confidant for Izuku, so to hear that he lied to her made her feel inadequate. Only one question bounced around in her mind. "Why?" It was because I didn't want to make you worried. Why you already have so much on your plate. I just didn't want to add to it." Izuku responded as his voice started to break upon seeing his mother's face. "I am your mother. It's my obligation to worry about those things, Izuku." I. Inko couldn't finish her sentence as she started to cry. After a couple of moments, she managed to regain her composure, and she asked, "Just how long has been going on?" 10 years. "Izuku, you need to speak up. I can't hear you." "For 10 years, Mom. Kachan has been bullying me. Ever since that day with Slime Villain he hasn't, but before that he was." Inko froze. How could her son have hidden the fact that he had been tormented for 10 years? That's when it clicked. The request for long sleeves and hoodies, the days he came home battered and bruised, and the sad expressions he carried all made sense now. The signs that he was being harassed were right in front of her, but she had been oblivious to them the whole time. I'm a horrible mother. How could I have not seen that you were hurting? Izuku, I'm so sorry I wasn't there for you. Izuku blinked back the tears. He felt horrible, but he had to be strong for his mother's sake, especially considering that he was the one that was responsible for her distress. He wrapped his mother in a hug. Mom, it's not your fault. I shouldn't have hid that from you, and I'm sorry. I won't make the same mistake again. You promise? Inko asked as she sniffled. You have my word. A moment of silence passed before Inko asked, Izuku, I understand your reasoning for not wanting to tell me, but what I don't understand is why you didn't tell anyone else. Because I didn't want Kachan to get in trouble. Deep down, I know he's a good person. Sweetie, I'm glad that you have such a big heart. That is one of the reasons why I love you. But I remember how you came home the day of the fight, and if that was any indication of who Bakugo was, he has a long way to go before he's seen as a good person by others. I'm pretty sure those injuries aren't the only ones he left either. Those hoodies and long sleeves you have, you used them to hide your injuries from me, right? Izuku could only nod his head in shame. Izuku, please let me see your arm. He reluctantly presented his arm to his mother. Inko rolled up the sleeve and sure enough, there were various bruise and burn marks that detailed his arm. She traced her fingers across the mark in awe at how someone could have done this to another person. What she wasn't aware of was that some of the marks that were present was a result of his training with One for All. Having studied his arm long enough, she spoke up. I understand that you want to see the good in him, but this. She swallowed before continuing to speak. This is unacceptable. There's nothing we can do as far as the school is concerned since you already made your decision, but I will talk to Mitsuki about this. She has to know what her son has done to you. Bibu dash. This is not up for debate. Quite frankly, I'm upset that you've hid something like this from me for so long. This is something his mother needs to know. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. While I'm on the phone, why don't you go to your room and get started on your homework? Izuku confirmed he would and made his way back to his room. As he did, he could hear the gentle sobs of his mother filling the air once again. A little later, as Izuku was doing his homework, Inko knocked on his door and asked if she could come in. He obliged her, and after coming in, Inko took a seat on his bed. I spoke with Mitsuki. Apparently, she already knows what Katsuki has done because he told her the day the fight happened. Izuku's eyes widened upon hearing the news. Katsuki wasn't the type to willingly admit his mistakes, so the fact that he told his mother shocked the freckled, green-haired teen. He did. Yes, Mitsuki and him had talked about it, and from what she told me, he's trying to make an effort to better himself, however it hasn't been easy. What do you mean? From what I understand, ever since that day with the slime villain, Katsuki hasn't been himself at all. According to Mitsuki, the confidence and ambition he once had are now a shadow of what they once were. You may have noticed it as well. From how she explained it, in many ways he has regressed. Sweetie, I just want you to understand that Katsuki has changed for better or for worse. I'm not sure. Izuku couldn't think of a reply. He never anticipated that his decision to protect Katsuki would end up like this. He'd figured that Katsuki would use the opportunity as motivation to improve himself, but never did he expect that it would have the opposite effect. The words All Might had spoken to him earlier that day invaded his thoughts. I fear by not having him face the consequences of his actions earlier, it will only result in more pain. Izuku pondered those words. Is this what All Might meant? A week had passed, and it was time for the special training session that All Might had planned. Izuku arrived at the beach at 6 o'clock as he normally did, however, he saw no sign of All Might. He looked up and saw the form of All Might in the air rearing back a punch. Using 5% full cowling, Izuku was able to narrowly dodge the blow. A cyclone of sand was kicked up as a result of the missed blow. Izuku looked at All Might, confusion evident in his face. All Might, what are you doing? Izuku asked in a state of panic. All Might gave a hearty laugh at the boy's expression. Young man, this is the special training session. This session will simulate a battle with a villain. I myself will portray the villain, and you'll of course be the hero." Izuku had his mouth agape. He tried to say something, but no words came out. Just how would this help him activate autonomous movement? And just know, young man, that if you treat this just merely as a simulation, you're only setting yourself up for failure. A dangerous glint was present in the blue irises of All Might. Before Izuku knew it, All Might was behind him, his hands clasped as he swung his arms downwards in an attempt to hammer Izuku. At the last second, Izuku jumped forward into the air to escape the blow. However, when he turned around, he found that All Might had seemingly disappeared. Where could he have gone? Izuku's question was answered as he felt a hand wrapped around his ankle. "Going somewhere," All Might called out in a mocking tone. Having grabbed Izuku's ankle, All Might plucked the boy from out of the air and slammed him into the ground with a great amount of force. Spittle forced its way out of Izuku's mouth as he thudded against the sand. Still having a grasp on his ankle, All Might started to spin around with Izuku in his grasp with the intent of throwing him like a shot put ball. After spinning several times, All Might finally released his successor. Izuku screamed as he was launched into the air. However, he was able to stumble into a recovery after having landed. He looked up and was in awe to see that All Might was already in front of him after having thrown him a great distance. All Might reared his fist back and threw a wicked uppercut, the impact making Izuku's stomach churn. As he was launched into the air, a spew of bile flew out from Izuku's lips. He eventually made contact with the ground again after having crash-landed. What's All Might thinking? There's no way I can beat him. He forced himself to his hands and knees after having seen All Might approaching him. Young man, I expected a fight, not a training session with a punching bag. Maybe it would help if you tried to attack. Izuku grit his teeth, initially thinking the advice All Might had given was to mock him until he realized what he said was sound. If I force him into my playing field, I may have a shot of gaining momentum. 5% full cowling hasn't been cutting it, so it may be time for me to increase the output. 20% is the maximum my body can handle right now without completely destroying itself. However, the stress it puts on my body makes it too hard to maintain. Maybe, if I use it in spurts, I can catch All Might off guard. Activating 20% full cowling, Izuku rushed forward to meet All Might with a punch. All Might had not expected the sudden burst of speed Izuku would rush him with and mistimed his block. He was met with a punch to the face, his head snapping to the side. Izuku didn't let the opportunity pass and tried to follow up with another punch. All Might had anticipated the strike that time and blocked the punch with an open palm. Izuku threw a flurry of punches. However, this symbol of peace was able to parry them all. Izuku backed off in an attempt to create space from him and All Might. He needed a plan. He had gotten a good hit on All Might with 20% full cowling, but that was only because he didn't expect it. Once he tried a combo into the punch, All Might had easily shut him down. His eyes hovered on the spot where All Might's injury was. He knew that trying to strike there would be impossible because All Might would do everything in his power to protect that area. However, that's what his plan was counting on. Green electricity swirled his form as he activated 20% full cowling. He rushed All Might, his attention on the grievous wound. The right arm of his jacket became shredded as he filled the limb with 100% of One for All. All Might came to the realization of what Izuku was trying to do and promptly put both hands out to catch the punch. Young man, I thought I taught you to not be so reckless. Expecting a 100% blow, All Might had instead caught a measly 5% punch. He heard the other sleeve of Izuku rip and looked down to see his successor smiling. Izuku was smiling not only because it was his mentor's philosophy, but also because his plan had worked. He merely used the 100% punch he threw with his right as a feint to get All Might to drop his guard, but the real blow was on its way from his left arm. Smash! His fist struck the side of All Might's chin, causing his head to twist violently. A geyser of sand erupted from the impact of the strike. However, the punch hadn't been without consequences. The entirety of his left arm was purple, and Izuku was sure that every bone in that arm was shattered. The mangled piece of flesh hung awkwardly as he waited for the sand to clear to find out whether his gamble paid off. The form of All Might stood there trembling. The impact from the punch had shook him up a bit, and he felt a bit dizzy. However, as far as the visible damage went, it was practically non-existent. Excellent, 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 young man. I definitely felt that. Not to mention that it was a clever trick as well. However, All Might eyed the damaged body of Izuku. It seems like you're on your last leg. I guess I should go ahead and end this. Detroit. Izuku gawked in horror. I threw all I had at him, and his only response is, I definitely felt that. No wonder. He's the #1 hero. He's nothing short of incredible. Izuku had tried to move his body, but his legs refused to move. He realized that the effects of using 20% full cowling had finally taken its toll. He tried to channel 100% of One for All in his remaining arm, but All Might had gripped his arm before he could throw the punch. Izuku had no options left but to accept his impending defeat. The way he felt during his fight with the sludge villain was how he felt now. Then it happened. Smash. Expecting to make contact, All Might was pleasantly surprised to have found that he whiffed on the punch. The force from the punch parted the waters, causing a symphony of roaring waves. In his surprise, he loosened his grip on Izuku, who with blinding speed slipped away. The warm green eyes he had were now replaced by a set of cold silver ones. So it looked like my plan worked, All Might thought. Young man, don't forget this feeling. By remembering, you'll be able to access your power at will. Izuku didn't respond. Rather, he shot forwards and threw a punch that was aimed at All Might's weak spot. All Might blocked the punch and threw a massive hook at the boy. He dodged the swing and tried to counter with his own hook. All Might narrowly avoided the counter that was thrown. It seems like he's fighting with about a fifth of One for All. Does his quirk draw out the most of One for All he can handle? All Might was snapped out of his thoughts as he dodged another blow that was aimed at his throat. All of his punches are precise and have the intent to take me down. Not to mention they're a lot faster as well. It's almost like fighting a rabid animal. Realistically, he shouldn't even be able to move like that with the stress 20% full cowling had put on his body earlier. I suspect that his body is utilizing the 20% before the pain has a chance to register in the boy's mind. Izuku proceeded to keep All Might on the defensive, throwing punch after punch without the intent to let up. As the flesh on his knuckles started to peel and bleed from all the punches he was throwing, but the boy was oblivious. All Might caught a glance of his hands and knew that he would have to end the fight soon. Izuku roared as he kept up the intensity, intent on defeating his mentor. All Might's guard eventually crumbled and Izuku capitalized, letting punches rain on the pro hero. All Might had been reserving himself to a fraction of his power, but it was obvious that he was going to have to take the training wheels off. He waited for a window of opportunity and saw it as Izuku reared back for another punch. With speed, neither Izuku's mind nor body could process. All Might swung and caught his pupil in the face. He used the momentum of the punch to slam Izuku into the ground. All Might's chest heaved as he attempted to recover from the intense fight he had. He knew his student was brilliant, but he didn't expect his protege to push him that far. After getting a quick breather, All Might exclaimed, "You did an impeccable job, young man. Not only did you figure out how to awaken your quirk, you also figured out some practical applications of One for All. I'd say you passed with flying colors. I think today was more than a success, yes?" A groan was the only response Izuku could muster. "Well, young man, today is the day. How do you feel?" All Might asked his pupil. Today, Izuku would be taking the entrance exam to get into UA. All Might beamed at his student, his heart filled with pride. He had seen the green-haired teen grow into a fine vessel for One for All and had no doubts that he would pass. "Not gonna lie, I'm pretty nervous. I'm just worried that I'll freeze up and all the training we went through will be for nothing," Izuku admitted. All Might pulled Izuku into a hug and said, "Young man, you need to have more confidence in yourself. Not only do I have faith in your abilities, I have faith in you. You just have to have some as well. You have made me extremely proud, young man, and I don't think I could have asked for a better successor." The iconic Midoriya tears made their entrance, and All Might could only chuckle as his student blubbered. "You really need to stop being such a crybaby. All that crying is going to make you late to the entrance exam." Izuku checked the time on his phone and realized that his teacher was right. He rubbed away the tears, gave a bow, and thanked All Might before running off. All Might's gaze never left the boy even after he left his field of vision. "Go and make your dream a reality, kid." "Yes, I made it just in time. Izuku now stood in front of the prestigious school that was UA examinees of all types of different backgrounds made their way into the school with the same intention that he had, to become a hero. He couldn't help but stare in awe at the magnitude of the building. He had seen pictures of it, and it seemed big then, but standing directly in front of the building made it seem larger than life. He kept on staring until he noticed a boy with sandy blonde hair walking past him. Realizing the boy to be Katsuki, Izuku called out, "Good morning, Kachan. Let's both do our best." Katsuki stopped briefly and looked at him, and without a word kept walking. Izuku gave a glum sigh. Ever since he heard the news that Katsuki was going through a rough period, he had tried on multiple occasions to approach the red-eyed teen, but he would either be waved off or Katsuki would simply avoid him altogether. Izuku still suspected that Katsuki was simply ashamed that he had been saved by him. However, as he thought about it, he remembered the look Katsuki had on his face after he told him how the bullying had affected him. Could it be guilt? Izuku wondered. He shook his head, pushing the thought of Katsuki out entirely. I can't focus on that now. Once I pass the exam, then I can contemplate on how to help Kachan. Right now, I have to take my first step towards becoming a hero. His eyes shining with determination, Izuku took a step towards the gate. However, being the klutz he was, Izuku ended up tripping on his feet. Or I'll just die. The impact never came as he was miraculously being suspended in the air. Are you okay? Izuku looked around to find the source of the voice and found that the question came from a girl that was about his age. She had a bob cut that came down to her shoulders and chestnut-colored hair. Her cheeks had a rosy pink tinge to them, and her eyes were big and had a similar shade of brown as her hair did. She carried a warm smile that could melt the coldest of demeanors. Izuku's heart thudded twofold due to the presence of the girl. He never had experience talking to a girl, much less a pretty one. He felt himself return to the ground as the girl continued to speak to him. It's my quirk. Sorry for stopping you, but it's bad luck to trip and fall. Ugh, this sure is nerve-wracking, isn't it? Izuku could only stammer a reply. Well, hopefully both of us do well. See you around. As the girl walked off, Izuku couldn't fight off the derpy smile that had crawled onto his face. Holy smokes, I talked to a girl. He hadn't actually, but the interaction itself was enough for him to call it a victory. Following the written portion of the exam, all the examinees gathered into the auditorium to be given instruction regarding the practical portion of the test. Welcome to today's live performance. Everybody say hey. A man with a crescent-shaped style of blonde hair waited for the crowd of examinees to oblige his request. He instead was met with silence. Tough crowd. Well, let's get straight into it. I'm here to present the guidelines of your practical. Are you ready? The complete absence of sound was the only answer he received. As the proctor continued to explain the guidelines of the exam, Izuku was fanboying hard. It's the voice hero, Present Mike. I used to listen to his radio show all the time. I guess all the teachers here are pro heroes. It makes me wonder which ones exactly teach here. It wouldn't make sense for. Izuku continued to mutter relentlessly until the voice of a blue-haired teen who wore glasses snapped him out of his train of thought. May I ask a question? From what you explained, there are only 3 faux villains that we encounter. However, the handout we received earlier shows there to be 4. Is there any reason for the contradiction? I wouldn't expect a school as prestigious as UA to allow such a blatant error. And you with the fluffy, green hair, you've been muttering all this time. If you think this is a joke, I advise you to leave. Izuku slumped in his chair, clearly embarrassed. Sorry, he muttered. Present Mike then replied to the blue-haired examinee. Good catch, examinee, 711. But the 4th variety of the faux villain gets you no points. He's more of an obstacle. I see. I apologize for the interruption. It's no problem, my young listener. That's going to be all from me. I'll leave my listeners with our school motto, plus ultra. Eventually, the examinees made their way to the training ground. It was almost as large as an actual city, and Izuku couldn't help but wonder how the school had the resources to build something so extravagant. He looked around and saw the girl from earlier that had saved him from cracking his head open. I have to thank her after this is over. Izuku then felt a hand on his shoulder and recognized that it was the boy from earlier who called him out on his muttering. If earlier was any indication of your behavior, I think it might be best for you to leave. I don't want you to act as hindrance to those who are actually striving to become heroes." Izuku blinked in surprise, but in all honesty, he could understand why the boy carried that idea of him. Apparently, he wasn't the only one, as Izuku could hear the murmurs of others suggesting that he shouldn't be there. He did his best to tune them out and remembered what All Might had said to him that morning. "I have faith in you. You just have to have some as well." Izuku steeled his nerves in preparation for the start of the practical. "And begin." No one moved. "What are you all waiting for? A signal? The test has already started. Run. Run." Izuku instantly activated 5% full cowling and darted off to try and get an early lead. "I can't use autonomous movement yet. The test is 10 minutes, and I can only sustain the transformation for 2. Not to mention, the drawback of using my quirk will render me useless for the rest of the exam." As he ran around looking for some faux villains, a one-pointer swerved in front of him with its eyes glowing a murderous red. Initially, he was taken aback by the sight of the machine, but he realized that if he could fight All Might, he could take down that robot. He launched himself at the machine with green electricity swirling around his fist. The punch knocked the robot's head off its shoulders. "That was easier than I expected." Using the speed boost 5% full cowling provided, Izuku zipped off to try and find more faux villains to increase his total. While the examinees were scrambling to try and find villains, a group of teachers sat and watched the display from the monitors. A voice gave commentary as the teachers simply sat and observed. "The examinees are unaware of the number of villains and the location that they're placed. Such a wide battlefield and limited time will only bring out the best in them. The talent this year's class has is obvious. There are some who can instantly assess the situation, some blessed with miraculous speed, others who can cope in any situation they're put in, and those with natural battle instinct. These crucial abilities a hero needs to have are judged by the points they earn." "This year is the cream of the crop, one voice asked. "It's too early to say. We might get a better indication depending on how they respond to this," another said as he pressed a button. Izuku was at 30 points once he felt the ground start to rumble. The examinees looked around to see what was the cause of the rumbling until they saw the zero-pointer. They could hear the gears roar as the machine gradually approached. Many of the students started running away from the robot, Izuku being included. He only had 30 points, and he couldn't afford to become occupied with the zero-pointer. He was about to leave the area until the sound of a familiar voice made him halt. "Ow!" Izuku turned around and found that it was the brunette from earlier. She was stuck under a slab on concrete, and thus unable to move. The zero-pointer was rapidly approaching the fallen girl. "She's going to get crushed. I guess now's a good time as any to use autonomous movement," he thought frantically. He closed his eyes and focused. He remembered the desperation of feeling cornered and the helplessness. He reached out to grasp his power out of need, and his need was met. Opening his eyes, azure irises had replaced the green ones he had. The zero-pointer swiped at a building, causing a deluge of debris to fall. Without thinking, Izuku jumped from piece to piece of the falling debris to make it to the top of the building. The hand of the zero-pointer was still in close proximity to the building, so Izuku jumped onto it and started running up its arm. The zero-pointer noticed the boy and swiped at its arm, but Izuku had jumped from it onto its torso to avoid being crushed. The excessive force from the swing made the zero-pointer take off its own arm in the process. Izuku had climbed from its torso to the top of its head. He focused, and with a roar slammed his fist into the top of the zero-pointer's head. Lines started to appear on the zero-pointer's head as the metal started to crack. He jumped onto a rooftop that was close by before the head of the zero-pointer exploded. The hulking body of the machine became unbalanced, and as a result started to topple backwards. As the remains of its head fell to the earth, Izuku leapt from the rooftop. Once he landed, he saw the girl and immediately scooped her up despite her protest. This isn't necessary," she told Izuku. However, it seemed like the boy was on autopilot and had completely disregarded what she said. As he carried her, she couldn't stop her face from heating up. His eyes had such an intense look to them, and she couldn't help but admire how he'd been so brave in his efforts to save her. As he held her to his chest, she could feel his muscles. She had no idea that underneath his training jacket he had a rather nice physique. The girl let herself remain in his arms until he suddenly stopped. She looked up at him again, and he was staring back at her. The silver eyes she saw were gone, and now back to the green ones she originally saw. Not only that, the confidence they once radiated were now filled with alarm. Izuku tried to process the situation, but he couldn't wrap his mind around the fact that the girl he saw earlier was now in his arms. Fatigue had suddenly hit him, and to his horror, he proceeded to drop the girl. She groaned in pain, and Izuku apologized profusely to her. As he spewed a stream of "I'm sorry" and "forgive me," a three-pointer whirled in front of him with murderous intent in its lenses. He tried to activate 5% full cowling, but his body was too tired. Gears hissed and whirled within the mechanical foe, indicating that it was getting ready to attack. The three-pointer charged towards Izuku, however, it never made an impact. The mechanical foe started to float higher and higher in the air, and Izuku immediately recognized it was the doing of the brunette. "Release," she mumbled weakly. The law of gravity eventually made the machine crash back into the ground, nuts and bolts flying everywhere as it made impact. Izuku looked over to the girl and immediately tried to thank her for the save. "That was incredible. Thanks for SA-. Bleg," was the girl's response. Izuku looked away from the brunette as she was emptying out the contents of her stomach. The voice of Present Mike then rang out. "Time is up." Izuku couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Before his encounter with the zero-pointer, he only had accumulated 30 points. While that amount was necessarily bad, he knew he could have done a lot better. With the amount he had, he was unsure whether or not he would be able to scrape by. While Izuku couldn't shake off the feeling of disappointment, the blue-haired teen from earlier couldn't shake off his feeling of awe. The green-haired teen, without hesitation, rushed in to save the girl, even at the expense of his chance to acquire more villain points. If this wasn't an exam, surely I would have done the same thing. Then it clicked for the boy. The boy probably came to the realization of how the exam is set up. Initially, I took him for a babbling fool, but it seems there's more to him than meets the eye. The glasses-wearing teen continued to stare at Izuku as he was helping the girl he had saved receive aid from the school nurse. If that deduction was any indication of the mental prowess the green-haired teen had, the blue-haired teen had high expectations. A week later, Izuku was still awaiting the results of his exam. The anticipation had been eating him. He could barely sleep, and he found that he had to constantly exercise just to get his mind off of it. He deduced that he barely passed the written portion of the exam, but as far as the practical, he was a bit iffy. 30 points would definitely be cutting it close. The talent the examinees possessed had been staggering, so he just couldn't rely on them not doing good. "The letter should be here today or tomorrow, right, Izuku?" his mother asked. "MHM. Honey, have some confidence. I've seen how hard you've trained for the exam. You will get in, okay?" "MHM. Inko sighed. Despite not wanting for Izuku to take this route, she decided to prioritize his happiness over her own. She just wanted for her son to be safe. However, if being a hero was what made him happy, she would support him wholeheartedly. Seeing him so nervous honestly made her nervous as well. "Izuku dear, I'm going to step outside briefly to check for mail." As she looked around, she saw an envelope with a golden seal on it. On it, the initials U.A was imprinted. Realizing what it was, she grabbed it frantically and rushed inside. "Izuku, the letter. It's here." Izuku promptly took the letter to his room and shut the door. He was anxious to see what the results were, so instead of tearing off the seal, he pulled the envelope open. A small disc tumbled on his desk before whirring to life. "I am here as a projection." Izuku jumped in his chair. "All Might, I've thought this was from you today. Always has been. The reason why you're seeing me right now is because I became a teacher at UA." "All Might at U.A?" Izuku asked himself. "Let's cut to the chase. You passed the written exam with flying colors. Job well done, young man. However, regarding the practical, you would have placed fairly low." "I knew it. I'm such a file-a-dash. Wait, what does he mean would have?" "If villain points were the only focus. For the exam, we weren't just watching for villain-based points. When you sacrificed your opportunity to acquire more points to save that girl, you added to your total through rescue points. The girl as well was able to earn some when she saved you from that three-pointer. You earned the grand total of 60 rescue points, while she earned 45. That combined with your 30 villain points put you in the top 10 entrance exam scores in the school's history. You should be proud of yourself. Izuku was trying to fight the waterworks as he was about to be told the words he desired to hear since the age of 4. 10 months ago, something like this would have seemed impossible, but now his dream seemed to be coming into fruition. Young Midoriya, welcome to your hero academia. A group of individuals sat in a dark room, light only being provided from the monitor. On the monitor, 10 names and 10 scores were displayed. They sat and deliberated upon the results that were currently being shown. The scores for the practical are out. The examinee Izuku Midoriya secured first place with 30 villain points and 60 rescue points, bringing him to a total of 90 points. The kid is definitely incredible. His score puts him in the top 10 regarding all-time scores, doesn't it? If I'm not mistaken, he would be number 8, above Endeavor and below Best Genist. A feminine voice commented. It's highly plausible that if he decided to avoid the zero-pointer, he could have had a higher total. He was taking the other 3 variants of the faux villains out with ease. Also, may I comment on how he went about dispatching the zero-pointer? Many students in the past have tried and failed, but he managed to do it in one blow and did it out without a scratch on him. The way he was moving as well, the agility was mind-boggling. Honestly, I think it's obvious that he's hero material. I can see you really like the kid, and I agree, but another participant that caught my eye was the examinee Katsuki Bikugu. You mean the examinee that came in 10th place? The results indicate that he got a total of 56 points. 26 of those were villain points, and the other 30 came from him destroying some debris before it fell on one of the examinees. While those numbers are no doubt impressive, what in particular do you find makes him stand out amongst his contemporaries? What I find special about him is the fact that he was able to achieve that score and he wasn't really trying, the feminine voice said. Could you elaborate? If you noticed at the end of the exam, he barely seemed winded. It didn't even look like he broke a sweat. Even the examinee, who claimed first, was extremely fatigued at the end. If this student managed to clinch a top 10 spot, exerting a fraction of his effort, just think about how much latent potential he has. While that may be true, shouldn't this be a motivator for us to reject him? If he gave half his effort to get into the school, what makes you think he'll exert more once he's in? We don't have the full details of why he didn't give it his all. For all we know, he could have been fatigued, or maybe it was a mental block. All I'm trying to emphasize is that the potential is there, and that we should capitalize on the time he'll spend here to make him into a fine hero. A man with long black hair, tired eyes, and unkempt scruff leaned back against the wall as he listened to his associates discuss the results of the practical portion of the exam. His eyes scanned the screen, an image of a green-haired, freckled boy currently occupying it. Not many things piqued the man's curiosity, however, this kid, simply put, was an anomaly. To possess a quirk that not only enhanced reflexes by a substantial amount, but also enhanced strength and speed as well, was almost unheard of. Just what is that kid's quirk? The night after Izuku had received the results, he met All Might on the beach. A cool breeze blew as the melody of the crashing waves filled the air. Celestial bodies illuminated the endless void of darkness that hung above Izuku. A couple of meters away stood All Might in his weakened form. All Might, Izuku called out. A couple of people that were on the beach started frantically looking around, hearing that All Might was apparently there. For the love of, first with the hair, now this. Is this kid trying to make my life difficult? All Might thought. Who's that? All Might called out. He then turned to Izuku and frantically told him, repeat after me. Just my eyes playing tricks on me. Just my eyes playing tricks on me, Izuku repeated. After the commotion started to die down, All Might resumed talking to Midoriya. You have to be way more careful. You almost blew my cover. When in public, call me Mr. Yagi, understand? Understood, Izuku replied. Besides that, congratulations on passing. Also, I thought you would want to know that I held no influence on your admittance into UA, All Might said as he offered his pupil a high five. I appreciate it. I was shocked to hear that you became a teacher at U.A. Figures why we're meeting here, even though your office is located in Tokyo's Minato Ward, Roppongi Dash. Getting creepy, All Might interjected. Izuku blushed in embarrassment at the realization as All Might continued to speak. I couldn't let anyone know until the school made it public knowledge. I figured I'd take the position while looking for the next inheritor of One for All. Right? He was going to choose from amongst the students, who probably have more skill and control over their quirk than I do. All me, Mr. Yagi, I can't help but feel that I could have done better in the practical. The fact that I could only use 5% without wearing myself out is discouraging. But young Midoriya, when we were training, you seemed satisfied with the progress you made. Why the change of heart all of the sudden? Because after taking the practical, I realized 5% may not be enough when it comes to an actual situation with a villain. A young Midoriya, you desire to run when you have yet to learn how to walk. You cannot rush progress, my pupil. As for right now, you still have time to work on increasing the output of One for All. After all, you attend UA to learn and prepare for your encounters with villains, not to actually encounter them. All Might puffed into his muscular form and rested a hand on Izuku's shoulder. My boy, you will surpass me as a hero, but you can't expect it to happen overnight. However, if you keep working at the pace you have been, it will be sooner than you think. Hey look guys, All Might is here. All Might's sweat dropped at being noticed. Crap, young Midoriya, run. He and Izuku ran across the beach as the crowd of All Might fans chased them, desperate for autographs and pictures. Izuku frantically paced his room back and forth. On his bed sat his phone. However, he couldn't find it in himself to actually pick it up. As he paced, he went into one of the worst mutter storms he had yet. On his phone was a notification of a text message from the girl he had met in the entrance exam. However, it wasn't who sent the message that caused Izuku to descend into madness, rather it was the content within the message. Via the text, the girl had asked Izuku if he wanted to hang out later in the day. Izuku had been watching YouTube videos of All Might when he saw that he received a text from the girl. He didn't think too much of it at first. She had texted him a week ago to ask about how he did on the practical. But when he scrolled down to see what she texted him, he almost choked on his saliva. Izuku tried to figure out how he got himself into this situation. Thanks for sticking with me, the brown-haired girl said to Izuku. He had stayed with her until she was healed by the school nurse. The damage done to the girl's leg by the falling debris was instantaneously fixed once the nurse gave her a smooch. It's in nothing, but are you all right? Izuku stammered. Yeah, I'm just a little bit tired though. Although it makes sense considering we just took that insane practical. Right? I wanted to thank you earlier for saving me from that fall, and also saving me from that three-pointer. That. I should be thanking you. The way you took out that giant robot was hardcore. That punch was awesome. Izuku blushed furiously at the compliment the girl gave him. And then when your eyes turned all glowy, and when you got that serious look, you looked super cool. That's a part of your quirk, right? With his face being the same shade as a tomato, Izuku shook his head up and down vigorously. I knew it. What exactly does your quirk do? The way you were able to dodge the debris made me think you had some sort of reflex enhancement quirk, but then when you blew up the zero-pointer in one hit, it made me think that you had a strength enhancement quirk of some kind. Is it either one of those? Izuku's blush disappeared as he realized the situation he was in. The strength enhancement was a result of One for All, and Izuku knew that he couldn't tell her that. So he just decided to tell her about his other quirk, autonomous movement. My quirk is kind of a mixture of both. My quirk, autonomous movement, allows me to separate my mind from my body, that way I don't have to think about my actions. As a result, my reflexes are enhanced as well as my strength and speed. At the explanation of his quirk, the girl couldn't help the wave of spit that escaped her lips. Her chest heaved as she guffawed, and Izuku immediately adopted a look of concern at the display. What's so funny? He asked. It's nothing, except that the name you came up with for your quirk is so vanilla. Noticing the hurt expression on Izuku's face, the girl apologized. I'm sorry, but the name is kind of bland, don't you think? Based on what I saw, I think a name more like Ultra Instinct would be fitting. Izuku thought about it. The name Ultra Instinct not only did a pretty good job explaining what his quirk did, but admittingly, it sounded cooler than autonomous movement. Not to mention, the cheerful smile the girl had plastered to her face was making it hard for Izuku to shoot down her suggestion. Ultra Instinct it is. Really? Glad you like my suggestion. After a period of silence, Izuku asked, So, what is your quirk? My quirk is zero gravity. With it, I can zero out the gravity of any object up to the weight limit of 3 tons. I think you already have an idea of what happens when I overexert myself. Can't say I forgot, Izuku said as he recalled her blowing rainbow-colored chunks. Speaking of forgetting, I don't want to forget you. Just in case only one of us passes, or in the worst case neither of us do, I want a way for us to keep in touch. I know we don't have our phones on us, so I'm counting on you to remember my number, okay? It's Dash. Izuku could hardly compute what was going on. That day, he not only talked to a girl for the first time, he had gotten a girl's number as well. Izuku listened intently as the girl verbalized the digits of her phone number. You got it, she asked. With a tinge of red staining his cheeks, he gave a nod. Good. Well, hopefully I see you around. Bye. And with that, she turned around and ran off. Izuku gave a small smile before he started to walk off as well. However, it wasn't long after until he heard a familiar voice trying to get his attention. Hey, kid with the fluffy green hair. Hey. Izuku turned around and was surprised to see that the girl from before was chasing after him. She put her hand on her knees and gasped for air before speaking to him. Here I am, trying to make a new friend, and I forgot to ask you the most important thing. What's your name? And my name is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya, huh? Mine is Ochako Uraraka. Anyways, Midoriya, it was nice meeting you. Bye for real, this time. Also don't forget to text me, alright? Izuku gulped. He had managed to survive the practical portion of the exam, however the real challenge started once he got home. Right, that's how. Izuku thought. It had been 10 minutes since he saw the text, and he still had yet to respond. The problem wasn't that he didn't want to hang out. Rather, he was afraid that if he did, she would find him weird while doing so. The last time he hung out with a friend was when he was 4 years old, so the idea of actually hanging out with someone mortified him, and the fact that it was a girl only further terrified him. You have fought All Might and have fought killer robots. If you can do that, you can tell a girl that you want to hang out with her. After taking 5 minutes to psyche himself up, he finally picked up his phone and finally responded. Izuku. Yes, I would like to hang out later today. 30 seconds later, his phone dinged indicating that he received a message. Ochako. Awesome, does 2 sound good? Izuku. 2 o'clock would be fine. Ochako. Alright, do you want to meet at my apartment, then we head out? Izuku nearly dropped his phone reading the last message she sent him. Izuku, I'm fine with that. Ochako, awesome, sounds like a plan. I'll send you the directions. See you in 2 hours. Izuku had 2 hours to mentally prepare himself for his day with Ochako. Needing to freshen up, Izuku went to the bathroom and hopped in the shower. As he let the warm water hit his face, he couldn't help but think about the rest of his day. He wasn't this nervous taking the UA entrance exam. However, Izuku decided to try and think rationally about the situation. What's the worst that can happen? His mind drifted over to the All Might shrine he had in his room and thought of the scenario of her going into his room and seeing it. Okay, that's pretty bad. Once he finished showering, he picked out some clothes for him to wear. Most of his outfits were hero-related, so he eventually had to decide on a navy blue hoodie with kanji, which translated into hoodie. Additionally, he chose to wear a pair of light blue jeans, and he decided to finish the look with the red sneakers he always wore. He ran his fingers through his green hair in an attempt to comb the messy abundance of it. Once finished, he grabbed his wallet and keys and made his way towards the door. Before he could leave, the voice of his mother grabbed his attention. Izuku, where are you going? I'm going to hang out with a friend, Mom. Sorry I didn't let you know in advance earlier. It was kind of a last-minute thing, and I dash. Don't worry about it. It's fine, sweetie. Just remember not to stay out past your curfew. Understood, by Mom. Love you. And with that, Izuku rushed out the door. Inko smiled softly to herself. It had been a while since she had seen her boy hang out with a friend, so to see him do so was refreshing. I'm glad to see you so happy. Enjoy yourself, Izuku. Following the directions Ochako had given him, Izuku eventually made his way to her apartment. Surprisingly, she didn't live that far from him, only being 20 minutes walking distance. After getting into the building and finding her unit, he gave a deep sigh before knocking. Coming, he heard a voice say. After a couple more seconds of waiting, the door finally opened, revealing a smiling Ochako. She was clad in a yellow shirt and jean shorts, which gave attention to her shapely legs. She also wore white sneakers and carried a pink backpack. Izuku couldn't help but gawk at the sight that was before him. His eyes trailed to her legs multiple times, but he forced himself to avert his eyes so he wouldn't stare. Last thing I want her to think is that I'm some type of pervert. Ochako scanned the outfit Izuku had on, and her cheeks puffed out as she tried to contain her laughter. Puffed, I thought that you were just vanilla when it came to naming things. Now I know how you dress as well. Is no different. As she continued to laugh, Izuku questioned to himself whether she had an agenda to destroy his self-esteem. After a couple more seconds of giggling, Ochako composed herself and asked him if he was ready to leave. Grumbling that he was, they eventually made their way outside the building. Izuku kept a healthy amount of space between him and Ochako as they walked. It had been 5 minutes, and neither of them had said a word to each other after they had left her apartment building. Wanting to break the silence, Ochako asked Izuku, "What do you think it'll be like at UA? Considering that it's one of the most prestigious hero schools in Japan, I'm guessing that the curriculum will be tough. Nevertheless, I can't wait until April gets here. I'm excited to see what we'll be learning." "So am I," Ochako pitched in. She then asked Izuku another question. "Hey Midoriya, what made you want to become a hero?" Izuku thought about it. He was going to say that All Might had inspired him, which was true. However, he realized that it was deeper than that. He always had an innate desire to help people. From him helping Katsuki out of the river to him standing up for kids that got bullied, there was no question that he had a desire to serve others. What All Might had done was simply show him an avenue of which he could. Ever since I was young, I always wanted to help people. It was watching All Might that gave me the desire to become a pro hero to do so. I know it's kind of a simple reason. Just because it's simple doesn't make it any less sweet, Ochako said as she smiled warmly at him. Izuku felt himself begin to practically melt at the compliment, his face a burning red. Also, am I wrong in assuming that All Might is your favorite hero? How did you know? Guess not. I figured he was when I saw him on both your home and lock screen, and your reason for wanting to become a hero pretty much confirmed it. Izuku's face turned redder than what it was before. So embarrassing, Izuku thought. Hey, no reason to be embarrassed. I have a favorite hero too. Mine is the space hero, 13, although as of recently she's had some competition for that spot. Izuku's eyes lit up at the mention of 13. 13, the rescue hero? She's a favorite of mine as well. Her black hole quirk is so cool. But you mentioned something about her having competition as your favorite? Who's she competing with? Do you know who Great Saiyawoman is? Izuku thought hard about the question. The name sounded vaguely familiar. He tried to remember where he had seen her, then it hit him that he had seen her in one of the YouTube videos he had watched. He recalled watching the pro hero face a villain who possessed an ice quirk of some sort. Oh, you mean that new up-and-coming pro hero? She's ranked number 20, I believe. I haven't gotten to see her in action much, but I hear she's quite talented. She is, Ochako gushed. I look up to her because while her quirk isn't the flashiest, she makes the most of it. Many people said that she wouldn't even crack the top 50, but she's proven all of them wrong. She kind of reminds me of myself in a way. I don't have the flashiest quirk either, but her example gives me assurance that I too can become a great hero. The enthusiasm she radiated caused Izuku to smile. Wow, from how you describe her, I have no doubts that she's amazing. Speaking of which, why did you decide to become a hero? Izuku saw the enthusiasm Ochako had vanished as soon as he asked the question. The smile she had previously shifted into a frown, and her eyes started to become misty. This was the first time Izuku had seen her like this, and made him feel awful. Wanting to try and restore the prior mood, he said, "Don't worry about it. If you don't feel calm for Dash." "No, I'm fine, sorry. It's just that the reason I became a hero is kind of touchy for me. But you don't seem like the type to judge, so I'll go ahead and tell you. The reason why I became a hero was for the money." She looked over to see if she had been wrong in her assessment of Izuku, and to her relief, she wasn't. He was giving her rapt attention as he waited for her to continue. "My family is currently suffering from financial hardships. My dad, he owns a construction company, however, he's been struggling to find clients. Whenever I would approach him about it, he would tell me not to worry, but at night, I would always hear him and my mom stressing about what they were going to do. To try and alleviate some of the pressure, I decided to become a pro hero. Don't get me wrong, I want to help people as well, but the people I want to help first are my family. Midoriya, does that make me selfish? Izuku gave a gentle smile to try and help ease Ochako's nerves. I don't find your reason to be selfish. Actually, I think it's selfless. And I think that you are talented enough to make your desire to help your family become reality. Ochako felt her face heat up at the kind words the green-haired teen had spoken to her. Realizing what he said, Izuku became flustered as well, his cheeks turning a deep shade of crimson. The two teens continued to walk with each other, their faces beet red, until Izuku spoke up. So, are you hungry? Ochako felt her stomach grumble. I could eat. Well, what are you in the mood for? I could go for some mochi, Ochako replied, resisting the urge to drool at the thought of the tasty treat. Mochi it is. Though, I'm not familiar with this area as you can imagine. I assume you know some good spots around here. I know a couple, but there's one in particular where you can get some really good mochi for a fair price. Well, I'll let you lead the way then. After getting their fill, it was time to pay the bill. Ochako opened up her backpack to try and pay for her portion, but Izuku waved her off. She insisted that he didn't need to pay for the whole thing, but he in response told her that it wasn't a big deal. Reluctantly, she allowed for Izuku to pay for her as well. After leaving the restaurant, Ochako asked Izuku, "Did you have anything else in mind that you wanted to do?" Well, I don't know if you're a big fan of arcades. Truthfully, I've never been to one, but if you think they're fun, I would like to go. Okay, just give me a second to look at some that are close by. But trust me, Uraraka, you're going to love the experience. As he scrolled his phone, Ochako was mentally kicking herself. You just met the guy and you almost said that you would love to go with him somewhere. Nice. Now what if he thinks I'm some type of hussy? Way to go, Ochako. Hey, Uraraka. I think I found a place for us to go to. It's about 15 min. Hey, Uraraka, are you alright? Izuku asked as he noticed her staring off into space. Huh? Oh yeah, I'm fine. I was just thinking. Sorry to worry you. It's no problem. I was just saying that the place is 15 minutes from here. Oh, okay. Well, I guess you can take charge this time. They eventually arrived at the arcade, and Izuku's words had proven true for Ochako. When she entered the building, she was instantly mesmerized by the blinking lights and various sounds coming from the arcade machines. She could hear faint buzzing as the machines spat tickets to reward the efforts of players. The aroma of artificial cheese and greasy pizza filled the air. What do you think? Izuku asked. I haven't even done anything yet, but this place looks awesome. You weren't lying. I'm definitely excited for my first arcade experience. That's good to hear. Let's go ahead and get some tokens. Izuku tried to pay for tokens, however the glare she sent him allowed him to draw the conclusion that she would be fine getting her own. Both having cups brimming with tokens, they walked around the arcade looking for games to play. Ochako eventually stopped at a machine that had the words Metroid on it. After glancing at the demo and finding the concept of the game to be interesting, she entered the required number of tokens and got ready to play. Eventually, she made it to the final boss, which looked like some type of dragon. Izuku watched anxiously as she battled the boss, but unfortunately she died. Oh man, I was so close, Ochako said as she sulked. Think about it like this. For your first time, that was pretty good, Izuku said to try and cheer up his friend. I guess that game over there looks fun. Izuku and Ochako continued to use their tokens for games they found entertaining. They would alternate in choosing, but both seemed to enjoy what the other had chosen. Once they got to the halfway mark in tokens, Izuku made the suggestion that they should try and play games that gave tickets so they could try for a prize. Ochako agreed, and after many games of Wheel of Fortune, Skee Ball, and Monster Drop, they finally made their way to the Cyclone. It had a jackpot of 5,000 and the lights that swirled around the machine almost seemed to mock passers-by. Izuku knew he could get that jackpot if he used his quirk. They already had a decent amount of tickets, but truth be told, he wanted to use this opportunity to impress Ochako. Izuku, what you're thinking of doing is illegal. Is impressing her really worth the risk? What would All Might think of this? Izuku could almost hear his mentor's voice in his subconscious. Young Midoriya, you know it would be unbefitting for the successor of my power to misuse his quirk for such a trivial reason. As a hero, if you have the expectation of people to uphold the law, you yourself must do so as well. Izuku closed his eyes, his mind made up on what he needed to do. When he opened them back up, they glowed a luminous azure color. Several minutes had passed before the machine finally finished spitting out the last of the 5,000 tickets. Needless to say, his plan had worked and Ochako was indeed impressed. He felt guilty for using his quirk, but seeing the huge smile on her face and the wad of tickets in her hand told him that the end justified the mean. They were on their way to exchange their tickets when Ochako grabbed Izuku's arm to get his attention. He became flustered at the sudden contact, but he tried to calm himself to listen to what Ochako had to say. "Hey Midoriya, is laser tag any fun?" It is plenty of fun." Izuku stuttered as he tried to regain composure. "What all is involved?" "Well, you wear a vest and have a laser gun. The point is to use the laser gun to try and get as many tags as possible, while trying to avoid getting tagged as well." "That does sound like fun. Do you want to play a game before we trade in the tickets?" "Yeah, I would like to." When they approached the counter before Izuku could even reach back for his wallet, Ochako already had the money out on the counter for both her and Izuku to play. The cashier handed them 2 passes indicating that they had access to the arena. On the way there, Izuku blubbered about Ochako paying for him, but she insisted that it was fair since he had paid for the mochi earlier. They made it to the arena and stood outside the door, waiting for the next game. A couple minutes later, a myriad of kids and tired parents seemed to flood out the door. The only person left was an employee that seemed to have had it. His eyes were bloodshot and had heavy bags under his eyes. In an almost robotic voice, he asked them, "Just you two?" In response, Izuku and Ochako both nodded. "Follow me." They followed the employee to a waiting room of sorts before being instructed to sit down. The employee asked them, "Have you ever played laser tag at our arcade before?" Both shook their heads no. A look of displeasure fell upon the face of the employee. "Do you two at least understand the basics of how to play?" The duo slowly nodded in reply. "Should be good enough," he grumbled. "Okay, before we get started, here's a rundown of the rules. There is no running, climbing, crawling, punching, kicking, and butt stroking. Failure to comply with these rules will result in the termination of the game." From the way that he said it, it was obvious to both Izuku and Ochako that he had repeated those lines many times before. "I'll be watching you two to make sure you don't break any rules. You two can go ahead and get suited up." Both had put on their vest and stood at the entrance of the arena, awaiting for the employee to allow them to start playing. A horn went off indicating that the game had begun. Realizing the situation they were in, both ran to opposite sides of the arena so they wouldn't get tagged. The employee noticed them running but decided not to do anything. "I don't get paid enough for this anyway. As long as they don't injure themselves, I don't give a foo dash." Functioning in this environment proved to be tough for Ochako. The dark didn't help, and the maze of walls in the arena didn't contribute much either. She knew that Izuku had advantage over her in experience and speed, so she racked her brain to try and come up with a good way to close the gap. What she thought of was illegal, but she rationalized that it wouldn't be too heinous. She pressed her fingers together to activate her quirk so that she could float and see where Izuku was. Sure enough, he was on his way to where she was at. She knew he would be coming for her on her left, so she was prepared to meet him. A couple of shots deactivated his vest, forcing him to retreat. The encounters continued like this for a while, with Ochako floating to see where Izuku was, thereby anticipating his next move. Izuku became increasingly frustrated. He didn't understand how she kept on constantly anticipating where he was going to be. He then took a step back to analyze his surroundings. He saw a pair of eyes looking at him from over the wall and made the connection that they were Ochako's. She eked upon being noticed and immediately deactivated her quirk to hide herself. "Dang it, I've given away my position. But if I try to run, then I'm easy pickings. My best option is to try and guess which way he'll come from." She decided to go left, since he had been advancing there most of the game. What she did not expect was for him to leap over the wall to try and get her. She was caught completely by surprise, and eventually the lights on her vest began to blink, indicating she had been tagged. She tried to run away. However, Izuku would relentlessly pursue her, tagging her out whenever she went back online. For such a sweet boy, I thought he would try and take it easy on me. I need to remember when it comes to games, he's absolutely brutal. After a while, the game ended with Izuku having nearly double the points Ochako had. They returned their vest, thanked the employee who returned their gratitude with a slight smile, and left the arena. Izuku turned around to Ochako and asked, "Well, what did you think? Did you have fun?" "It was a blast. Although, I didn't expect someone with your personality to be so intense when it came to games. It was kinda scary. You almost seemed like another person entirely." "I'm sorry, I get like that when I'm focused," an embarrassed Izuku responded. Ochako giggled, seeing the uneasy look on Izuku's face. "Don't worry about it. Oh, I almost forgot. Are you ready to trade in the tickets?" "That's right, we still need to." "Yeah, I'm ready." They made their way over to the counter, and their eyes scanned the wall of prizes. Some prizes caught their eye, such as the All Might pop figure Izuku saw, or the telescope Ochako glanced at. Other prizes they wondered why they were there, one in particular being a replica of the R-rated hero, Midnight's Whip. Ochako eventually decided on 13 plushie. She saw, however, Izuku remained undecided. "I'm sure I don't have that All Might pop figure in my collection already. Maybe, I'll just go with that." As Izuku was about to tell the counter attendant that he would like the figure, he spotted a box next to it with a blue double C logo. Realizing what it was, Izuku told the attendant that he wanted to exchange a share of tickets for it. The attendant nodded in confirmation and handed him the box. Inside it were a number of empty capsules. "I can't wait to try these once I get home," Izuku thought. Still having some tickets left over, Ochako decided to get a number of miscellaneous items such as sunglasses and rings, whereas Izuku, not finding that he wanted anything else, decided to give the rest of his tickets to a little kid that was nearby. After getting their prizes, they left the arcade, both in high spirits. The sun was starting to set, the sky painted in various blues, reds, yellows, and oranges. Izuku checked his phone and noticed it was starting to get late. His mother had told him she wanted him back before his curfew, so he told Ochako that he had to get ready to head home. They both chatted eagerly as he walked her back to her apartment. They were so immersed in conversation that before they knew it, they were already at their destination. Before she walked into her building, she told Izuku, "Thank you for accepting my invitation to hang out with me today. I enjoyed it. Hopefully you did too." "I definitely did. I'm looking forward to the next time we hang out." Ochako's face started to heat up. The fact that he assumed there would be a next time confirmed to her that he liked to be around her. Her heart fluttered, but she couldn't quite figure out as to why. Emotions started to dominate rationality, and without thinking, she pulled Izuku into a tight hug. "Again, thank you," Ochako softly muttered. Izuku thought his head was going to explode from all the heat rushing to it. So close. Eventually, Ochako released him from the hug, and while it was hard to see, there was a tinge of pink on her cheeks. "Good night, Midoriya." And with that being said, she practically ran inside, leaving a speechless Izuku to try and process what just happened. He eventually was snapped out of his stupor at the realization that he had ways to go before he would be home. The sound of his mother's voice rang out as Izuku stepped through the door. "First, thank you for getting home on time. With that out the way, tell me how your day was with your new friend." Izuku's eyes lit up as he began to recall what he and Ochako had done that day. "It was awesome, Mom. First we went to get matcha at this one place she suggested, and it was amazing. After that we went to the arcade and won a bunch of tickets. We also played a game of laser tag as well. She seemed to have a lot of fun, and so did I." Inko was happy hearing that her son had a good time. However, what caught her off guard was the fact that Izuku's friend was a female. From what he described, the time he spent with her had been just harmless fun, so she wasn't necessarily worried, which meant that a little teasing wouldn't hurt anybody. "Izuku, you never told me that your friend was a her. When will I get the chance to meet this special someone?" Izuku groaned as he started to turn red. Mom, she and I aren't L like that. We're just friends." "The way that you are stuttering would have me believe otherwise." "It's okay, son. There's nothing wrong with being in love. Just remember to keep it PG-13 between you two, at least for now." Izuku threw on his hood and pulled the strings in an attempt to hide the blushing mess that was his face. Sensing that he probably couldn't handle any more teasing, Inko drew him into a hug. "Joking aside, I'm glad that you enjoyed yourself, sweetie. After all these years, to finally see you happy, it's just. Inko couldn't finish her sentence as a wave of tears started rolling down her face. The day Izuku told her that he had been bullied for the past 10 years, She had been haunted with guilt. Even though her son did his best to assure her that it wasn't her fault, deep down she knew that it was her negligence that contributed to his prolonged misery. She was glad to see that he had a friend, but she knew it shouldn't have taken him this long. Izuku held on to his mother to try and comfort her as she continued to cry, tears mixed with sadness but also relief. As Ochako got ready for bed, her mind started to recall the epic day she spent with Izuku. She smiled softly at the 13 plushie that sat in her bed. Ever since she had moved away from her parents, she had to constantly fight off feelings of loneliness. Practically everything she knew, she had left behind in her pursuit to be a hero. It honestly terrified her because she thought that she would have to walk the daunting path alone. However, today had assured her that wouldn't be the case. Her and Izuku had the same goal of becoming great heroes. She knew that both couldn't afford to distract each other in their pursuit, but they could refine one another. As she thought about the boy, she couldn't help but admit he was rather simple in nature. From how he looked, to how he dressed, even to his reasons for doing certain things were all fairly straightforward and plain. However, his simplicity is what greatly intrigued her. While some people had ulterior motives for doing certain things, any actions committed by the boy were because he thought it was the right thing to do. His reason for becoming a hero reflected that. When he had paid for her meal, it was a reflection of that as well. She also knew, when he opposed his philosophy, it greatly bothered him. While Izuku had tried to be discreet in using his quirk at the arcade, Ochako noticed him activating it. After he did, he looked extremely guilty, obviously bothered by using it in such a fashion. She didn't want her friend to remain downtrodden by his mistake, so she gave him that huge smile to try and boost his spirits. Needless to say, it worked. From the time she spent with Izuku, she learned that although he was vanilla in many ways, he had a big heart and had a moral compass that was constantly being calibrated. As she curled up in her bed, while she had come to know more about Izuku, she realized that there were things that were still unanswered, such as why she felt so weird being around him. She had friends before, but none of them made her feel that Izuku did. Being around him made her feel like she had applied her quirk on herself. She felt light, and her heart seemed to beat a dozen times faster. Ochako continued to ponder over the possible cause, but drowsiness eventually overtook her, causing her to fall asleep, with the 13 plushie wrapped firmly in her arms. There was 1 week left until Izuku started his journey at UA High School. He couldn't help but feel a twitter about the whole thing, since it was a new experience. As he sat on his bed, he thought about what his first day would be like, who would be in his class, who his teacher was going to be, and so on and so forth. Deciding that it wasn't healthy for him to be thinking about it so much, he put on his hoodie and sweatpants with the intention of going for a jog. He slipped on his trusty red shoes and exited his room. He saw his mom on the couch half asleep, watching her stories. Izuku cleared his throat to try and get her attention. With her eyes half-lidded, she sat up and turned around to see what her son needed. "Hey mom, would it be alright if I went for a quick jog?" At this hour, Inko asked as she yawned. "Yeah, I'm kind of nervous about school, and I just wanted to go to try and clear my head." As much as she didn't like the idea, she knew that realistically she didn't have much to worry about. Mizudafu was essentially a hero hub, so crime was fairly low. And if he did run into trouble, more than likely there would be a pro-hero there to help him. Then to top it off, her son had a powerful quirk, so if he needed to, he would be able to adequately defend himself. Reluctantly, she said, "Fine, but don't be too long." "I won't. I should be no more than 30 minutes," Izuku replied. "That's fine. I'll be up waiting for you." Izuku nodded and went out the door. Once he hit the street, he broke into a light jog. His green hair bounced with each step he took, and after jogging for a little bit, a sheen of sweat covered his face. It was dark, light only coming from the lampposts he passed and the occasional car that passed by him. He was taking his normal route, and soon he would pass the alleyways he always did. He was so focused that he failed to notice that someone had bumped into him. What caught his attention was the squeak the individual let out as they ran into his leg. Izuku turned to see who bumped into him, and it was a little girl with silver hair and red eyes. One feature that Izuku found unique was the horn on top of her head. However, what he couldn't take his attention away from was the bandages that were wrapped around her arms and legs. How did she get these? Izuku wondered. She continued to sit on the ground, and Izuku figured that she was still shaken up. He bent down to try and pick her up, but she started trying to resist his efforts. Her eyes were wide, and it was obvious to Izuku that she was frightened. He lowered his voice in an attempt to be soothing and told her, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I just want to try and help you up." The little girl sensed the genuineness of Izuku's words, and as a result let him help her up. "I'm sorry about Eri. My niece can be a real handful sometimes. Come on, Eri. Let's leave this gentleman alone," a voice called out. Izuku looked up to find the source of the voice. In front of him stood a man who wore a pink chongsan, and on it had kanji, which translated into "kill you." He had small beady eyes, a thin mustache, and black hair that was tied into a ponytail. Upon hearing the man's voice, Eri rushed into Izuku's arms and buried her head in his chest. Izuku tried prompting her to go to her uncle. "Come on, Eri. You heard your uncle. You have to Dash." "Please don't go," Eri said in a harsh whisper. She looked like she was on the verge of crying, and her body started to tremble violently. Immediately, Izuku knew something was wrong. With the way she's acting, I'm sure that she's getting abused. He knew that look in her eyes all too well. "She seems kind of scared," Izuku said. He was trying to prompt the man into giving him information that would confirm his suspicion. "She probably knows that she is going to receive punishment when we get home. Her father is a strict man, and he has no tolerance for her bad behavior. Isn't that right, Eri?" Izuku felt Eri grip his hoodie harder as the man asked the question. He didn't miss the threatening tone it was delivered with. "Where did all those bandages she has come from? If she needs that many, the injury must be pretty serious. Has she received any medical attention for them?" The man growled at the questions Izuku bombarded him with. "You're a nosy brat, aren't you? If you must know, Eri loves to play, but she's not very careful when she does. That's the reason why for all the bandages, and yes, she has received medical attention. Now could you please let my niece go?" Eri reluctantly tried to separate herself from Izuku, but he pulled her closer to him. Izuku saw right through the ruse and refused to let the little girl go towards the man. He wasn't sure whether it was the man in front of him or Eri's father that caused her injuries, but he was certain of one thing, and that was, home wasn't a safe place for her to be. The man saw that Izuku wasn't going to let go of Eri anytime soon and started to snarl in anger. However, the snarl eventually morphed into a chuckle of sorts. "You're one annoying kid. Since you won't hand the child over to me, I'll just take her from your rotting corpse. I wish I could say that I hoped it wouldn't come down to this, but I would be lying. I'm going to enjoy every second of this." The man took out a capsule and pushed it, and as a result a sword appeared in his hand. Izuku pushed Eri behind him as the man rushed him with the intention of decapitating the green-haired teen. Using 5% full cowling, Izuku was able to react fast enough and grab his wrist before the man cleaved his head off. Izuku started to apply pressure, forcing the man to drop his sword. The man growled and used his free hand to jab his index and middle finger into the arm Izuku was holding him with. Izuku felt his arm go numb, and the grip he had on the man slipped. He tried to move his arm, but it just dangled uselessly as the man backed up. He had a smirk on his face, one that showed that in his mind, victory was assured. "How?" Izuku questioned. "Well, since you're about to die at the hands of mercenary Tao, I'll go ahead and oblige you. My quirk, pressure paralysis, allows me to paralyze a part of your body based on the pressure point I hit. Since I hit a pressure point in your arm, I'm sure you can figure out as to why you can't move it." Izuku roared as he threw another punch at Tao, but the mercenary parried the punch and paralyzed his remaining arm. Both limbs hung by his side, and now he was unable to defend himself. "I could kill you right now, but I promised myself that I would enjoy this. Ending it right now would be a waste. For right now, I'll just beat you to the point where you'll wish you were dead." Izuku's head started to snap left, right, up, and down as he was brutalized by the flurry of punches mercenary Tao was throwing. Blood was flung about as his head twisted in different directions. Some got in his eyes, which obscured his vision. He felt his face start to swell up as the hard knuckles of the mercenary kept striking him. Eventually getting bored, Tao grabbed Izuku and delivered a gruesome knee to his stomach. Izuku started to feel nauseous after the blow landed, but he couldn't use his arms to try and hold his stomach. Mercenary Tao followed up the knee with a viscous elbow to the back of Izuku's neck, causing him to crumple to the ground. Tao firmly planted his foot on the center of Izuku's back and grasped one of his arms. As the mercenary grabbed Izuku's arm, Izuku realized that he was able to feel it again. The voice of Tao then rang out as Izuku came to that realization. About 2 minutes have passed, which means you'll be able to feel this. In one fluid motion, Tao pulled his arm, and a sickening crack followed. Izuku howled in pain as he knew right then and there his arm was broken. Despite the immense pain, only one thought ran through Izuku's head. I have to protect Eri. With tears and blood blurring his vision, he turned his head to see if Eri was still there. Sure enough, she was, sobbing at the sight that was before her. Izuku knew this wasn't a battle that he could win, but he was sure that he could buy enough time for her to escape. "Eri, run!" Izuku shouted. His voice snapped her out of her tear-filled stupor, and instinctively, she started to run as fast as her little legs could carry her. "Oh no you don't, brat," Tao barked. He grabbed another capsule from his pocket and pushed it. A grenade appeared from the puff of smoke. Taking his foot off of Izuku, Tao positioned himself to where he would be able to hit Eri and pulled the pin. He cocked his arm back and threw the grenade, not caring if he had to bring her back to her father in more than one piece. Time seemed to slow down for Izuku as he saw the grenade rapidly approaching Eri. Without thinking, he activated 20% full cowling and rushed towards her and wrapped her in his arms, using his back to shield her from the imminent explosion. He ran forwards to try and create some space between them and the grenade. However, the force of the explosion propelled him from the alleyway and onto the street. Shards of shrapnel were buried inside Izuku's back, but the adrenaline made him disregard it. "Eri, are you all right?" Izuku worriedly asked. She groaned in response, which made Izuku breathe a sigh of relief. He scanned her body, and besides a few minor cuts and scratches here and there, she was fine. The hoodie Izuku wore was in rags, so he ripped it off and threw it to the ground. From the alleyway emerged mercenary Tao, with a calm and collected look on his face. Izuku gritted his teeth at the sight of the man, unable to prevent his anger from boiling over. "You bastard. You could have killed her." "It wouldn't have been the first time I killed a child. Besides, even if I did, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. The boss can just fix her," Tao said in a nonchalant tone. "You're a monster. I won't let you take Eri. She's just a little girl. She doesn't deserve any of this." Tao sneered. "How admirable, but both you and I know that you're on your last leg. Keep struggling though. It'll just make the kill all the more satisfying." He's right. I am on my last leg. I didn't want to use Ultra Instinct earlier because I didn't know how strong he was. Now that I have no more options, I might as well use it. It's a gamble though, because if I don't finish him off, I'll be vulnerable due to the stamina drain. But at this point, it's a risk I'm willing to take. Izuku closed his eyes and focused. "Don't think, just let your body react." "Ah, so you're accepting your fate, I see. To be honest, I'm kind of disappointed. I would have preferred for you to struggle a bit longer, but I guess it wouldn't hurt to end it right now," Tao said. He then rushed Izuku, index and middle finger pointed, with the intent of striking a pressure point in his head. He drew back his arm and thrusted it forwards, grinning wildly at the thought of adding another kill to his list. However, instead of striking flesh and bone like he expected, he whiffed and stumbled forwards. As he was trying to figure out what had happened, a fist met the back of his head, causing him to skid across the street. Slowly, he picked himself up, and on his hands and knees, he turned around to look at his opponent. His speed has improved drastically. Is this just some second wind, or is it something else? Tao didn't want to reveal his worry, so he put on a mask of bravado. "That was just a lucky blow. Don't let it go to your head. Just because you changed eye colors doesn't mean you can beat me." Offering no response, Izuku ran forward and delivered another powerful punch to Tao's jaw. Tao stumbled backwards and tried to recover, but Izuku was there already. His eyes almost had a primal look to them, and for the first time in Tao's life, he felt fear. Just what the hell is this kid? I was just faster than him moments ago, but now he greatly outclasses me in speed. I have to create some distance between us, otherwise I'm a goner. Tao retreated back into the alley they were in prior, and Izuku followed him with a cold look on his face. As the two opponents retreated back into the alley, Eri sat on the sidewalk conflicted. Izuku had told her to run, and now she had the opportunity to. However, She couldn't bear the thought of leaving the person who had protected her. She had seen the injuries he sustained, and she knew that he wasn't in any condition to fight. What should I do? What should I do? She frantically thought. As Izuku entered the alley, there was no sight of Tao anywhere. Izuku kept walking around until he heard a shuffling noise. Tao leapt from the wall, his sword raised above his head, with the intention of splitting Izuku in two. His sword clanked upon hitting the ground, and Tao's frustration started to bubble over. Stop dodging and fight like a man, you cow dash. His sentence was cut short by a hook to the jaw, which caused him to careen into the wall. Tao's eyes were bloodshot as a result of his frustration and the intense pain. Before he knew it, Izuku was in front of him preparing another strike. Tao narrowly dodged it, and his eyes bulged as he saw the boy punch a hole through the wall. Fighting him is no use. My best bet is to get out of here. Tao tried to flee from the alleyway, but to his horror he found that Izuku was already there, blocking the exit. As Izuku stepped towards him, Tao slowly stepped back. He was outclassed, and continuing to try and fight him would have been suicide. It was unknown to Izuku that Tao had one more trick up his sleeve. I hate that he pushed me far enough to use this technique, but there's no possible way that he'll be able to withstand this. Please don't kill me. I've seen the errors of ways and I promise to change. I never chose this life, you know. It all started when Tao, on his knees, cried crocodile tears as he blubbered about how he never wanted to be a mercenary and that he only did it to satisfy his material needs. He started to cry even harder as he saw that his sob story wasn't working in the slightest. Izuku was still approaching him, with the same cold look he had earlier. Izuku eventually stood over Tao, his azure eyes piercing the darkness that surrounded him. Tao firmly clasped his hands together as he begged and pleaded for Izuku not to kill him. To his surprise, Izuku hadn't attacked him yet. A sly smile crept onto his face. Did the fool really buy it? It was getting kind of dicey earlier, but I knew my technique would work. All I have to do is dash. Tao's thought was cut off by Izuku's fist caving in his face. The green-haired teen used the momentum from the punch to slam Tao's head into the pavement. Tao seized for a little bit before finally going still, a pool of red starting to form around his head. Izuku's eyes flashed, indicating that his quirk would deactivate soon. He walked out of the alleyway and found Eri in the same spot she was earlier. Although she was still scared, she perked up seeing that her protector had emerged the victor. Izuku slowly trotted to her, as the silver colors in his eyes dissipated. He heard a voice ask him if he was all right, but he couldn't place who it came from. The vibrant green eyes he went into the fight with were now dull and lifeless. He felt tired and just wanted to go to sleep, but one thought was motivating him to keep on moving. I have to make sure Eri is all right. Slowly but surely, he made his way to the little girl. He was a couple of feet away until he stopped. His eyes closed and his body went slack, causing him to fall face first into the ground. A mixture of Eri's screams and the voice he heard prior were the last things he remembered before everything went black. The first thing that hit Izuku when he woke up was the sterile smell of his surroundings. Next was the soft beeping of the machine next to him. Izuku looked at the 4 that was in his arm, and he eventually started to put everything together. I'm in the hospital. How did I end up here, though? Then it all came to him at once. He remembered his encounter with the Eri, the brutal beating he took from mercenary Tao, and him using Ultra Instinct to end the fight. However, he was unaware of where Eri was and also was unaware about the welfare of Tao. While he was certainly angry at the man, Izuku had no intention to use lethal force in the fight. After seeing the pool of red form around the mercenary's head, he thought the worst. What if he's dead? It would be because of me and not being able to control my anger during the fight. He looked around the room to see if Eri or anyone he knew was there. His eyes fell upon a man who was sitting asleep in one of the chairs. Upon inspecting the man, what Izuku initially noticed was that he had no nose. The second thing that caught Izuku's eye was the police uniform the man was wearing. As Izuku tried to figure out just who the guy was, the police officer started to stir awake. The man gave a massive yawn before looking over to Izuku, who was staring intensely at him. The police officer blinked twice in surprise before breaking out into a huge grin. You're finally awake. I'm not gonna lie, earlier when I found you, you had me worried. Izuku continued to stare at the man in confusion. The police officer scratched the back of his head sheepishly as he realized he hadn't introduced himself yet. I apologize, kid. My name is Officer Krillin, but you can just call me Krillin. I found you after you had your run-in with Mercenary Tao. You were in awful condition when I did, but because of your resilience it looks like you'll be able to make a solid recovery. Izuku then realized that the voice that had called out to him after his fight with Tao belonged to the police officer he was now speaking with. The thought of the fight made him remember the urgent question he had earlier. "Where's Eri?" Izuku asked. "Oh, she's with your mother. After a bit of coaxing from both your mother and I, Eri agreed to go down with her to the cafeteria to get some snacks." "My mom is here." "Yeah, she arrived here when you were in the middle of surgery. I'll tell you what, you're extraordinarily lucky that you didn't end up paralyzed. The shrapnel just missed severing your spine. Is Tao still alive?" Krillin seemed to flinch at the question. Izuku noticed the hesitation and asked him again. "Is Tao still alive?" Krillin didn't want to tell the kid the status of Tao. While the mercenary was still alive, he was hanging on by a thread. From what Krillin had heard, he had suffered an open fracture on the back of his skull and a depressed fracture on the front. The man seemed to have also lost a lot of his cognitive ability as well. If the man didn't die from the brain damage he sustained, going forward, he would definitely be a shell of his former self. However, Krillin knew that the team deserved to know. So after taking a deep breath, Krillin told him, "Look, kid, I'm going to be honest with you. Mercenary Tao is not dead, but he is extremely close to it. Ever since we arrived at the hospital, he has been in critical condition." Izuku felt queasy upon receiving the news. While Tao wasn't necessarily dead, he was sickened to find out that the mercenary was knocking on death's door because of him. Izuku didn't regret having to fight Tao. Had this situation occurred again, he would have done the same exact thing. What Izuku regretted was the consequences his fight with Tao had produced. For a hero, a victory consisted of making sure the public was safe and making sure no casualties occurred while doing so. After hearing the news, Izuku had doubts that he met both requirements. Krillin saw the remorseful look Izuku had on his face. Wanting to help ease the boy's conscience, Krillin told him, "Kid, don't feel guilty about what happened. Knowing Tao, he probably forced you into defending yourself. His injuries are a result of his own foolishness. You did nothing wrong." "You're wrong. I was so angry and I couldn't control myself. It's my fault that he's critically injured," Izuku said. "You had every right to be angry. If we're being frank, the man is scum incarnate. The amount of homicides he's tied to surpasses that of the hero killer. However, what makes him truly sickening is who he has killed. From pro-heroes to children, many have fallen by the hands of him. I understand that he's a horrible man, but is it fair for someone to die, even if they have the capability of changing?" Krillin gave the boy a small smile. He could tell that the kid had a pure heart, but he also saw how naive the boy was. "I can tell from your question, you want to be a hero, right?" "Yes, it's been my dream for a long time. From my observation of you so far, I have no doubts that you're cut out to be one. But that naivete is going to hurt you in the long run." "What do you mean?" Izuku asked. "Kid, tell me how those shards of shrapnel became embedded in your back." "Well, Tao threw a grenade at Eri, and I rushed over to where she was to shield her from the blast. He didn't seem bothered with the idea of killing her." "And you're telling me a man like that will change?" Izuku froze. As much as he tried to envision it, he couldn't imagine Tao turning over a new leaf. The nonchalant tone he had when he told Izuku he had killed children before hadn't left his mind. "Listen, I understand where you're coming from. When I first became a police officer, I shared a similar viewpoint. However, as the years passed by, I saw many horrific things that altered the original stance I had. Criminals will do everything they can to get what they want, whether it's through deceit or physical harm. In my profession, you have to assume the worst, otherwise yourself and others can get hurt or worse." Krillin looked away before he softly muttered, "I personally learned that lesson 5 years ago." Izuku noticed Krillin's change in demeanor and gave him a consoling look. Krillin caught himself drifting off in thought and resumed speaking. "Sorry about that, kid. I just trailed off for a bit. You're right in saying that everyone has the capability to change, but what you need to realize is that everyone won't be willing to. Whether a police officer or pro-hero, The main agenda is to first, ensure the safety of the public, and second, neutralize the threat. If one can neutralize the threat by simply incapacitating the individual, of course that option should be taken. But sometimes there will be criminals that refuse to stay down. If it comes down to their life and the lives of innocent civilians, I'm sure you know which takes priority, correct? Izuku slowly nodded his head in response. You have to understand that sometimes lethal force is justified. Even the symbol of peace, at times, has had to kill so that civilians could be saved. Izuku adopted a look of shock, hearing Krillin's words. Izuku had always portrayed All Might as someone who never would resort to such a thing, but would rather find another way. The fact that even the number one hero had been forced to take lives made Izuku realize just how high stakes the life of a hero was. Kid, I know you did not go into that fight with the intention of killing Tao. If he doesn't pull through, it won't be because you're a cold-blooded murderer. It'll be because you did what needed to be done. I understand what you're feeling because I went through this as well, but try and find the silver lining of the situation. He's now incapable of hurting others and splitting apart families. While his status isn't ideal, you should hold your head high with the knowledge that others don't have to worry about facing the same fate his victims did. Although Izuku understood what Krillin meant, it didn't make it any easier for him to accept it. Krillin noticed that Izuku was still conflicted and gave a small sigh. I know he feels guilty about what happened, but if he wants to become a great hero, he needs to know the price he has to pay for the safety of the others. A knock on the door drew the attention of both Krillin and Izuku. A man wearing a tan trench coat with a hat to match it entered the room. He also wore a green tie and black slacks to complete the look. Well, if it isn't Detective Tsukachi, Krillin exclaimed. Officer Krillin, Tsukachi greeted as he tipped his hat. I guess you're here to question Midoriya, right? If so, I'll go ahead and leave the room then. There'll be no need for that. It'll be fine for you to stay. Krillin, having stood up earlier, sat back down in his seat as Detective Tsukachi got ready to question Izuku. Now, Midoriya, I just have a few questions for you. This shouldn't be too long. First, I want to ask you, how did you encounter Tao in the first place? Izuku took a small breath before speaking. I was on a jog, but I stopped after Eri ran into me. As I was trying to help her up, that's when I saw Tao. Thank you. Next question. Initially, upon seeing you, what did he do? At first, he just insisted that I hand Eri over to him. He also told me that she was his niece. Eri seemed scared of Tao, but it was the mention of her father that absolutely mortified her. I saw how terrified she was, and came to the conclusion that home wasn't a safe place for her to be. I didn't let her go, and because of that Tao attacked me. Tsukachi processed the information he was receiving. The girl must be important then. To risk arising suspicion like that confirms it. Obviously, she's not important to Tao or her supposed father in a familial sense if her fear of them is any indicator. The question remains then, just what makes this girl so special? Could you tell me how the fight went down? Initially, Tao was beating me up pretty badly. His quirk allowed him to paralyze my arms and made me unable to defend myself. After he broke my arm, I saw that Eri was still there. I told her to run, and she did. To prevent her from escaping, Tao threw a grenade at her. Luckily, I was able to get her out of the way in time and take the brunt of the explosion. I asked him how he was fine with the idea of killing her, and he told me that his boss could just fix her. After that, he tried to finish me off, but fortunately my quirk allowed me to defeat him. The boss could just fix her? Had Midoriya been slower, the injuries Eri would have sustained would have been 100% fatal. As far as I'm aware, there are only 2 individuals who possess a quirk with healing properties of that magnitude. The first currently being in remission due to his bout with All Might, and the second… Wait, there's a thought. Well, I believe that's all the questions I have for you. Midoriya, I wish you a fast recovery. Before Tsukachi left the room, Izuku asked the detective, will I get in trouble for using my quirk in public? Of course not, since you used your quirk out of self-defense. You don't have to worry about being prosecuted or anything of that nature. It also helps that there were no cameras around to record the fight. Had footage of the encounter leaked, the situation would have ended up a lot messier because to many it would have looked like the intent of you fighting Tao was to save that little girl. While that would have been an honorable use of your quirk, it still would have fallen under vigilantism, which is illegal. Izuku slumped in relief after hearing the news. If you don't have any more questions, I'll be on my way, Detective Tsukachi said. Before he left, he remembered something else he needed to tell the teen. It almost slipped my mind, but Midoriya, your encounter with Tao is confidential information, which means you can't tell anyone. Is that understood? Yes, sir, it is, Izuku replied. Excellent. Well, I bid you good night, Midoriya. With that, the detective left the room. Not long after they departed, his mom came through the door, and her eyes widened seeing that her son was awake. My baby boy, Inko exclaimed. Eri also saw that Izuku was awake and rushed to his bed to greet him with a hug. Izuku, she cried. Both females ran towards the bedside of Izuku and wrapped him in a firm hug. Izuku hissed in pain as the pressure from the contact made him uncomfortable. Krillin saw the anguish on Izuku's face and reminded both ladies that Izuku was still recovering. Inko knew that he was right, and she reluctantly released Izuku from her embrace. Eri, on the other hand, still had her hands around Izuku's neck, with her face buried into his chest. Come on, Eri, you have to let Izuku go. He needs his rest, Inko said. Eri looked up at Inko with a sad expression in her eyes. Her bottom lip started to tremble. But I want to be with Izuku. Before Inko could respond, Izuku told her, Mom, I don't mind if Eri wants to cuddle with me. I'm not that hurt. Between what her son had told her and the puppy eyes Eri was giving her, Inko caved in. Fine, but don't be too rough. Okay, Eri? Eri nodded before burying her head back into Izuku's chest. Izuku took his remaining good arm and wrapped it around the little girl. He gave her a warm smile as he hugged her back. He knew that she had gone through a lot, and this was his way of telling her that from now on she would be protected. Inko gushed at the sight, and Krillin couldn't help but smirk. Looks like she's taken a liking to him. Krillin remarked. Yes, she has. I'm just worried she'll grow too attached to him, and she'll end up being aloof to the family that decides to adopt her. Inko responded. That was actually something I wanted to ask you about. How would you and Izuku feel about adopting Eri? I know that Izuku would love for her to be a part of our family, and so would I, but I don't think it would be possible for us to adopt her. With the financial situation, we're in, I can't afford to stay at home with her. Don't get me wrong. She's a nice girl, but I don't think neither I nor Izuku would be in the position to give her the attention she needs. So it's a money issue? I think I can help with that. Krillin pulled out his checkbook and scribbled away. After a minute, he handed the check over to Inko. She nearly fainted after seeing the amount that was written on it. 100 million yen. There's no way that we could accept something like this. Don't worry about it. My wife is a model, so money isn't really an issue for us. I just think it's important that you guys are the ones that take care of her. She's built bonds with both you and your son, and I think separating her from you guys would affect her a lot. I have a 3-year-old daughter at home, which is why this hits home for me. I couldn't imagine my daughter growing without pillars of support, and I don't want my fears for my daughter to become Eri's reality. I understand. Thanks to your generosity, Izuku and I should be more than capable of handling the privilege of taking care of Eri. Krillin beamed. Thank you. I know I'm asking a lot, but just know that I truly appreciate this. Krillin then directed his attention towards Eri. She was currently in Izuku's bed, snuggled close to him. Soft snores emitted from the girl as she slept. Beside her, Izuku was fast asleep as well, with his good arm wrapped around her. Krillin chuckled. I was going to ask if she wanted to live with you guys, but I think I already have the answer. I'll go ahead and get the paperwork ready. As the two children slept, Inko smiled at the new addition to the family. Even though things were going to change, it meant that new stories were going to be forged along with new memories of laughter and love. And that was something she would be fine with. Once Krillin arrived at the police station, Detective Tsukachi asked him to go into his office. Krillin obliged him and followed him into the room. Tsukachi closed the door to make sure that no one would be able to listen in on their conversation. So Naomesa, what did you need to talk to me about? Krillin asked. It's about the information the kid gave me, Naomesa responded. What about it? Is it no good? No, it's not anything like that. I used my quirk while he was recalling his story, and everything checked out. There's just a question I'm having trouble trying to come up with an answer for. Well, what is it? What makes the girl so special that even Tao would risk being discovered? Isn't Eri supposedly Tao's niece? Wouldn't that be enough reason? Krillin questioned. That's the thing. I checked Tao's file, and there's no evidence that he has siblings. That in itself dispels two notions. The first being that her and Tao are related, and the second that the man Tao said was her father really is. Matter of fact, I believe the whole father thing was just a front for the boss. If that's true, do we have any idea who the boss is? I may have an idea. I analyzed the patterns of Tao's killings and found that most occurred in the red light district, which is known to have a heavy amount of Yakuza. Also, I found that most victims of Tao were those of various crime syndicates. So you think Tao was just being employed under some Yakuza? Not just any Yakuza. If you can recall, Midoriya said that during his fight with Tao, Tao threw a grenade at Eri. Had the kid not been faster, Eri would have died. Krillin didn't understand where the detective was going with this. Okay, what's your point? My point is that Tao mentioned that his boss had the capability of restoring her, even if she suffered that lethal injury. There are only a couple of people I'm aware of with a quirk with a restoration property of that magnitude. Krillin grasped what he meant, and immediately he turned pale. Why, you don't think it's HM, right? At first I thought it was, but the person I'm thinking of is just as dangerous. Based on the evidence we have so far, I suspect the boss to be the new up-and-coming Yakuza leader, Kai Chisaki aka Overhaul. Overhaul. From what we know about him so far, he's not someone to be taken lightly. Do you think the Midoriyas are in danger? We should keep an eye on them, but I think they'll be fine. I suspect that Chiskai will try and lay low for a bit after having one of his subordinates get captured. How should we proceed with this information? I'll report this to the HPSC. I think for right now it'll best to gather more evidence to prove Tao's connection with Chiskai. The last thing we want to do is spook Chiskai and send him into hiding. Right? I'll let you know if I find anything suspicious. Appreciate it, Krillin, and thank you for your time. Krillin gave a nod and left the detective's office. Despite Neo Mesa telling him that the Midoriyas were going to be safe, Krillin couldn't help but feel that something bad was bound to happen. Watch your back, kid. After 4 days, Izuku was finally released from the hospital. The doctor made it clear that he needed to take it easy for 2 weeks. Even though school would have started then, Izuku wasn't worried because he doubted that they would do anything intense. Once they arrived home, Eri took a moment to embrace her new surroundings. It wasn't like anything she was used to. The atmosphere of the home gave off a natural warmth and comfort unlike where she had lived previously. Where she had resided before had attempted to do the same thing, but it came off as manufactured. The voice of Inko grabbed her attention. Eri, I'm sorry we don't have a bed for you right now, so it's up to you where you want to sleep. I want to sleep in Izuku's room, Eri said without a second thought. Inko turned to her son. Izuku, would you mind if Eri slept in your room? I would be honored to have the company of the little princess. Eri felt a tinge of red stain her cheeks. She had been called a lot of things, but never before had she been called a princess. She buried her face in her hands to try and hide her embarrassment. Inko giggled at the blushing girl and gently used both her hands to pry Eri's hands off her face. Come on, Eri, let's go ahead and give you a bath. Izuku, could you find some old clothes for Eri to wear? Izuku promptly obeyed, and Inko guided Eri to the bathroom. A couple minutes later, Eri sat in the bathtub and let Inko massage her scalp. The shampoo ate away all the dirt and grime she had in her hair. After a bit more scrubbing, Inko dried her off and applied fresh bandages to her arms and legs. Inko yelled for Izuku. Not long after he came to the bathroom, he came with the old clothes his mom had asked for earlier. After slipping Eri into the pajamas, she was finally ready for bed. Inko knelt down and kissed Eri on the forehead. Good night. The sensation felt strange to the young girl, but she decided that although it was strange, she liked it. Inko rose and kissed her son on the forehead as well. She whispered to him, "You can't begin to understand just how proud I am of you. You aren't going to be a great hero because you already are one." Izuku felt a lump in his throat as he acknowledged the praise he received from his mother. "Thanks, Mom," he choked out. Izuku took Eri's hand and led her to his room. As soon as he cut out the lights, Eri released a blood-curdling shrill. Izuku quickly flicked back on the lights and saw that Eri was nearly in tears. "I am sorry. It's just that I'm kinda scared of the dark." Izuku placed a hand on top of her head to comfort her. He gently shushed her and said, "It's okay. I think I have a nightlight lying around here somewhere." After a couple of minutes of looking around, Izuku found the nightlight, All Might themed of course. He plugged it into the outlet, and instantly the smiling face of the symbol of peace appeared on his ceiling. He turned off the lights and asked Eri, "Is that better?" She nodded vehemently before she climbed into bed with him. She snuggled close to him, and not long after she was fast asleep, her chest rising ever so slightly. Izuku lied awake as he thought about what had recently happened to him. A sense of guilt still hung over him because of what he had done to Tao. While he was in the hospital, he even had nightmares about it, with him being depicted as some bloodthirsty murderer. However, he remembered Krillin's words to try and find the silver lining of the situation. And that silver lining was there in his arms, surrounded by people who cared for her and loved her. Izuku was pretty sure that nothing would be able to absolutely quell the guilt he had. But seeing Eri sleep peacefully showed that it wasn't all bad. After a while, exhaustion started to take over and Izuku drifted off to sleep. And for the first time in 5 days, he slept without any nightmares. "Oh, Izuku, do you have to go?" Eri pouted. Izuku ruffled her hair as he gave her a gentle smile. Today, Izuku would be starting his adventure at UA. While he was excited about the experience, there were others in the household that weren't so much. "Sorry, Eri, but I can't miss the first day of school." Eri looked to the floor to try and hide her disappointment. "Tell you what, when I get back home, we'll go out for some sweets. How does that sound?" Her disappointment gradually shifted into joy. Her face brightened upon hearing the promise of getting sweets once Izuku got back home from school. "Looks like I have my answer." Izuku chuckled. Along with Eri stood Inko, who was fighting back tears. "Izuku, you're gonna make me so proud. I know you'll excel." Izuku gave his mom a huge smile before waving her and Eri goodbye. After a fair amount of time, he made it to the school. Inside, he wandered the halls looking for his classroom. Class 1A, where is it?" Izuku knew that being late on his first day wouldn't leave the best impression, so he picked up the pace. Eventually, he found a large door that was labeled 1A. "Guess this is it." He felt his heart beat faster as he grabbed the knob. "Relax, it's just a class full of uber-talented students. There's nothing to worry about. Who knows, maybe even Uraraka might be in this class." As he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of two familiar faces getting into some type of altercation. In front of him was the blue-haired boy that had called him out during the entrance exam and his former childhood friend, Katsuki Bakugo. "It is of utmost importance that you remove your feet from that desk at once. Many students of the past have sat there," the blue-haired teen exclaimed. Katsuki had an annoyed look on his face. "And why should I care?" The blue-haired teen's glasses gleamed as he gave his response. "You should care because by your actions you are disrespecting the students who came before you. Not to mention, you are also insulting the craftsman who put his blood, sweat, and tears into making that desk." The boy took a deep breath before continuing. "Look, I think we got off on the wrong foot. My name is Tenya Ida, and I'm from the Semi-Private Academy." Katsuki rolled his eyes. "Semi, huh? Is that where you got the massive tree trunk that's lodged up your A-dash?" Katsuki caught himself before he finished his sentence. He had promised himself and his mother that he would change, and he was determined to maintain his resolve. Katsuki growled before responding to Tenya. "The name is Katsuki Bakugo, but for you it's just Bakugo, got it?" Tenya's eyes widened. "Of course. I would never do something so informal such as call you by your first name. We just met, after all." "Just making sure we're on the same page," Katsuki muttered. Tenya glanced at the door and saw Izuku standing there. "It's that kid who destroyed the zero-pointer." As Tenya approached him, Izuku started to panic. "I haven't even been here this long, and something like this is already happening to me? Just my luck," Izuku thought. "Hello, my name is Tenya Ida, and I'm from the Semi-Private Academy. I heard YU earlier. I, Izuku am Midoriya, pleased to meet YU." "Midoriya, you are more talented than I took you for. You perceived the nature of that exam, while I did not. I hate to admit it, but you were the superior candidate." Izuku gave a deadpan stare. "Roll with it." The sight of Izuku made Katsuki shift uncomfortably in his chair. "Great, just when I thought I shook him off, he's here." What the actual hell? You know what, it's fine. If I avoided him all this time, I can avoid him for another 3 years. While he had made a vow to change, he was not ready to confront the boy he had tormented all those years. He honestly didn't have an idea of when he would be. Midoriya, why haven't you answered any of my texts, but more importantly, what's with the cast? Izuku turned around and found Ochako with a worried expression on her face. The sight of her in the school uniform made Izuku blush immensely. She's so cute in that uniform. Wait, that's not important right now. She's obviously worried about you. Focus. Izuku regained composure. He knew he couldn't tell her about his fight with Tao, but Naomason never said he couldn't talk about Eri. Recently, I've been preoccupied. My family just adopted a little girl named Eri, so I've been busy trying to get to know her. As far as the broken arm goes, I fell off some monkey bars while I was at the park with her. Ochako seemed satisfied with the answer. She relaxed and asked, "Oh, so you have a little sister now? When will I get the chance to meet her?" Hopefully soon. She came from a rough environment, so she's kind of shy. But with how kind and caring you are, I'll think she'll like you. Ochako's face reddened at the compliment. Realizing what he had said to her, he frantically tried to clarify what he had meant, with a hint of crimson on his face. Tenya had listened in on the conversation, and there was one thing that Izuku said that was bothering him. "I apologize for intruding. However, as I was listening into your conversation, there was one thing you said that threw me off." "What was it?" Izuku asked. "You said that you broke your arms falling off some monkey bars, correct?" Izuku was bewildered as to where Tenya was going with this. "Yeah. And the monkey bars were at the park you attended with your sister, right?" At this point, Izuku was utterly confused. "That's right. You realize that since parks are designed for small children, most monkey bars within the parks are only 5 feet in height. Looking at you, I would say that you're around 5 feet 4 inches, 5 feet 5 inches. Even if you tucked in your knees, I find it hard to believe that you would break your arm from a fall at that height. I find it even harder to believe that you would fall in the first place considering how coordinated you were during the entrance exam." The color from Izuku's face faded as Ochako spoke up. "You're right, Ida. Now that I think about it, does seem kind of strange. What am I supposed to say now? Monkey bars, really? That's the best I could come up with? Geez, and Ida thought I was perceptive." Izuku racked his brain to try and come up with some sort of explanation, but fortunately, he was bailed out from a voice that came from a yellow sleeping bag. "If you're here to chit-chat, then I suggest you leave." The class went silent as the man unzipped himself from the bag. "It took you all 8 seconds to quiet down. It's known that time is a very precious resource, so I was under the impression that you all would have been a bit more rational on how you used it." Izuku eyed the tired-looking man and tried to discern who he was. "Since he's here, he has to be some type of pro, but I don't recognize him at all." "The name is Shota Aizawa. Pleased to meet all of you. I'll be your homeroom teacher," the scruffy man said in a monotone manner. "This homeless-looking guy is going to be our teacher," Izuku thought. With the introduction out of the way, hurry up and put these dash. Shota saw the cast on Izuku's arm and mentally cursed. "From the 30 seconds I've been here, I can already tell that Mr. Number 1 is going to be a problem child. How lucky for me." As I twitched, Shota told the class, "Actually, forget what I said. Today, we're going to orientation. After I get attendance, follow me down to the auditorium." After Shota gathered attendance, he approached Izuku's desk and told him, "After orientation is finished, you need to go down to the nurse's office. For what you're doing tomorrow, you're going to have to be in top shape. Is that understood?" Izuku, still startled by the demeanor and appearance of the man, could only muster a nod. After orientation had finished, Izuku went down to the nurse's office just as Shota instructed him to. The nurse was a lady he was already a bit too familiar with. His training sessions with All Might had introduced him to her. From the perspective of most, she seemed to be a sweet old lady, but Izuku knew of the scary side she possessed. He started to recall his first-hand experience of witnessing it. "Ow," Izuku said as he rubbed the top of his head. "How many times do I have to tell you? You can't keep on injuring yourself like this. Are you trying to die?" The old lady fumed after having hit Izuku on top of the head with her cane. "And you," she said as she shot a dangerous glare at All Might, who was partially responsible for the state the boy was in. You should know better than to let him recklessly injure himself the way he does. You're his mentor, start acting like it. But, recovery girl, I have to push him. That way he becomes a great successor. Does all that muscle compensate for your lack of common sense? How can he become a great successor if he dies in the process? You have a point. The response only frustrated Recovery Girl further, and not long after All Might was shielding himself as Recovery Girl swung her cane in an attempt to beat the number one hero senseless. Izuku shivered as he walked into her office. Recovery Girl asked him what had brought him in a friendly manner, but Izuku didn't miss the threatening undertone as well. It's nothing too bad this time. I just broke my arm while I was playing with my sister. Recovery Girl eyed him after he gave his reason for being there. He started to sweat as she continued to stare. However, the neutral expression she had eventually shifted into a smile. Okay, honey, I'll let you pass this time. But remember what I said. If I keep on getting injured, I'll run out of stamina and die. I'll be more careful. That would be appreciated, Recovery Girl replied. After receiving a kiss and some candy from the older lady, Izuku eventually made his way out the building. As he started on his way home, a hand firmly clasped his shoulder. He jumped in surprise and turned around to find that it was Ida. Well, it seems that the arm is better. Izuku held his breath as he waited for Tenya to bring up how he broke his arm. Fortunately, for Izuku, that never came up in their conversation. Both students ended up discussing what they thought of orientation and then went on to discuss what they thought their teacher had planned for tomorrow. The sound of Ochako's voice caught both their attention as they walked to the station. Hey guys, wait up, she called out. Tenya waved at her. Well, if it isn't, Ochako Uraraka. Uraraka, right. Forgive me for failing to remember your name, Tenya said. Oh, it's okay, don't worry about it. Ochako's attention then shifted towards Izuku. So Midoriya, what did you have planned for the rest of the day? She asked. I promised my little sister that I would take her to the bakery after I got back from school. But I was thinking about what you asked me earlier, and I was wondering if… Izuku trailed off. If what? Ochako asked with a look of genuine curiosity on her face. If you wanted to come along with Eri and I, Izuku blurted out. Ochako's mouth fell agape upon hearing Izuku's request. One thing that Ochako had learned about him was that he was someone who thrived on schedules. She learned this after they officially hung out together for the first time. While he had enjoyed the time he spent with her that day, the following times they did hang out, an itinerary was on hand. She didn't mind it, but sometimes she wished that he would be at least a little adventurous. To say that his request was a surprise would have been an understatement. However, to Ochako, it was a welcomed one. Izuku perceived her silence as her declining his offer and said, It's fine if you aren't available. It was kind of a last-minute thing anyways, and I dash. Of course I would like to go with you, Ochako said with a bright smile. Izuku's smile stretched ear to ear after hearing her response. He then turned to Tenya and said, If you want to come too, Ida, you're invited. For some reason unknown to Ochako, she felt a bit downtrodden that Izuku had asked Tenya to come along as well. However, she pushed those feelings aside. I apologize, Midoriya, but I'm going to have to decline your offer. I had planned to diligently look over the syllabus Iwaza-sensei had provided to us once I got home, Tenya stated. Come on, Ida, looking over the syllabus won't take that long, and plus it'll give Midoriya and I a chance to get to know you better, Ochako countered. Tenya grabbed his chin as he further pondered Izuku's proposition. He knew it wouldn't take him all day to look over the syllabus, and from what he'd seen so far, both Izuku and Ochako had seemed to be nice people. Due to his rigid personality, Tenya didn't have a lot of friends, and truthfully, the opportunity of hanging out with friends had intimidated him a bit. With all this in mind, Tenya decided to go against his better judgment and chose to join them. I suppose you have a point. Very well, I will join you too on your endeavors for sweets. Where and when shall we meet? I thought maybe we could meet at my apartment in about 2 hours. That way we all have time to do what we need to and also gives us time to change, Izuku responded. I think 2 hours from now works, Ochako said. I am in agreement. Also, I assume that both of you need my phone number, correct? Tenya asked. As Izuku entered Tenya's phone number into his phone, he couldn't have been happier. On the first day of school, he had already made a new friend. It was nice to know that he would be going into the school year with people that he could count on. As he finished entering the remainder of the digits, from the corner of his eye, he caught Katsuki walking to the station by himself. The positive mood he was in lessened after seeing him, not because he had spiteful feelings towards the boy. Rather, it was because deep down he wanted Katsuki to be a part of the outing as well. However, it was becoming more and more apparent to Izuku that Katsuki didn't share the same sentiment and probably wouldn't anytime soon. As Izuku stepped through the door, the voice of his little sister simultaneously rang out. "Izuku," she cried. Izuku bent down as she ran towards him and threw her arms around his neck. He picked her up and spun her around, which made her squeal and giggle. After repeating to Izuku that she was getting dizzy, he put her down and chuckled as she struggled to retain her balance. It was refreshing for him to see her acting like how a child should be. After regaining her balance, Eri noticed that his arm was no longer in a sling. "Hey Izuku, how's your arm? All better now?" Izuku dropped to one knee to meet Eri's height. "The nurse at my school had a quirk that could heal me. That's why my arm is all better. But enough about me. What did you do today, Eri?" "Well, first Ms. Midoriya made me and her eggs and rice for breakfast. Then, we practiced addition and subtraction. After that, she showed me pictures of you when you were younger." Izuku's cheeks reddened in embarrassment at the thought of Eri looking at those pictures. Some of them, Izuku really wished his mother would get rid of. Eri continued. "And then after we looked at those pictures, we watched cartoons the rest of the day." So it sounds like you had a full day today," Izuku replied. "Yeah. Hey Izuku, are we going to leave for sweets now?" Eri asked. "Not yet. In about 2 hours we'll leave." "Oh, okay. Well, do you want to color with me?" Izuku gave her a soft smile. "Sure," he replied. As they colored away, his phone buzzed, and he saw that he had 3 messages, 2 from Ochako and the other from Tenya. "Ochako, I can't wait till soon. I know it's going to be a blast." Tenya, "Yes, again Midoriya, I appreciate the invitation. I look forward to consuming food with little nutritional value. Hopefully, this jaunt will be the first of many to come." Ochako, "Yeah, what he said." 2 hours later, Izuku heard a knock at his door. "I got it," he called out. He opened the door and saw that both Tenya and Ochako had arrived. Tenya was dressed in a full-sleeved, light blue button-down and khakis. He wore dark brown loafers to complete the look. Ochako, on the other hand, wore a white t-shirt with a forest green jacket over it. She also wore blue jeans and a pair of red and white tennis shoes. "Not wearing your hoodie this time. I see," Ochako said as she noted the All Might-themed sweatshirt Izuku was wearing. "I thought I would mix it up this time," Izuku replied. "Wait, he has a hoodie that's labeled hoodie?" Tenya questioned. "Uh-huh. And he has a shirt, a hat, and I've even seen him wear some pants dash." "Okay, I think he gets the point," Izuku interjected. "I fail to see the point of adding a description of the apparel upon the apparel. It all seems kind of redundant." As Tenya pondered the mystery that was Izuku's choice in clothing, Inko crept around from the corner to see who the strangers at her door were. "Izuku, who would these 2 be?" she asked. "Oh, these are my friends I told you about earlier. Uraraka, Ida, meet my mom," Izuku said. "Nice to meet you," Ochako said in a bubbly manner. "A pleasure to make your acquaintance," Tenya added. "The pleasure is all mine," Inko responded. She then directed her gaze towards Ochako with a devious glint in her eye. "She seems rather nice. Not to mention, she's also pretty as well. I can see why my son is drawn to her. Well, now that both of them are here together, a little teasing wouldn't hurt." "So you're Uraraka. My son seems to talk about you all the time. He always goes on about how amazing you are and how much fun he is spending time with you," Inko said in a casual tone. Both teens' faces went red after hearing what she had said. "Mom," Izuku groaned, his face flushed with embarrassment. "I'm flattered to hear that," Ochako stammered out. "Yeah, but it made me wonder whether you felt the same way about him." "Well, Uraraka, do you?" Inko asked, feigning genuine curiosity. Normally, she wouldn't have had any difficulty telling Izuku that she thought he was amazing or that she had fun hanging out with him. But being put on the spot like this had made her feel incapable of answering the question. Well, she stuttered. As she struggled to come up with an answer, Tinya spoke up. If I may share my opinion regarding Midoriya, I personally think he's amazing in every sense of the word. Not to mention, I have found all of our interactions so far to be rather pleasant as well. Tinya said in the stern fashion he always spoke in. Inko blinked twice in surprise before chuckling. Not long after, her chuckling evolved into full-blown laughter. Eventually, she got a hold of herself, her body occasionally shaking as she attempted to hold back her giggles. Uraraka, if you have feelings for my son, you better act quick. It seems that you have some competition. Tinya asked what she had meant, obviously missing the implications of what the green-haired lady was suggesting. Ochako, on the other hand, floated in the air, after having activated her quirk as she buried her face in her hands. Okay, I think that's our K to leave. Eri, are you ready? Izuku yelled. Coming, she yelled back. She wore a red dress, with dark gray leggings and big tin boots. She ran towards Izuku with a wide smile on her face. However, it dissipated once she saw two unfamiliar faces standing in the doorway. She hid herself behind Izuku's leg so that she would be out of their line of sight. Uraraka, Ida, this is my little sister Eri. Come on, Eri, say hi. Izuku said in a gentle tone. Eri refused to budge, her nervousness proving to be too much for her. I'm sorry, guys. Like I said before, Eri can be kind of shy, Izuku said as he scratched the back of his head. Don't sweat it, Midoriya, Ochako replied. She squatted down to meet Eri's eyes, and as she did so, Eri tried her best to further hide behind her big brother's leg. Hello, Eri. My name is Ochako. It's nice to meet you. Also, I think your dress is really cute, she said to the little girl with a warm smile on her face. Eri peeked her head from behind Izuku's leg and mumbled a quiet, thank you, before hiding herself again. Tinya, however, was not as tactful with his introduction as Ochako was. He approached the little girl and towered over her. He extended his hand forwards and said, My name is Tinya Ida. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Eri gripped the back of Izuku's pants harder due to Tinya's stoic nature. Ochako's sweat dropped at Tinya's attempt to introduce himself. She leaned over towards his ear and told him, You realize that you are speaking with a child, right? I'm aware. However, it's never too early to know how to properly introduce yourself. When I was her age, I learned how to introduce myself in a formal manner, Tinya replied. I'm pretty sure your upbringing was different than most, Ochako countered. Well, is everyone ready to leave? Izuku asked. The longer he stayed, the more it allowed for his mother to tease him, so the sooner they left, the better. I am, Ochako said. I am as well, Tinya added. All right, we'll be on our way, Mom. We shouldn't be too long. Okay, be sure not to overdo it with the sweets. I don't want you and Eri's appetite to be spoiled. And also, please be careful. Izuku looked into his mother's eyes and knew exactly why she said that. His last outing resulted in him being sent to the hospital. The fact that his mother had even agreed to let him take Eri out in the first place had been a miracle. Wanting to put his mother's mind at ease, he told her, I promise to be careful. He shot her a smile and a thumbs up, and with that the squad of four left. As the teens made their way to the bakery, Izuku and Ochako had learned quite a bit about Tinya and vice versa. The duo had learned that Tinya was a part of the Ingenium family, and that his older brother was the turbo hero, Ingenium. From the way that Tinya talked about his brother, it was obvious to both that he held him in high esteem and idolized him. They had also learned that his motivation for becoming a hero was because of his brother. While the teens conversed amongst themselves, Eri remained silent as she held Izuku's hand. She really didn't understand why those two had to come. The trip to the bakery was supposed to be just for her. The two that were accompanying them just made her nervous. Ochako noticed Eri's discomfort and tried to think of a way to break the ice. She eyed the ground and noticed that there were a bunch of fallen cherry blossom petals. She looked around and saw that there were no other people besides her friends. She turned her head towards Eri and asked, Hey Eri, do you want to see something cool? Eri didn't say anything, but the glance she sent Ochako told the brunette that she was interested in what she was about to show her. Scooping up a bunch of petals, Ochako pressed her hands together and activated her quirk. The light pink petals seemed to dance as they ascended higher into the sky. Eri's eyes widened as she marveled at the display. The sight also captured the attention of Izuku and Tinya, one of which was smiling and the other frowning. After Ochako deemed that the petals were high enough, she pressed her fingertips together to return the gravity to the petals. Eri watched as the petals fell, the air resistance making it seem like they were performing some kind of routine. Izuku also was captivated by the show, however Tenya wasn't as thrilled. Tenya took a deep breath through his nose and readjusted his glasses before exclaiming, "Uraraka, you must know that it's improper to use your quirk in such a setting. As individuals striving to become heroes, it's important that we follow the rules that are set in place." Despite Tenya's words, Ochako's demeanor remained unchanged. "Ida, don't be such a stick in the mud. Look." She nodded her head over to Eri, who was watching the petals fall in awe. "Wow, Izuku, did you see that? That was incredible." The little girl gushed, a large smile now adorning her face. "Yeah, it was, wasn't it?" Izuku responded to her. Tenya did the best he could to fight off the grin that had graced his face, but to his chagrin, he was unable to keep his lips from curling upwards. He did not condone Ochako using her quirk in that way. However, seeing the smiling little girl before him made him not mind as much. While he wasn't the most knowledgeable when it came to social interactions, he knew that Eri was hesitant to open up around them. So despite the actions of Ochako being illegal, he decided not to blow the situation out of proportion. The teens continued to talk on the way to the bakery. However, they now had the addition of Eri in their conversation as well. Eventually, they arrived at the bakery, and once they were inside, they marveled at the huge selection. "Whoa, just look at all the different types of mochi they have here," Ochako exclaimed. The shishidango looks good. I suppose I'll get 3 skewers," Tenya stated. "Personally, I'm thinking about getting a chocolate-steamed cake. What about you, Eri? Anything capturing your eye?" Izuku asked. Eri looked around to try and find what she wanted. She scanned each panel of glass until her eyes landed on one sweet in particular. Izuku noticed where her gaze lingered, and when she told him what she wanted, he was not surprised. After everyone had paid, they went outside to find a place to eat. Eri opened her box, which contained narakiri that were shaped like cherry blossoms. From the corner of her eye, Ochako had seen what Eri had chosen, and as a result, she smiled softly to herself as she munched away. Once everyone had finished eating, they eventually made their way back to Midoriya's apartment. On the way there, Ochako's stomach rumbled loudly. "Ugh, I think I might have overdone it a bit," she groaned. "Maybe if you heeded my suggestion, you would not be experiencing gastric discomfort. Eating all that mochi was only bound to end in disaster," Tenya rebutted as he chopped his arm in an unusual fashion. Lagging behind, Eri giggled at the peculiar motion. However, she promptly stopped once Tenya noticed her doing so. She started to shrink back in fear as the glasses-wearing teen approached her. Izuku figured that Tenya would try and scold her, but instead he did something completely unexpected. He picked Eri up and sat her square on his shoulders. "Ida, what are you doing?" Izuku asked. "She seemed tired, so I put her on my shoulders. Tensei would do this for me all the time when I was younger," Tenya replied. "One major difference is that Tensei is your sibling," Izuku thought. However, he knew Tenya didn't have any malicious intentions, so he didn't mind too much. Initially, Eri was tense as she sat upon the shoulders of the blue-haired teen. However, after a while she relaxed once she realized that he could be trusted. Not long after, she had her arms and head rested on top of Tenya's head, softly snoring away. Izuku looked at his sister with content. The fact that she had people to call friends now made his heart swell with joy. His eyes started to glisten as he did his best not to cry. "Ida, Uraraka," Izuku called out. Both teens turned to him after hearing their names being called. "I just wanted to thank both of you for not only being my friend, but being Aries as well. Before she had to deal with things no kids should have. It's just nice to know that now she has people she can trust. I appreciate both of you for going out of your way to try and form a bond with her. Midoriya, I may have not known you long, but I'm certain that I have no regrets in calling you my friend," Tenya said. "And you should already know how I feel. There's no need to thank me for reaching out to your sister. Honestly, I don't think I would have been able to resist talking to a cutie pie like her, even if I tried," Ochako added. Izuku had been doing his best to hold back the waterworks, but eventually the dam broke. "It's just that I'm so blessed to have friends like you guys. As tears streamed down Izuku's face, Ochako mouthed to Tenya, "Give us a minute." Tenya nodded his head in confirmation and proceeded to walk faster, leaving Ochako and Izuku behind. Izuku wiped his eyes before saying, "I'm sorry about that. I just got a bit overwhelmed. Sorry if I killed the mood." "You really need to stop apologizing for everything, especially when there's nothing to apologize for," Ochako retorted. "You're right. I'm sorry, wait, I did it again." Ochako giggled at the boy's blunder, causing Izuku to laugh as well. They both proceeded to cackle like little children until Ochako started to hiccup from laughing so much. After holding her breath to get rid of them, she finally spoke up. "Midoriya, I wanted to talk to you about what your mom said earlier." "Oh, that? Don't worry about it. I understand that my mom put you under a lot of pressure. Regardless, I just wanted to remind you that I do think you are amazing, especially with how you treat your little sister. It's easy to tell that she loves you. I try my best. Sometimes being her big brother just seems like a massive task, mostly because I don't have any experience being one. I just fear that there are some things I'm not doing right." "Of course there are things you're not doing right. You're not perfect, you're human. What matters is what you mentioned earlier, trying your best. I believe if you continue to put your best foot forwards, you'll have nothing to worry about." Izuku. Ochako wondered why Izuku went silent until it hit her that she had just addressed him by his first name. As she realized this, her eyes went wide and her face red. She shook her hand frantically as she profusely apologized. However, Izuku's response wasn't what she expected. "Maybe you should listen to your own advice about not apologizing when there's nothing to apologize for. If we're friends, it would make sense for us to use each other's first name, right?" "I guess, but it's just weird." "Well, I don't think it's weird, Ochako. Well, maybe a little bit. But you're right. It would make sense for us to be on a first-name basis, being friends and all. I guess it'll just take some time getting used to." "Yeah, but I don't think it'll be too much for us to handle." Izuku responded as he shot Ochako a carefree smile. She returned it and shot him a thumbs up. "Won't be too much for us at all." Having arrived at Midoriya's apartment, both Tenya and Ochako said their goodbyes to the Midoriya family. "Bye, Tenya. Bye, Ochako," Eri called out. "Bye, Eri. Hopefully I can see you again soon," Ochako replied. "Farewell, Eri. I enjoyed accompanying you and your brother to the bakery. Speaking of which, remember to brush your teeth. You don't want all that sugar you ate to cause cavities," Tenya added. "I'll remember," Eri replied. "Thanks for hanging out with us today, guys. I'll see you both tomorrow," Izuku said. "Later, Izuku. Goodbye, Midoriya. I shall see you tomorrow." After they left, Inko came to ask how Eri's and Izuku's day went. Excited to tell her, Eri spoke first. "It was super fun. Ochako is really nice, and also she thought my dress was pretty. She did this cool thing where she made some, what were they called again, Izuku?" "Cherry blossom petals." "Yeah, cherry blossom petals float really high into the air. Then they all fell, almost like it started to rain them. And Tenya is really nice too. He's also funny. At first I thought he was scary though." "Well, I'm glad you had fun, Eri. And how about you, Izuku? I assumed you enjoyed yourself as well?" Inko asked. "You bet. Ochako and I were able to learn a lot of things about Ida, and also the bakery we went to had an amazing selection." Inko raised an eyebrow after hearing Izuku refer to the brunette, using her first name. "I'm happy to hear that you got to know Ida better. But Ochako and I? Where did that come from? When you introduced her to me, you addressed her by her last name. Now, you two are on a first-name basis? Did she end up taking my advice?" Izuku groaned as he realized the hole he dug himself into. This is going to be a long conversation. The following day, the students of Class 1A sat around and chatted with each other until their homeroom teacher arrived. Eventually, the scruffy-haired teacher made his way into the classroom, and his presence made everyone in the class quiet down. With the same tired expression he had yesterday, Shota told the class, "Don't bother getting comfortable. Hurry up and put on your gym clothes. We're heading out to the training grounds." So this is probably what he told me to be ready for, Izuku thought. Not long after, all the students made their way to the training grounds. Shota stood in front of the class as he got ready to explain what he had brought them out there for. "Today, you all will engage in a quirk analysis assessment. The standard physical evaluation test you took in middle school, you'll do today, except you all will be able to use your quirks. I have no idea why the country still insists on prohibiting quirks when calculating the averages of those records, but at the end of the day, I don't make the rules. Personally, I find it to be irrational and a real hindrance when estimating how much potential someone has. But homeroom is only 10 minutes. There's no way we'll be able to finish the test by then, exclaimed one student who had dark blonde hair with one black streak running through it. I'm aware, which is why I have already contacted your teachers. If you all hurry, you all can be finished by lunch. If you decide to lollygag, then I guess you all will just go hungry, Shota replied. He then turned to Izuku and asked him, Midoriya, you placed first in the entrance exam. How far could you throw a softball in middle school? Izuku's eyes went wide as he was put on the spot. Not extremely far, just 55 meters. Shota raised an eyebrow upon hearing the boy's response. From the way he looks right now, he should be more than capable of throwing a softball a lot further than 55 meters. So I can assume that he has conditioned himself since then. There really is more to this child than meets the eye. While that number is rather average, I want to see your record with you using your quirk. Standing in the circle, anything goes. However, you cannot leave it, understand? Izuku gulped and slowly approached the circle. As he tried to psyche himself up, Shota told him, Hurry up, we don't have all day. There's no need for me to use Ultra Instinct. For the shorter test, I'll use 20% full cowling, while for the longer ones, I'll just use 5%. Now that I know what I need to do, all I have to do is execute. Taking a deep breath, Izuku let the green electricity from 20% full cowling trickle down his body. Red veins of energy glowed as he powered up. He drew back his arm and launched the ball with all the might he could muster. A series of booms resounded as the ball traveled higher into the air. A device in Shota's hand started to beep, indicating that the ball had finally landed. He held up the device so that the class could see the result. 1,583.6 meters? A boy with weird-looking purple hair exclaimed. Knowing the limits of what you can do is the first step in analyzing what types of heroes you'll become, Shota explained. The class continued to gawk in awe seeing the distance displayed on the device until one girl with pink skin and hair exclaimed, Whoa, this looks fun. We'll get to use our quirks as much as we want. The hero course sure is awesome, said another student with chin-length black hair and a happy-go-lucky smile. Katsuki, on the other hand, didn't express the same excitement that his classmates had. The result Izuku had received perplexed him immensely. I thought his quirk enhanced his reflexes, so why the hell is he so strong? Not to mention, his eyes change color when he activates his quirk, but when he threw that softball they didn't. It almost seems like he has two different quirks. But that's impossible, because No has been known to have more than one. So that only means one thing. The day of the slime villain. He was holding back the entire damn time. I knew from that day that he was stronger, but is the gap between us really that huge? The sound of Shota's voice derailed Katsuki's train of thought. Fun, you say? You're hoping to become heroes attending a school with one of the most advanced curriculums in the country, and you think it'll be all fun and games? Allow me to kill that notion now. The person who places lowest in this test will be expelled. Ochako spoke up, finding the consequences of placing the lowest to be extreme. You can't expel us. This is only our second day here. A lot of us have worked hard to get here, so to kick us out would be unfair. Well, you should take this opportunity to learn how to get used to unfairness because you'll be dealing with it for the rest of your life. If you make it as a pro hero, calamity exists and will continue to, no matter if it's fair or not. As a hero, it'll be your job to correct all that unfairness. Allow me to take this time to explain this to you all. If you thought attending UA would be a cakewalk, then you're in for a rude awakening. This school will put you through hell and back to make sure you grow into exemplary heroes. If you want to be coddled, go ahead and leave right now. Shota looked around and saw that everyone had remained where they were standing. The sight caused him to break out into a small grin. Well, at least I know this group isn't afraid of a little hard work. Show me why you belong here. With that being said, the quirk assessment test began. First, the class started with the 50-meter dash. Using 20% full cowling, Izuku was able to clinch first place with a mind-boggling time of 2.58 seconds. With his quirk, Engine, Tenya was able to take second place with 3.04 seconds. The second event was the grip strength test. Izuku again was able to secure first with a grip strength of 612 kilograms, 1,349.23 pounds. Second was a student that had 6 arms, which put up a more than respectable score of 540 kilograms, 1,190.5 pounds. For Izuku, the placements he received for the first and second test were the same for the third and fourth. The fifth test, however, he placed third. First was Ochako with an unbeatable score of infinity. The person to claim second was a girl with long black hair tied into a spiky ponytail. Izuku had seen a cannon emerge from her skin, and with it she fired the softball to beat his distance. While he excelled in the upper body training test, Izuku was obliterated by the girl with pink hair in the seated toe touches and was embarrassed by Tenya in the endurance run. Once they finished the test, Shota stood in front of the class with the results. All right, time for the results. Shota hesitated to speak so that he could see the looks of anxiety on his student's face. Not many things made the underground hero amused, but this was an exception. Everyone passed. I was just lying about expelling someone. However, Shota looked towards Katsuki. If I don't see giving your 100% soon, you won't be here much longer. You're only here because I see potential in you. But if you won't use it to the fullest, I won't see a point for you to be here. Katsuki looked away bashfully as he stuffed his hands in his pockets. Anyways, we're done here. These are the rankings for the test. If you so desire, feel free to look at them, Shota said. Izuku looked at the projected screen and found his name at the number 1 spot. He felt himself swell with pride in knowing that his hard work had paid off. When it came to physical evaluation tests such as these, he never placed, wow, number 1. Well, congratulations, Izuku. Izuku turned around to the sight of a smiling Ochako. Thanks, but you did really good too, Ochako. I guess. It's just that 10th place doesn't feel all that impressive. I still think you did a fantastic job. Plus, I'm pretty sure no one in the school has had a softball throw of infinity. You definitely showed that you belong here. Ochako chuckled. You're probably right. Thanks. You know, you're really good at cheering people up. Just trying to be more like a certain person I look up to. All Might, right? How did you Kano? I could have been referencing anybody. Izuku stammered. Sorry, Izuku, but it's obvious. Ochako giggled. After the test, the class went to lunch. Izuku shoveled his food down due to him working up an appetite from the assessment. Seated beside him were Ochako and Tenya, who were also scarfing down their food. After swallowing, Ochako called Izuku's name to get his attention. He turned around with his eyes wide and his cheeks full of rice. A light hue of red graced Ochako's face. So adorable. She regained focus and asked him, Izuku, why didn't your eyes turn silver when you activated your quirk? I thought normally that's what happens. Izuku started to panic internally. Think. After swallowing his rice, he told her, my eyes only turn silver when my reflexes are enhanced. If I'm only using the strength portion of my quirk, my eyes remain the same color. Oh, okay. I didn't know you could pick and choose what specifically you wanted to be enhanced. I was always under the impression that everything was enhanced at once. You have quite the unique quirk, Midoriya, Tenya commented. I'll say, Ochako added. Izuku let out a sigh of relief, seeing that the answer had satisfied her. However, Katsuki had been eavesdropping on their conversation, and Izuku's explanation confirmed his suspicion. He really was holding back. After lunch, Izuku eagerly awaited the start of hero basic training. His face brightened once he saw his mentor and idol step through the door. I am coming through the door like a normal person. The voice of All Might boomed. The class erupted into conversation, seeing the number 1 hero walk into the classroom. All right, settle down. The class settled down as they were instructed. Welcome to Hero Basic Training. This class provides special training to mold you into heroes. All Might coughed in his hand before softly muttering. It also gives you a ton of credits as well. After an awkward silence made its way present, All Might once again spoke. Today, you'll be doing battle training. And for that, you'll need your costumes. A series of panels slid from the wall, revealing the class costumes. Yes, the class exclaimed. After you get changed, come out to ground beta in ranking order. The excitement Izuku had dissipated instantly. He was first, which meant that everyone would have been in the locker room as he was changing. The burns he had on his body would be hard to miss. As soon as All Might dismissed them, Izuku ran to the locker room to get changed before everyone got there. I guess he's pretty excited, huh? Said the student with dark blonde hair, attempting to get a few laughs from the class. Maybe having that same excitement would help you out, Kaminari, being 16th and all, said another student who had earphone jacks hanging off her earlobes. You're one to talk, considering I'm ranked higher than you, Jairu, Kaminari replied. You're only one rank above me. Also, I wasn't the one going on about how great I was just to end up near the bottom of the class. Touché, Kaminari said with a forlorn look on his face. In the locker room, Izuku put on his costume with haste, but he was also careful not to damage it. His costume hadn't been made by a support department. Rather, it was made by his mother. It was a symbol of her love and would be even if death separated them. After finally getting on his costume, Izuku looked at himself in the mirror. He had 2 green strands that protruded from the top of his costume, which took inspiration from All Might's hairstyle. Additionally, the respirator on his suit had a smile painted onto it, which mirrored the smile All Might always had. On the green suit, silver lines were painted down his arms and the sides of his body. He had poured out his heart to his mom on how guilty he felt of what he had done to Tao. He also told his mother the advice Krillin had given him about finding the silver lining. His mother agreed that it was sound advice, which probably influenced the silver lines painted on his costume. It was a reminder for him that as a hero, he would constantly have to make the best out of the worst. He walked out the locker room, oozing determination. However, it was unknown to Izuku that Tenya had arrived in the locker room shortly after he did. Not many things startled Tenya, but the gross amount of burns on his friend's body made him feel nauseous. Ready to get started, you bunch of newbies? All Might asked. The class didn't verbally respond, but just from their posture he was able to tell that they were. As the class waited for the training to start, they conversed amongst themselves. Izuku was admiring Tenya's suit, which looked like robotic knight armor, until he heard a voice call his name. Izuku, I like your costume. Overall, I'd say it's real practical looking, but those silver lines make it stand out. Recognizing the voice to be Ochako's, Izuku turned around to thank her for the compliment. However, his eyes nearly bulged out of his head once he saw her in costume. The bodysuit she wore hugged all her curves and left little to his imagination. Like a computer that had been infected with malware, Izuku felt his brain crash as he gawked at his friend. Hamuna, Hamuna, Hamuna. Izuku, don't look at me like that, it's embarrassing. When I submitted my costume design, I didn't realize they would make it skin tight, Ochako exclaimed. Well, I don't really think he's really complaining, am I right? Come on, gimme some. The student with purple orbs for hair held his hand up as he waited for Izuku to give him a high five. Izuku gave him a confused look instead. All Might glanced at Izuku's costume and immediately recognized where he pulled inspiration from. Couldn't be any more obvious. Young Midoriya? He stepped up to the front of the class to get the training underway. Today, you'll be doing indoor anti-personnel battle training. Statistically, since most villain battles take place indoors, we have you engage in this training to prepare you for most of the villains you'll encounter. In this training, you'll be in pairs. One pair will be heroes, and the other will be villains. They will then face off in a 2-on-2 battle. As Izuku listened to the directions, he realized that All Might had probably pulled influence from this test when he was training him for the entrance exam. Knowing this, Izuku felt confident going into it because he knew he had more experience than any of his other classmates. Not to mention, while he may not have fought a villain in this particular setting, he had general experience fighting a villain and on top of that winning. Excuse me, but I just have 2 questions. The first is, what conditions determine victory? And the second question I have is, how do we go about dividing ourselves into teams? Asked a student who was clad in a red leotard and yellow skirt. Good questions, young Yaoyorozu. Regarding your first question, in these simulations, a nuclear weapon will be present. For those on the hero side, if they capture the weapon, That's a victory, however, the heroes only have a limited time to do so. For those on the villain's side, victory can be attained by either capturing both heroes or protecting the weapon until the timer runs out. To answer your second question, teams will be determined by drawing lots. I see. I have no further questions, Yairose said. Excellent. We'll go ahead and form teams if no one else has any additional questions. After drawing lots, Izuku was happy to find that he was on a team with a familiar face. Ochako shared the same sentiment as well. It's awesome we're on the same team. Let's kick some villain butt, Ochako said as she pumped her fist into the air. Right, Izuku agreed. After the rest of the students had been partnered up, it was now time to determine the first match. All right, first up is Team A as the heroes and Team D as the villains, All Might exclaimed. Izuku sobered up from the excitement as he realized just who was on Team D. For the first time in a while, he would be face to face with Katsuki. No longer was this just a mock battle. This was a rare opportunity for Izuku to finally confront Katsuki about what had been bothering him. Katsuki, on the other hand, felt like he was on the verge of a breakdown. Why? Out of all the students in the class, he ends up being one of the ones I face. Damn it, I can't do this. Katsuki started to get clammy and his breathing started to accelerate, but he remembered the advice his mother had given him. Remember what the hag told you. Slow deep breaths in and out. The deep breaths helped Katsuki regain control of his nerves. As much as he dreaded the encounter, deep down he knew that he wouldn't be able to outrun the boy forever. Though that had been his intentions, Katsuki knew it was extremely unrealistic. It was time to finally confront the kid he had tormented for 10 long years. Once inside the building, Tenya and Katsuki discussed their plan of attack, or at least that's what they were supposed to be doing. Neither of them had said a word to each other, due to what was weighing upon their minds. 3 minutes had passed until Katsuki eventually spoke up. Boy, are we just going to waste time sitting here, or are we going to at least try to come up with a plan? Right? A plan would be appropriate, I suppose. Forgive me, I just have a lot on my mind at the moment, Tenya responded. Me forgiving you doesn't give us a strategy, Katsuki barked. Tenya recoiled from the bluntness that came from his partner. To be fair, you haven't pitched in either, which means you are also unaware in which direction we should go. Unless you have a strategy you just haven't shared yet. Matter of fact, I do. So listen up and listen good, cause I'm not repeating myself. Knowing Dek Midoriya, he's going to go after me, so I'll keep him distracted. I don't anticipate capturing him, but I think I can hold him off. That just leaves you to deal with Round Face. Stay in the room to protect the weapon and let her come to you. Considering that she is one of the slowest people in our class, you'll have a massive speed advantage over her. If you use that, you'll catch her easily. Once you do, come to my location as reinforcement. With both of us fighting Midoriya, we'll have a better chance of capturing him. While most of the plan is sound, I don't know how wise it would be to split up. I agree with the matchups you proposed, but wouldn't it be better for us to stick close together? That way we could acquire immediate assistance if needed? Tenya questioned. Think about the type of quirks Midoriya and I have. Both our quirks possess destructive power, and because of that, what do you think will result from it? Tenya immediately pieced together what Katsuki was trying to say. The look on your face tells me you know the answer. With all the rubble and debris, Round Face would become extremely dangerous. So to avoid this, we isolate the two people who are capable of providing her ammunition. You do realize that this whole plan depends on whether Midoriya pursues you. What makes you so sure that he will? Katsuki walked towards the entrance of the room, not bothering to look back as he answered Tenya. Because he always has chased after me, Katsuki responded. As he walked away, a thought crossed his mind, even though it should have been the other way around. So Izuku, what do you think would be the best strategy for us to beat Ida and Bakugo? Ochako asked as she held the blueprints of the building. She was met with silence, and then she noticed Izuku staring blankly at his copy of the blueprints. Hey Izuku, are you okay? She asked worriedly. Izuku's head snapped up as he was brought back to reality. Oh yeah, I'm fine. What were you asking me? I was asking you about what our best option would be to defeat the villain team. Oh, I figured that I would fight Bakugo and you would fight Ida, Izuku replied. That's it. You just want us to split up? Ochako asked. She was surprised with the plan Izuku was proposing. She had come to know of his analytical side, and as a result she thought that the plan would be a bit more detailed. I'm sorry, Ochako. It's just that I need to fight Bakugu by myself. It's important for me, Izuku said as he looked down to the ground. Ochako gave him a consoling look before asking, Izuku, if you don't mind me asking, what's the deal between you and Bakugu? I noticed that whenever you see him you get a bit down, and he also seems to go out of his way to avoid you. Izuku sighed before answering. The history between Bakugu and I is complicated. To give you the short version, it's like this. When we were kids, we were good friends. However, as we got older, we started to drift apart. It got to the point where he hated me, and for a while I hated him. There was always a small part of me, though, that hoped that things maybe would go back to the way they were before. Now that I have a chance to finally confront him, I want to seize the opportunity. Hopefully, you understand, Ochako. She didn't respond. I wish I could, Izuku, but honestly I can't. From the way he ignores you, it's obvious that he doesn't share the same sentiment. Why are you going so far out of your way to try and rekindle your friendship with him? Am I not good enough? Izuku noticed the frown Ochako had on her face and asked, Hey, are you all right? Did I bombard you with the story? Izuku asked with sincerity. No, I'm fine. I just have some jitters, since I have to fight Ida and all. Oh, don't worry, Ochako. I have a plan so that you and him will be on a more even playing field. All you'll have to do is… Ochako tried to listen as best as she could to Izuku's plan, but she couldn't shake off the feeling that in Izuku's eyes she was playing second fiddle to the blonde-haired teen. After the 5 minutes had passed, Ochako and Izuku entered the building. All right, Ochako, go ahead and look for the weapon. Be on the lookout for the signal, Izuku told his partner. Right, she replied. As she ran off, Izuku ran through the various hallways scoping out the space. He anticipated that Tenya would be where the weapon was, so the only person he had to worry about was Katsuki. As he was looking for the blonde-haired member of Team D, he rounded the corner, and once he did, he stopped dead in his tracks. On the opposite end of the hallway, a pair of red eyes met his gaze. Neither of the two moved a muscle, much less made an attempt to speak to one another. In a separate room, the rest of Class 1A observed the showdown from a series of monitors. Noting that both of them were just standing there, the student with purple spheres for hair asked, Why are neither of them moving? The rest of the class seemed to have the same question. All Might stroked his chin. He was just as perplexed as his students were. From what he'd seen earlier, Izuku wasn't nervous, so the sudden hesitance coming from the boy had surprised him. Perhaps there may be some history between them, he wondered. Maybe one of them has some type of mind control quirk, Kaminari suggested. You dolt. Did you already forget what type of quirks they had? You saw both of them in action just this morning, Jiru replied as she rolled her eyes. Oh yeah, you're right, sorry, Kaminari said with a sheepish smile. I don't know, I think it's kinda cool how Midori and Bakugu are facing off like that. It kinda reminds me of a scene from an old western, said the student with pink hair and skin. An old wa? Another student with spiky red hair and pointed teeth questioned. Back in the building, both Izuku and Katsuki had remained stationary. Neither of them broke eye contact. However, Izuku was the one to break the silence. Kakanai dash. Don't waste your breath, Midoriya. You know why we're here, and it's not to talk, Katsuki responded. Tiny explosions popped off in his hand as he prepared himself to engage in battle. Izuku disregarded Katsuki's response entirely. Kaken, what happened to you? Ever since that day with the slime villain, you haven't been the same. Your confidence, your pride, your ambition, they're all gone. Instead of giving him an answer, Katsuki rushed him. He extended his arm forward and threw a powerful blast. Izuku batted his arm away and landed a heavy blow to his liver. Saliva poured from Katsuki's mouth as he held the right side of his abdomen. Katsuki expected to find at least a little glee in Izuku's eyes after landing such a blow. He figured that Izuku would relish the chance of being able to extract revenge. Instead, he was met with a look of overwhelming pity. Using his other hand, he pointed it at Izuku's face and let loose another explosion. Using 5% full cowling, Izuku was able to intercept the attack and force Katsuki to dispel the blast over his head. Grabbing Katsuki's arm, Izuku slung him over his shoulder and threw him into the ground with a great amount of force. Spittle flew from Katsuki's lips upon hitting the concrete. Using his quirk, Katsuki propelled himself from the ground back onto his feet. Rushing in once again, Katsuki threw a wild right hook. That right hook is far too wide to work, not to mention it's slow as well. This is the sloppiest I've ever seen Kaken fight, Izuku thought. The green-haired teen easily countered Katsuki with a hard smash to jaw. Katsuki went careening into the ground and tumbled for a couple of feet. The blonde-haired teen slowly picked himself up and used the back of his hand to wipe away the trail of blood that was leaking from his mouth. Izuku slid back into his fighting stance once he saw Katsuki rise. With a roar, Katsuki again charged Izuku with reckless abandon. After a little bit of searching, Ochako found the weapon. Via her micro-transceiver, she let Izuku know that she had found it. In response to the news, she received a garbled "okay." She peeked around the room to see where Tenya was. He stood there. However, he wasn't as attentive as he should have been. While zoning out like that is unlike Ida. If I sneak, I can maybe capture the weapon without fighting him. She tiptoed towards the missile, but before she knew it, it was gone from its original spot. That was close. A second later, and you would have captured the weapon, Tenya said as he held the missile. He ran with it and quickly placed it on the other side of the room. In almost the blink of an eye, Tenya was back in front of Ochako. Darn it, I was so close, Ochako thought to herself. She looked around the floor to see if she could use anything to her advantage. On the floor there were random pieces of lumber and other miscellaneous items as well. How can any of this help me? She thought. Izuku had told her she needed to be resourceful to avoid being captured, but she had no idea how to utilize any of the items on the floor to her advantage. She got cracked in the side by a kick from Tenya and was sent tumbling. Forgive me, Uraraka, but I know you are a formidable foe, which is why I can't afford to take it easy, Tenya said as he approached her. Ochako frantically searched to find anything to help her. However, as she looked at the various pieces of lumber, scrap metal, and cinder blocks scattering the floor, it clicked on what she could do to give her a fighting chance. Katsuki stood bloodied, battered, and bruised. His face had swollen up from all the punches he had taken, and blood was pouring from his nose and mouth. He breathed heavily in rasped breaths, fighting his hardest to resist blacking out. On the other hand, Izuku stood there without so much as a scratch on him. The boy was able to counter virtually everything Katsuki threw at him. Katsuki hacked up a wad of blood before throwing a wobbly punch. Izuku dodged and let Katsuki fall face first into the ground. The green-haired teen turned his head to look at the fallen form of his opponent, a look of concern plastered onto his face. Katsuki gritted his teeth as he picked himself up. Each time he tried to attack Izuku, he didn't see the mighty opponent that stood before him. Rather, he kept on visualizing the boy he had put through hell for 10 years. The image of the tearful expression Izuku used to consistently wear was embedded deep into Katsuki's mind. It made him hesitate on every attack he threw at his former childhood friend. In the monitor room, Kaminari decided to give his input on how the fight was shaping up so far. For Sparky Boom Man's sake, I hope he's giving it his all. For the last couple of minutes, he's been getting killed. No kidding. Midori doesn't look it, but he's an absolute beast when it comes to fighting. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought he already had experience fighting a villain, the girl with pink skin added. So would I, Ashido, Kaminari agreed. As the students chatted away, All Might carefully observed how the fight was playing out. He knew that his successor was strong, but he did not expect for him to dominate the fight like he had. All Might had learned from Shota that Katsuki was susceptible to not giving his full effort. However, he knew that particular flaw was not the reason for why Katsuki was doing so poorly in his bout with Izuku. From what he'd seen, Katsuki was trying his hardest to land a blow on Izuku. However, due to sloppy technique and stellar reaction time from Izuku, his efforts had been fruitless. He deduced that the reason for his poor performance had to be because of a mental block. However, what exactly that mental block was proved to be a mystery for the symbol of peace. Katsuki hobbled over to where Izuku stood. His body felt like it was about to give out, but he pushed through the pain. With all the strength he could muster, he swung his arm, intent on making this to be the blow that counted. Anticipation grew in his eyes as his limb neared the face of his adversary. The small glimmer of hope he had was shattered once he saw Izuku catch his arm. He clenched his teeth as he waited for another counterattack. However, it never came. Instead, Izuku simply forced his arm away. By now, Izuku could no longer rein in his worry for his former friend. Kaken, this isn't like you. You would never be this sloppy in a fight. It almost seems like you're scared to attack me. Are you really that upset that I saved you from that villain? Izuku questioned. You idiot, Katsuki said through clenched teeth. Kaken, what did you say? You're a goddamn idiot. Do you really think that because you saved me, I'm the way I am? Honestly, I don't know, which is why I need you to talk to me. You wouldn't get it. You weren't told all your life that you were going to be special. You weren't told that you would grow up to be the best hero society has seen, Katsuki yelled. As much as those words stung, Izuku knew that they were true. Before he met All Might, to many he just seemed to be a quirkless nobody who possessed an unattainable dream. You're right. I never was told those things, but in the end, I didn't let that stop me from pursuing my dream of being a hero. But from the beginning, practically everyone I know has rooted for you. I just don't understand what has changed. You really are dense, aren't you? Ever since that day with the slime villain, I've realized that my life has been a lie. Katsuki choked out. What do you mean? I wasn't destined to be the strongest nor the best hero. That day, you rescued me like I was some little kid. Then imagine my surprise when I learned that you didn't even use your full power when fighting the sludge bastard. It was then when I was made aware of the marginal gap of strength between us. Didn't even use my full power? Where did he get that idea from? Izuku wondered. Katsuki continued to speak. But that's not the worst part. That day, not only did you save my life, you also saved my chance of becoming a pro hero despite everything I had done to you. It was at that moment I realized that you were also a better hero than me. Do you understand now, Midoriya? You're a breathing reminder of how much of a goddamn failure I am. Izuku was rendered speechless. The pain in Katsuki's voice caught him off guard. He couldn't wrap his mind around the fact that Katsuki had been internalizing all of this for the past couple of months. The world Katsuki and others had constructed for him was torn down the day he had saved him. It made sense now as to why he seemed so lost. He felt the same way when All Might had told him that he couldn't become a hero. However, the difference between him and Katsuki was that he didn't cave in from despair. Imagine thinking your whole life that your future as the greatest hero is set in stone, just to find out you've been fed nothing more than garbage. Then on top of that, you were made brutally aware just how flawed you are. Would you be the same person? Tears pricked the corners of Katsuki's eyes, but he used the back of his gauntlet hand to quickly wipe them away. Izuku didn't respond, but he could sympathize with Katsuki because he saw where he was coming from. Throughout his childhood, he had his fair share of turmoil, a majority of it due to the individual that stood in front of him. As a result, feelings of inadequacy and uncertainty of the future were common feelings for him. However, recently things had changed for him. While his life had initially been filled with sorrow, he was able to find solace through his new friends and family. On the contrary, the solace that Katsuki used to have was now replaced with sorrow. He still had people that believed in him, such as the teachers and former classmates at Aldera Junior High, but Izuku realized that the issue was that he now didn't believe in himself. Guilt, inadequacy, and a variety of other feelings clouded the mind of his past friend. Izuku couldn't think of a best way to articulate what he wanted to say, so he simply spoke his mind. Kaken, listen, you can't change what happened in the past, dash. You don't think I know that? Katsuki snapped. But you have the power to shape your future by what you do in the present. Someone I met told me that it's important to know how to make the best of any situation. When I told you that I thought you had the potential to become a great hero, I meant it. You can't reverse all the pain you have caused others, but you can become a hero that's worth admiring. I think this to be true. The only question is, do you as well? Katsuki took a moment to really ponder over the question he was presented with. Did he himself still believe that he was capable of becoming a great hero? For most of his life, whenever a challenge had presented itself, he went out of his way to meet it head-on. Even if he failed to meet expectations, that would only compel him to work harder than he did before. The endeavor of becoming the best version of himself seemed to be an enormous task, but at the end of the day, it was just that, a task. He had already ran away from the challenge of confronting Izuku. Would he run away from this challenge as well? Izuku narrowly dodged the explosive-powered punch Katsuki threw at him. Izuku caught sight of eyes, and to his contentment, he found the flames that were thought to be extinguished, roaring in their full glory. He couldn't help the small smirk that had crossed his face. "Yes, I have my answer." "Umph," Ochako exclaimed as she hit another wall. The whole time she had been fighting with Tenya, he had thrashed her. Fortunately, she was rather resilient, and because of that she was just one more object away before her plan came into fruition. As she got up, she touched another piece of lumber that had been lying around. Tenya prepared to rush her again, but he stopped promptly. He noticed a myriad of shadows now occupied the ground. He looked towards Ochako, hoping to get an answer as to why. She didn't respond. Instead, she pointed towards the ceiling. Tenya's eyes widened as he saw a multitude of miscellaneous items hovering above him. If he moved, an object was bound to fall atop of him, once she released. He started to beat himself up for allowing that significant blunder to happen. "Because I was so narrow-minded, I never thought about what she may have had planned. I was under the impression that I was in control of this fight, but she played me right into her hand." In the monitor room, the students of 1A marveled at the plan Ochako had constructed. "Wow, Uraraka played Ida like a damn fiddle," Kaminari commented. "She certainly did make the most of her circumstances." Despite the matchup being overwhelmingly in Ida's favor, she was resourceful enough to utilize her surroundings to her advantage. Because of her ingenuity, it seems that the playing field is finally even, Yaoyorozu added. "Personally, what I find amazing is how much of a pounding she can take," the boy with purple balls for hair exclaimed. After giving his input, the class promptly went silent. The boy gave an almost pleading look to his other male classmates. However, none of them obliged him. Getting frustrated, he said, "Come on, I can't be the only person thinking that." A girl with large oval eyes, dark green hair, and the mannerisms of a frog spoke up. Even if there were others in the class who thought that, they know that right now is not the time and place to voice such lecherous thoughts, Mineta, ribbit. Young Azui is correct. Those types of comments are simply inappropriate in the school environment. If I hear you make another comment such as that one, disciplinary action will be administered. Is that understood, young Mineta? All Might asked him. Yes, Mineta grumbled. In the room where the weapon was contained, Tenya had remained stationary, whereas Ochako slowly approached the weapon. At first he didn't see it, but he now saw that Ochako had crafted herself out a path so that she wouldn't get hit by any of the debris in case she had to release it. Tenya gritted his teeth. If he hesitated any longer, she would without fail capture the weapon. However, if he rushed and recklessly, he would be defeated. Deciding to gamble, he ran his fastest to try and reach her before she captured the weapon. From the corner of her eye, Ochako saw Tenya rapidly approaching. She quickly pressed her fingers together to release all the items that loomed above them. To her horror, Tenya had cleared the room before any of the items had a chance to hit him. However, a yelp from the armored villain told Ochako that her plan had somewhat worked. A cinder block had clipped Tenya and ended up damaging the mufflers on one of his legs. Realizing he would be significantly slower, Ochako thought to herself, "All I have to do is touch him, then I win." She barely blocked the hook kick Tenya had hurled. Even though he was a lot slower than what he was before, Ochako realized that in the end he was still faster than her, and she was pretty sure he had more experience when it came to fighting than she did. "This won't be as easy as I thought it was going to be. I need to find a way to defeat him quickly, otherwise the timer will run out before the weapon is captured. Hopefully, you did what you needed to do, Izuku, but you have to hurry. We don't have much time left." For the first time in the fight, Izuku was on the defensive. After Katsuki had found motivation, he now was able to fight on par with him, while 5% full cowling was active. All of Katsuki's blows were now sharper, each with the intent of bringing him down. Katsuki shot his palm forward, and the explosion in turn clipped the side of Izuku's face. His green hair and some of his face were now visible. Using 20% full cowling, Izuku jumped from the wall into a punch, which made Katsuki's head snap quickly to the side. Taking advantage of the situation, Izuku started to run to the area of the building he was supposed to be in. He had been so immersed with his fight with Katsuki He had completely forgotten about the time limit. This is for sure cutting it close. I definitely need to thank and apologize to Ochako after this. Behind him, he could hear the sound of footsteps that weren't his. As expected, Katsuki was trailing behind him. You didn't think after getting hit by a few lucky punches from you, I would just let you run away, did you? Katsuki yelled as he chased after Izuku. Due to being in the heat of the battle, Izuku responded in a way that was unlike him. I don't know, Kakin. From the way you look, it seems like you got hit by a lot more than a few punches. Katsuki growled in return and pushed his legs even harder to catch up with the green-haired teen. As the class watched from the monitors, the student with red hair and pointed teeth couldn't hold back his excitement of what he was witnessing. This is so manly. I don't know what Midoriya said to Bakugo to get him fired up like this, but whatever it was, it worked. Of course, Midoriya has been doing amazing, but I didn't know Bakugo had firepower like that. All Might smiled intently at the screen. I believe young Kirishima to be right in his assessment of the situation. Whatever mental block young Bakugo had, obviously it's now gone. You know, honestly, the boy is a lot like you, Nana. I'm pretty sure you would have been fond of him too if you were still around. The thought of his old teacher made his smile waver slightly, but not enough for anyone to notice. I'll tell you what, this is a second wind if I've ever seen one. And trust me, I've seen plenty, Mineta chirped. Once again, the class went silent after Mineta gave his input of the situation. Except this time, snickering could be heard from Kaminari as he covered his mouth to prevent himself from bursting out in laughter. Jairu rolled her eyes as he started to tear up. Don't be such a child, Kaminari. It wasn't that funny. What do you mean it wasn't that funny? Did you not get the joke? He's saying that he's seen a lot of second winds because he watches a whole bunch of poor dash. I know what he meant, you doofus, Jairu interjected, a hint of red grazing her cheeks. Izuku eventually made it to the designated area, which was directly below the room that contained the weapon. Through his micro-transceiver, he told Ochako that he was in position so that she could get ready. No response came through, so he just had to hope that she received the message. Not much later, Katsuki arrived as well. There's nowhere to run, Midoriya. I thought you were smart enough to know not to corner yourself like this, but fortunately, you proved me wrong. For the longest time, the cockiness was something Izuku had loathed, but in this case, he was relieved to find it present in Katsuki's voice. However, Izuku returned his cockiness because soon he would unveil his trump card. You're mistaken, Kakin. You're trapped in here with me. Since you've been fighting your hardest, I'll do the same. Izuku took a deep breath and concentrated. Green irises morphed into azure ones, and the atmosphere quickly shifted. The pressure that Izuku emitted was exactly how Katsuki remembered it to be. Despite knowing that the odds were stacked against him, Katsuki charged the boy. For the first time in his life, he wasn't fighting Izuku to maintain a sense of superiority. For the longest, Katsuki had considered Izuku as someone beneath him, a mere stepping stone of his path to glory. However, time had shown that notion was false. Regardless, he was determined to become the greatest hero society had ever seen. Win or lose, this would be his starting point. A sharp jab was thrown at Izuku, but with a minor head slip, Izuku was able to dodge the punch. The azure-eyed hero in training countered with a huge left to Katsuki's ribs. A sharp crunch resounded, and Katsuki gasped in pain as he felt one of his ribs crack. Katsuki was met with another punch to the face, but he gritted his teeth and planted his feet to resist blacking out. He knew he wouldn't be able to last much longer, but one thought kept running through his mind. I refuse to lose. One feature Katsuki's costume had was that the bracers he wore were able to store his nitroglycerin-like sweat. If he pulled the pin on his bracers, he would be capable of unleashing an extremely destructive blast. Seeing no other option of how to defeat Izuku, Katsuki reached to pull the pin. A split second before he fully pulled the pin out, Izuku kicked his arm straight up into the air. Katsuki's eyes widened in realization, but it was too late. A geyser of explosive power erupted from Katsuki's palm and utterly obliterated the ceiling. A couple of stories above Katsuki and Izuku, Ochako laid on the ground as Tenya approached her with capture tape. She heard Izuku's message. However, Tenya's natural athletic ability had proven to be too much for her. She started to mentally apologize to her partner, until she heard a loud rumbling that was rapidly approaching. Tinya reached down to wrap her in the tape, until he saw a large inferno of fire suddenly burst out the floor behind him. Taking advantage of his startled state, Ochako touched him, and as a result he floated up to the ceiling. Once the flames had dissipated, she hobbled over to the weapon to secure it. The voice of All Might blared on her micro-transceiver with news that the hero team had won. Katsuki stood in place with his arm raised, mesmerized by what he just had seen. Silver Eyes stared at him as he faded into unconsciousness. He had given it his all, but unfortunately for him, it was not enough. As he hit the dirt, the last thought that crossed his mind was, "You may have won today, Midoriya, but in the end I'll surpass you. Just you wait." Not long after, a pair of medical bots came and put Katsuki on a stretcher. As Izuku watched him get wheeled away, the silver color in his eyes faded, and immediately he fell to his knees as a wave of fatigue washed over him. He felt a strong hand on his shoulder and turned around to see that it was All Might. "You've made me proud, young Midoriya. We'll talk some more later, but as for right now, let's head back to the monitor room for grading." As All Might started to walk away, Izuku asked him, "What about Ochako and Ida? Aren't they coming with us too?" "Unfortunately, they also have sustained injuries that require the attention of Recovery Girl." "Are the injuries serious?" Izuku asked worriedly. "They're not too severe. None are on the same magnitude as the injuries young Bakugo acquired," All Might responded. "That's still not very reassuring," Izuku thought to himself. Not long after, Izuku stood in front of his classmates as he awaited for All Might to grade his performance and establish who the MVP was in the trial. "I believe the MVP for this trial to be Uraraka," All Might boomed. "No offense to Uraraka, but what about Midoriya? He was obviously the best fighter on the field, and also he was the one who created the distraction for her to capture the weapon," Kaminari commented. "Midoriya wasted a lot of time fighting Bakugo. For whatever reason, he didn't capture Bakugo when he had multiple chances to, and in the end Bakugo started to give him issues. In a real-life situation, time is the biggest factor a hero has to deal with, so they can't afford to waste even a second." Yaoyorozu responded, which elicited an "ah" from Kaminari. Bakugo, on the other hand, should have retreated once he saw that he wasn't going to be able to defeat Midoriya. He let himself get injured badly, and had Ida needed backup, he wouldn't have been in the position to help him adequately. And then while Ida's approach to fighting Ochako was sound, he failed to factor in the objects that were lying around in the room. Uraraka deserves to be the MVP because she was able to improvise when under extreme pressure. Even though the matchup was extremely unfavorable for her, her resilience and resourcefulness allowed her to best Ida. "I couldn't have said that any better myself," All Might exclaimed as he shot her a thumbs up. "Nevertheless, I'd say all of them did a wonderful job overall. With that being said, let's move on to the next match." As the appropriate teams got ready, Izuku approached his mentor and asked, "Would it be okay if I went down to the nurse's office to check on Ochako and Ida?" All Might saw that the worried expression Izuku had previously still remained. He put a hand on Izuku's shoulder and told him that it would be fine. Izuku thanked All Might and proceeded to go down to the nurse's office to check on his friends. Once he stepped inside, he saw a Recovery Girl, who did not look happy in the slightest. Seeing him from the corner of her eye, Recovery Girl approached Izuku to see what had brought him here. "I appreciate you not being the one to get injured this time, but as you can imagine, I'm not necessarily happy having to treat 3 different kids. We all went our hardest for a test we had earlier today, if that makes you feel any better," Izuku said, hoping it would. "It really doesn't, but thanks for trying. Anyways, I figure you didn't just come down to say hi, did you?" Izuku shook his head. "I came down here to check on Uraraka and Ida." "Ah, makes sense. Well, regarding your lady friend, she's currently healed and awake right now. She'll probably be groggy for the next day or 2, but she'll recover just fine. Ida, on the other hand, is asleep as of right now. Since one of his mufflers on his right calf was damaged beyond repair, I had to perform surgery to remove it." Recovery Girl saw the look of concern that was plastered on Izuku's face. "To clarify, this surgery won't hinder his career as a hero if that's what you're worried about. Given the nature of his quirk, his muffler will grow back." Izuku let out a sigh of relief after hearing the news. However, The thought of the red-eyed, blonde-headed teen pushed itself to the forefront of his mind. What about Bakugo? Izuku asked. He certainly sustained the worst injuries out of the three. Couple broken ribs, a fractured jaw, and a shattered orbital bone most certainly makes that case. Needless to say, he's currently asleep as well. He'll recover, but he'll need to take it easy for the next couple of days. With the beating he took, you would have thought the person he fought absolutely despised him. Would it be all right if I went to see Ochako? Izuku asked as he tried to change the subject. Oh yes, don't let me stop you from talking to your lady friend. I was getting ready to send her back anyways. Izuku thanked her and proceeded to head towards Ochako's bed. Before he could make his way towards her, the voice of Recovery Girl rang out once more. Me in my old age, I almost forgot to tell you. I think you made an excellent choice, Sonny, she said, directing her gaze to where Ochako rested. Izuku went beet red due to the older heroine's assumption and walked faster towards the brunette. Izuku saw Ochako lying in her bed and noticed that she seemed lost in thought. Not wanting to scare her, he gently called her name. No response. He said her name once again with a bit more stern. Still no response. He blurted out her name, which made her jump in surprise. She clutched her chest, thinking that her heart might beat out of it. After calming down a bit, she finally addressed Izuku. Sorry, Izuku, I didn't see you there. It's no problem. Sorry I scared you like that, he responded. So what are you doing here? She asked. I came down here to check on you and Ida. I just wanted to make sure that both of you were all right. Ochako knew that gestures such as those were natural for Izuku, but it didn't stop the warm and fuzzy feeling that began to grow inside her chest. A blush slowly crawled its way onto her face as she said, I appreciate that, Izuku, but you don't have to worry. Recovery Girl said I should be A-okay tomorrow, and Ida should be fine soon as well. Yeah, she told me that when I came inside the office, but I wanted to see you two anyways. It's a good thing you two didn't end up like Bakugo. From what she told me, his injuries were the worst of the three. Ochako's good mood slightly deflated after Izuku made mention of Katsuki. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, but All Might said you were MVP in the battle. Most of the class seemed really impressed at your performance. Yaoyorozu especially had good things to say about you, Izuku cheerfully stated. Really? I'm honestly surprised, but happy to hear it, Ochako said, trying to match Izuku's cheerfulness. She didn't do a good job because Izuku noticed that her excitement didn't seem genuine. Ochako, what's wrong? What are you talking about, Izuku? I'm fine. No, you're not. I noticed that you seemed down before the test started, and you still seem that way. Please, Ochako, just talk to me. Ochako took a deep breath before answering Izuku. It's because of Bakugo. What? Did he say something to you? Izuku asked in a slightly protective tone. It's not that. It's just, I didn't understand why you went out of your way to try and become friends with him again, even though he didn't show any interest. I thought maybe it was because that I'm not a good enough friend. Saying it out loud, I realize how silly it sounds, but I was just scared that you would abandon me if you did regain him as a friend. Her eyes widened as she felt Izuku place his hand over hers. Ochako, I would never abandon you. I can say confidently that you are the best friend I've ever had. I never sought out Bakugo with the intention of him replacing you as my friend. I sought him out because I wanted to try and help him recover a part of who he was. Because of your support, he was able to do that and more. I promise, Ochako, your friendship is something I will never take for granted. Hearing the sincerity and passion in his voice made Ochako overwhelmed with emotion. She wrapped her arms around Izuku to pull him into a tight hug. Izuku's face went red as a fire hydrant, but he returned the hug as well. They both stayed like this for a while, both blissfully unaware of their surroundings. Recovery Girl saw both teens firmly embracing each other, and she couldn't help the look of utter glee that crossed her face. Ah, to be young again, she silently thought to herself. Ochako was the first to pull away from the hug. Thank you, Izuku. That's what I needed to hear, she said softly. Izuku, with a hue of red still on his face, responded, No problem. I'm glad I was able to cheer you up. Recovery Girl slunk over to Ochako and Izuku to let them know that they could head back to their class when ready. Both teens noticed that she spoke to them with unusual giddiness, but they decided that it wasn't anything to stress over. As the students returned back to the classroom, a couple of them clustered around Izuku. Not long after, they began to bombard the boy with a multitude of various comments about his performance in the battle simulation. When your eyes went silver, you became a total badass. I don't know how you were able to kick Bakuga's arm right before he fired that huge blast. It was insane to see, Ishido said. Dude, I don't know what was said, but your fight with Bakugo has been the manliest thing I've seen in a while, the student with spiky red hair exclaimed. Yeah, I think I can speak for all of us when I say that your performance got us all fired up, a tall, muscular student with spiky brown hair commented. Guys, I think we are overwhelming him. We haven't even formally introduced ourselves yet, Azui commented. Duh, that's right. My name is Mina Ishido. Hopefully, we can get to know each other better, Midori, Ishido said in a teasing tone. My name is Eijiro Kirishima. I'm looking forward to getting stronger with you, said the student with the spiky red hair. And I'm irrelevant. Izuku thought he misheard what the student with spiky brown said his name was. I beg your pardon. Oh, I said my name was Sato. Sorry if I didn't speak clear enough. And I'm Tsuyu Azui, but you please just call me Tsuyu. After they introduced themselves, they once again began to bombard Izuku with praise regarding his performance. Izuku looked over towards Ochako and saw that she wasn't faring much better. A small smile crossed his face. At least I'm not alone. After the bell had rung for dismissal, Izuku exited the building and started on his way home. Before he could make it far, he heard a familiar voice call out his name. Midoriya. Izuku turned around and saw that it was Katsuki, who was wrapped in an abundance of bandages. Katsuki hobbled over to where Izuku stood, never breaking eye contact as he approached him. Once he got face to face with Izuku, he told him, "Listen up, nerd. I just wanted to talk to you about some stuff that's been on my mind for a while. Don't expect this to be a regular thing, though." Izuku was surprised that Katsuki went out of his way to seek him out. All right, what did you want to talk to me about? Katsuki's amped demeanor started to decline once he brought to mind what he wanted to talk to Izuku about. Since the day of the slime villain incident, there was one thing in particular that Izuku said that Katsuki couldn't forget. For whatever reason, you decide to pick on me despite the fact that I just genuinely want to be friends with you. Do you remember that day when you said that you wanted to be friends with me? Izuku nodded his head in response. I figured. Midoriya, I hope you understand that it will never happen. Not because of you, but because of how much of a jackass I was. Izuku was disappointed hearing the news. However, he wasn't surprised. Nevertheless, you are someone I intend to surpass, Midoriya. I'll become the #1 hero, even if that means becoming stronger than All Might himself. This was a desire I've had since a kid, and I'm going to fulfill it. For a while, though, that desire was something I thought I'd lost until today. So for that, I wanted to tell you, thanks, he spat out. He opened his mouth once more as if he had something else to say, but ultimately he decided to close it. For the second time that day, Izuku's brain crashed. Katsuki saw the stupor Izuku was in and snapped at him. Oi, I hope you heard that, nerd. Because those words will never come out of my mouth again. You can bet your life on it. Izuku dumbly nodded at him. TCH, I'll see you tomorrow, dork. Izuku continued to stare Katsuki in disbelief as he walked away. Never in his existence would he have anticipated that Katsuki would thank him. As he eyed Katsuki down, he jumped in surprise after he felt a hand firmly grasp his shoulder. Ida stood behind him, a serious expression painted onto his face. Midoriya, may I talk to you? Sure, I didn't want to go home anyways. Izuku didn't voice his thoughts, though, because he figured it must have been important with all the urgency in Tenya's voice. He turned around and asked, What did you want to talk to me about? Deciding just to metaphorically rip the band-aid off, Tenya asked, Where did all those burns on your body come from? And please don't give me an excuse such as you fell off some monkey bars. If I suspect that you are lying, I won't hesitate to report what I saw to the principal. Izuku went pale as a ghost after hearing Tenya's question. The first question that popped into his mind was, how did why you know about them? Izuku had made sure to get changed as quickly as possible so that no one would be able to see the burns. Not long after you left, I departed as well because I wanted to give myself enough time to change and mentally prepare myself for the simulation. When I saw you, you were dressed for the most part. However, I noticed that there were a whole bunch of burns on your back. Now that I answered your question, will you please answer mine? Izuku knew how perceptive Tenya was and figured it would be too much of a risk to blatantly lie. Additionally, if he left out some details, Tenya would no doubt try and pry. Having no other options, Izuku told Tenya everything. Izuku told him that Katsuki was the one responsible for his burns, how long Katsuki had been tormenting him, and the extent of which he did. As Tenya processed all the information, he couldn't help but feel angry that someone like the person Izuku described had somehow got into a school meant for heroes. But you can't tell anyone, Ida. You need to promise me. He's not the exact same person he was before. You have to believe me. Izuku realized that Tenya hadn't responded yet, so he called his name again. Ida. Tenya was jolted back into reality. Do you promise not to tell anyone? Ida looked at Izuku and said, if you said that he stopped tormenting you, you have my word.